Testing, testing.
Is the it's on.
We got the green up there.
It's good.
Yeah.
Commissioner O'Donnell, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so back on the record for case 9692. Any preliminary matters before we move to?
Yes, Your Honor. On Tuesday, I keep saying Monday instead of Tuesday. On Tuesday, during Ms. White's testimony for BGE, I believe it was Commissioner Suchman had at least one bench data request. I can't remember if he had both. But we do have responses that I wanted to provide.
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
if I can approach.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Oh. But they different. Oh, I see.
You have any questions, or?
Yeah, no, this is.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So, Ms. Sikora, this is exactly what I wanted, so thank you.
What does that mean, OCD?
And I apologize,
Oh,
it was
that's it,
actually
yeah.
Ms.
Right, yeah.
Wright, not Ms. White.
No, you're fine, so.
So this is an oil-containing what?
Circuit breaker?
Yeah.
Breaker.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry,
No, it's fine.
probably should have put OCB, spelled that out.
I've seen it done different ways, I think, so. Okay, well, thank you.
Okay, so we're starting with Director Pinsky?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, then come on up.
MEA calls Paul Pensky to the stand, please.
Actually, just take a seat, and then he'll swear you in, and then we'll get going, so.
Do we need to stand or not?
No, just, you can stay seated, you're fine, so.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the perjury the testimony about to give you the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Good morning, Director Pensky. Could you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Paul G. Pinsky, Director of Maryland Energy Administration, located 1800 Washington Boulevard, Baltimore.
And do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Paul G. Pensky, filed on behalf of the Maryland Energy Administration, dated June 20, 2023?
I do.
Okay. And it consists of 10 pages and 4 attachments. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Pensky, in your direct testimony, do you discuss BG&E's proposed electrification plan that the commission removed from this case?
Yes.
And could you please identify where in your testimony this is discussed?
Page 2, starting with line 11, I believe. Right, and it goes on through page 7, line 13.
If we look at page 2, starting with the sentence beginning on line 11, does it go through line 14? After the
Correct,
word
correct.
as?
I meant in toto, but there's a section that doesn't specifically address electrification.
Okay.
That's correct.
Let me know if this is correct. Is this section, the line 14 up to, beginning on line 11 and through line 14 up to the word as?
That is correct.
And
So,
then continue on page 2, line 21 through page 7.
correct.
Okay, and just to be clear as to what the testimony in that paragraph on page 7 is without the portion you just identified, which is the proposed electrification plan, could you please read the response to the following question as it would read now? And the question is, please describe MEA's position in this case.
It would now read, MEA believes that it is imperative to help ensure ratepayer protections even as we implement the CSNA, which stands for the Climate Solutions Now Act. Then it would go on to say, as the state's energy office, MEA, has a significant role in the state's implementation of the CSNA and achieving its requirements. Achieving the deadlines outlined in the CSNA is and will continue to be a significant focus of MEA and the state of Maryland. MEA agrees with BGE that meeting the deadlines in the CSNA requires vigilance and prompt action. It is also imperative that we identify the most cost-effective methods available to implement the CSNA.
Thank you, Director Chairman. Chairman Hoover, Director Penske. Chairman Hoover, at this time, I would like to have Director Penske's direct testimony without the portions just noted that include the proposed electrification plan marked as MEA Exhibit 18.
So marked.
And Director Penske, do you have before you a document entitled the errata to the direct testimony of Paul G. Penske?
Yes, I do.
And does it consist of one page which you filed or caused to be filed on June 20th, 2023?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of the errata?
To strike a sentence on page 9, starting on line 1 and going through line 3.
And I misstated the date on the errata. It is August 25th, 2023. Is that correct?
I believe that, hold on. August 25th.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to have the errata to the direct testimony of Paul G. Penske marked as MEA Exhibit 19 for identification purposes.
So marked.
Director Penske, do you have before you a document entitled the Sir Rebuttal Testimony of Paul G. Penske, filed on behalf of the Maryland Energy Administration and dated August 25th, 2023?
I do, yes.
At this time, I would like to have the Sir Rebuttal Testimony of Paul G. Penske marked as MEA Exhibit 20 for identification.
So marked.
Director Penske, were your testimonies and the errata prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, they were.
And have you had an opportunity to review your testimonies?
I have.
And do you have any corrections or revisions to them at this time?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions in your prepared testimonies at this time, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move MEA Exhibits 18, 19, and 20 into the evidentiary record.
No objection.
See, hearing no objections, so admitted.
The witness is now available for cross-examination.
Walmart. No, not here. Sierra Club. Amtrak. Montgomery County. Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County. IBEW. Department of Defense. Maryland People's Council.
No cross, Your Honor.
BG&E.
We have no questions for Director Penske.
Staff.
Good morning, Director Penske. I'm Annette Garofalo with Commission staff, and staff has no questions for you.
What's that? Go ahead. So.
Me?
Yeah.
We have no questions.
Okay, all right. I didn't hear you on that part. Any questions from the bench?
Mr. Chairman.
Well, actually, so let me start with Commissioner Sussman, and then we'll get down the line. So.
Morning, Director Penske. Thank you for your testimony. In your testimony, you're recommending that we reject the PIM proposal coming from BGE. That's correct?
Correct.
Okay. So last week I asked Mr. Dickens, one of BG's witnesses, whether BG is sort of, I gave him a series of different kinds of mechanisms. He noted that that BG was doing a number of these, but it had not asked for them to be included in their PIM proposal. So I'm just going to list the mechanisms that I asked of him, and I would just like to get your reaction about whether these are the kinds of of PIM proposals that you would like to see. And then if there are other PIM proposals that you think more accurately reflect the kinds of actions that a utility should be taking to promote the state's climate agenda, that would be great too. So these are the lists that I provided to him: demand response, peak demand reduction, additional distributed energy resources, energy storage, energy efficiency, energy equity, and any encouraging new technologies. So in that list, are these the kinds of mechanisms that you think should be in a PIM? And then are there other mechanisms that you would have liked to have seen?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. I'm hesitant to respond. I looked at the rebuttal, and it spoke to a couple of different items, the ZVAC and trees, and maybe one or two others. I was not familiar with subsequent testimony.
Well, this was just on the while he was on the stand, he said that these were things that BGE was doing, but it's not in his testimony. So I'm just sort of asking generally, if you don't like what you've seen in the PIM proposal, if you could just let the commission know what are sort of more appropriate mechanisms, if you could speak to that we should look at.
If I could, let me mention two things.
Please.
In an earlier decision by the Public Service Commission, they recommended, and maybe strongly, that in developing PIMs, that the utility consult with the Maryland Energy Administration and Office of People's Counsel. To my knowledge, that hasn't been done.
Okay.
So I think first and foremost, following that previous recommendation of having a conversation of key stakeholders would be more appropriate. Now, I've only been on the job for 7 or 8 months, so I can't speak to what preceded me, but we have not been contacted by the utility to have a conversation of what is appropriate.
Okay, so going forward, to the extent that the utilities, any utilities in Maryland, are trying to offer PIMs, the first thing they should do is come to you, or one of the first things they should
Well,
do.
that was a recommendation of the Public Service Commission, and I think it was a reasonable one. I think it's always good policy to consult with stakeholders.
Okay.
Even at the end of the day, even if you agree to disagree on some things, I think it's always good to have the conversation.
Okay.
Secondly, without getting into detail, in other words, the ones mentioned in the testimony, in the, I guess, the rebuttal, they were specific programs, and the question came up that if they received return on investment, and then they were it was being suggested that they get additional incentives on top of that, that might be an extra burden to the ratepayer when the expectation was they fulfill what they said they would do originally. So, in the abstract, we can talk about general categories, but until they're specific, if they have already been included in some prior actions and there is already a return on investment, I wouldn't want to duplicate that. If the expectation is they fulfill what they said they would do. In other words, I'm going to use the example that was in the testimony on the ZVAC machine. They wanted additional incentives to reach 100%. Well, it's my understanding they already had a return on investment for purchasing the equipment, and that our agency, for example, said, should the ratepayer have to pay twice on the same thing when you were expected to do it? So I hear those categories that you're offering, and they may or may not be appropriate, but they're somewhat abstract. And if there are some measures they've already been contracted to take, my agency would have to look at it to see whether it's duplicative and whether it's an unnecessary cost to the ratepayer.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
I hate to dodge the question.
No. This is all what you're testifying to today is actually very helpful. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Barve.
Welcome, Director. Just to set the context, the Climate Solution Now Act, you were the chairman of the Senate EHEA committee through which the bill went, correct?
Yes.
And I was the chair of the E&T committee, which is one of the House committees, and the other House committee was Economic Matters, chaired then and now by C.T. Wilson, correct?
Yes.
So you and I and a number of other people were very centrally involved in the writing of that law, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so just to make sure that there is absolutely no question about this, I'm going to read a section of the law, and I'd like you to tell the commission and the public what you think it means, okay? All right, Section 10, and be it further enacted that, in alignment with the Commission on Climate Change's recommendations to transition to an all-electric building code in the state, 1, the General Assembly supports moving toward broader electrification of both existing buildings and new construction as a component of decarbonization, and 2, it is the intent of the General Assembly that the state of Maryland move toward broader electrification of both existing buildings and new construction on completion of the study required under subsection B, and subsection B is the subsection that deals with building codes administration. So it's open mic time. Director, tell me what you think that means.
I believe that that language addresses intent and a philosophy of the state legislature. And I think coupled with an earlier part of the legislation that calls for a 60% reduction by 2031, which was not aspirational, it was not a goal, it was a mandate. Taken together, that reductions had to take place in the next 7 or 8 years, and the belief that part of that decarbonization will almost necessarily have to include electrification. It was the belief that was the direction. But again, in Section 10, it speaks to a report that the preliminary report was completed by the Department of the Environment and is due December, with a very explicit plan on achieving that decarbonization and reduction to 60%, which is called for. So I think taken together, one, there's a specific goal, not a goal, a mandate in the front part of the bill, and then at the end of the bill, a belief, a philosophical belief, an intentional belief of where we had to go. And in fact, I think the language, which I haven't committed to memory, says, pending receipt of that report, it is a belief of the Maryland legislature that electrification will need to be accomplished in both those in both prospective new construction as well as existing.
Okay, and one final thing. You've been studying this issue area for decades, and you've been, well, so have I. I mean, a bunch of us have. And
you're aging us, yes.
Yeah. I'm going to be 65 tomorrow, so. So in any case, also, you've studied a lot of the literature with respect to electrified versus non-electrified appliances, and you know that it's a central goal of this administration, the Miller administration, to reduce prices. I just want, and this is just your opinion, but I think it's important to put on the record. Do you believe that electrification can serve both the goal of carbon reduction and cost containment for ratepayers?
I do. And I think they go hand in hand. I don't think they are oppositional. Mm-hmm. I think moving towards electrification obviously will help reduce, we think contribute to our efforts to address climate change. And there are other efforts going on. Obviously, we believe there's a relationship between expanding clean energy and reducing greenhouse gases. They go hand in hand. I mean, the more clean energy, the more we can effectively reduce greenhouse gases. We also want to protect ratepayers. At the same time, we want to keep them safe, and we fully understand and don't want to put anyone in jeopardy. But we think in terms of long-term planning, shifting the direction of the state and what its reliance is the appropriate thing to do. So we understand there's a docket that's been requested, I think, by the Office of People's Counsel on long-term planning, gas planning, and we think it's the prudent thing to do, mm-hmm. and it's in the best interest of not just the environment, but to ratepayers, because there is a potential cost in a lot of this, and we ought to quantify it and know to the, maybe not the dollar, but the trend lines, if in fact decarbonization and electrification will save us money or not, as some would contend. You know, I also serve on the Maryland Climate Commission. I've been on it for a number of years, 8 years under the previous administration. And, you know, they actually hired some modeling groups, E3 being one of them, who came in with numbers of recommendations and virtually said, this is the best way to go. So I think, yes, it serves both the climate, environment, and society and the world in general, as well as ratepayers. And, you know, we want to keep the cost down for ratepayers.
Okay, thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm done.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Chair Hoover, and thank you, Director, for being here. You have actually two former MEA directors up here. I had the honor to serve a number of years ago, as did Chair Hoover. So there's a special place in my heart for MEA directors, and also I weighed very heavily the input from MEA, and appreciate your being here
And I
today.
assume we all have gray hair, so that's still our experience.
For that and many other reasons. But I had a very similar question. I think you may have answered already. But in earlier testimony from BG witnesses, they said it was really not clear right now. Just kind of paraphrasing that maybe there wasn't clarity in state policies, and so some of what they're doing now is because they need further direction. Do you think there is clarity for utilities on where we're going with electrification and greenhouse, gas reduction? And I guess the other part of it, since you may have largely answered it with Commissioner Barvey's question, I mean, has the companies or any utilities come to you as the MEA, as a policy director, policy advisor for the governor about, clarifications on what our state policies are?
I don't think there's any ambivalence at all. The state legislature passed the Climate Solutions Now Act, which I had the privilege to work on and sponsor. And it called for a 60% reduction. Not let's consider, we need to do this. And I think people understand it's a fairly strong bill and clear bill, but by its very nature, there's no ambiguity. The bill itself actually calls for specific actions, but even more importantly, it calls for the Department of the Environment to come up with an implementation plan, not to leave this in the ephemeral, in the abstract. And there's already been a preliminary report by the Global Sustainability Unit at the University of Maryland College Park recommending pathways. So I think this is coming into the material world. I mean, I think this is happening, and I don't believe anyone is going backwards. The front page of the Washington Post today, the lead headline was "Climate Change is Killing People," or something to that effect on A1. And they talk about Pakistan and some other countries where people are dying. So, I was a little aghast when in rebuttal or across, I can't remember, one of the BG&E witnesses said, we'll wait till we're told to do something, and this might be decades. Well, the law says by 2031. It's not a question of we're going to put this off till tomorrow. I think back to, Gone with the Wind, and I think one of the last scenes, there's always tomorrow. And I think there's not, and that's why the bill passed the legislature. The then governor did not veto it. He didn't sign it. And so the path forward, starting with a plan that MDE is developing, which is due sometime in December, will lay a very specific plan, a very explicit plan that the state is going to have to follow. And I can't presuppose what's in it. Another agency is taking the lead on that. We have a part to play in that in terms of clean energy. But all the utilities in the state are going to have to consider what's in that plan, and particularly when it becomes law.
All right, thank you for that. In your testimony, well, first of all, you could say MEA did agree with OPC's position that a part of the MYP, the electrification plan, I think the words you used was premature at this stage. Is that correct?
I'm sorry,
I thought you agreed with OPC
on,
on the fact that the electrification plan.
absolutely.
Okay.
I think we entered testimony.
Yeah.
That,
And then we agree with that. So that's
Okay.
so you don't have to go any further than that. But I just wanted to. One of when you were in the legislature, the legislature gave us a couple of other requirements. One of them to us, and that was to do a study on electrification. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Yeah,
A
and then-
report to the LPC, I believe.
Correct. Yeah. And then also the Climate Solutions Now Act. There is a requirement to do a MDE to provide a pathways to decarbonization.
Correct.
Is that correct? We did hear from a testimony yesterday from Mr. Takahashi. He is currently leading at Synapse, working on the electrification study that we will be receiving later this year. And is it true that their MDE is still working on the decarbonization study?
I believe so. The preliminary study was due in June, which they contracted, as I said, with the University of Maryland College Park Global Sustainability Group to do that. So they accepted that as a preliminary report, and they are working on, and occasionally we're consulted, but they are the lead agency. I want to reiterate that, and they're working on that, and they have to submit that to, I guess, the governor and the legislature, I think either by mid or end of December, and then the legislature and the administration will take whatever action they want to do.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to read any of OPC witness Takahashi's testimony?
I have not. I
Okay.
apologize.
Okay, well, one of my takeaways, and I'll just preface the testimony there, is there seems to be some inconsistencies with where the work he's doing on the electrification study may not be consistent with some of the, I guess, the assumptions that went into the studies or the outcomes of the studies that the BGE based a number of its programs beyond the electrification program that it was offering for the MYP. And I just wanted to find out if you had any thoughts on other aspects of the MYP that might not be consistent at this time or premature for us to take up in this MYP. Am I saying that right? Yeah, MYP. Or if you have any thoughts on any of those programs. In other words, should we, halt before approving all of the company's MYP pending outcomes from these studies that the legislature have ordered?
Well, I haven't seen his preliminary study or heard his read
fair
his
enough.
testimony, nor the utilities report, and I sort of follow a belief of no investigation, no right to speak. There were a couple of policies that have been covered in prior testimony.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned the ZVAC machine and tree planting, and it was suggested that the utility be approved for a PIM for tree planting, and I can only tell you that as someone who helped shape a law 2 years ago where the state actually planted 5 million trees without any kind of return on investment or incentive, that caused me to pause of a potential unnecessary expense on the back of ratepayers. So I can only speak to what's in the prior testimony, and I would rather withhold judgment on the other reports.
Fair enough. And it just goes to, there was some discussion as to whether, I think the word was used, in sync or not. A BG witness case suggested that the MYP before us is perfectly in sync with state policy and these reports that are yet to be seen. And I just wanted to find out if MEA at this point had any concerns about just moving forward fully with the MYP, or if there was a reason to pause
Right. I
for those
have
reports.
some subjective thoughts, but not based on facts, so I will leave
Okay.
it at that.
Well, fair enough. If you have anything that for your I can't think of what the last what's called, but anyway, your final submissions to the commission on this, I'd welcome your thoughts there. I guess one other area is on, you do talk about in your testimony, your direct, on page 7 through 13, about that there may be other entities than the utilities that could be more effective. I think you specifically say other state or private market stakeholders. And then also in your testimony at the conclusion, you said the CSNA did not envision utilities as the primary implementers of state policy. Did you want to expand on that? I mean, is that do you have concerns about specific areas in the MYP now that would be better, I guess, be better, I guess, executed by these other entities other than utilities that you suggest in your testimony?
Well, first of all, I think this body has spoken by separating out the electrification and saying, let's wait for the state to act.
Okay.
So I think that was a statement in itself, saying the government, which is the body that leads Maryland, should be in the lead, not the utilities, in deciding what that plan is. So I think you've already spoken by separating that out and saying it's premature and creating a separate docket. So I think you've already taken a position and a stand on that.
Okay, great.
Look, utilities play an important role in our state. They're regulated, they distribute the energy, and, to the degree that they are protecting the public safety when there's a leak and replacement, very important. I mean, they are an important stakeholder. But their interests may be different from ratepayers. They might be different from the state legislature. They might be different from scientists. And I think having them being the lead agency might put different interests above those that are important to the state of Maryland, including scientists, ratepayers, and others.
Okay, if you'll indulge me, just one more question. I love talking to MEA directors. So I was glad in your testimony you talk a little bit about PBRs and PIMs, performance incentive mechanisms. I've been interested in that. I on a committee at NARUC that talks about and what some states are doing as far as trying to advance state policies, particularly forward-looking state policies, using PBRs and PIMs as a mechanism.
PBRs?
I'm sorry, performance-based rate making. Yeah, sorry. I was glad that you brought that up in your testimony. I know it was specific to what's in this MYP, but you did mention, I think it was Witness Lane's testimony yesterday, and also us. Maybe you didn't, but Witness Lane yesterday for OPC talked a little bit about the process that how we might improve on how we create PIMs in this state, and you pointed to one directive we've given to utilities, and that is to work with stakeholders, particularly like MEA. The other suggestion was that we actually look to entities like MEA and other stakeholders to actually produce or generate PIMs or PBRs. Is that an area that MEA would be, interested in taking on, or do you think that would be an appropriate function for MEA?
Yeah, look, as Public Service Commission said, you should consult with these entities because they have some knowledge and expertise and interest. So yes, I think we would be happy to participate in those kind of discussions. I do think moving on PIMs should be somewhat conditioned by a couple of filters. One being what the plan looks like in terms of implementing Climate Solutions Now Act. So in other words, if we have to move more quickly on doing X than Y, maybe that is something that needs more incentive to have it happen more quickly. And so doing it prior to a pathway forward, the actual plan, is sort of shooting in the dark in my view, and that if the Department of the Environment and possibly subsequently the legislature adopts a plan, and some have a shorter timeline, and we have to move more rapidly, that's one filter we should look at. I think the second filter, as I referred in the past, is whether it's duplicative of other financial arrangements. I mean, we don't want to duplicate money and add a burden to ratepayers if we don't have to. You know, and so putting an incentive on top of something where the expectation is it gets done because there is a return on investment already being allowed, we have responsibility to the ratepayers. Obviously, you know that better than I, but I'm becoming much more attuned to that. So I think those filters of being intentional of where those PIMs are based on the needs decided by scientists and other experts rather than that utility's business model, I think makes a lot of sense. And so if something is not needed in the next 5 or 7 years, maybe that doesn't need a PIM as much as another one. And so that's conceptual. That's a conceptual framework. But more to the particular point, we would be happy to engage in this conversation. I'm sure OPC and other organizations as well. I mean, they were the two mentioned in item 53 in the earlier document that you all generated. There might be others who also would be thoughtful and helpful in addressing where we should have additional incentives to offer to you utilities.
Great. Well, again, thank you, Director Pinsky, for being here today, and thank you, Chair Hoover, for letting me go on for so long.
Oh, no problem. Commissioner O'Donnell, and actually you can see him up there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
I apologize for not being there in person to greet you. And I say Senator, I would give some of my own context to that. The former late and great Senate President always told me that once a senator, always a senator. And I know my former colleague Barbe heard that many, many times. And I often get confused a little bit in these proceedings because I don't know if you're director, or senator, but you're always very thoughtful, and I'm very appreciative of that and your contribution to the state. So I have two lines of questions, Director Pinsky. One is regarding gas policy in the state of Maryland going forward. Controversial, absolutely. Forward-looking, absolutely. Arguable, absolutely. And in the previous administration, the former director of MEA helped me kind of ferret that out a little bit because various groups were coming before the Public Service Commission saying Maryland's state policy has now changed to stop investments in gas, to do away with gas expansion, to kind of defund that energy source going forward. And the former director would answer my questions to give some clarity to that, because I didn't find that to be true. Maybe where we want to be, it may be where we're going, for sure, but not yet. We're not there yet, and it's not stated policy. And stated policy of this government is found in written law and written regulation, and not in kind of wants and wishes. And I wanted to get MEA's current thought on gas policy. One, can you answer definitively, is it the state policy to do away with gas expansion and investment and that energy source as a matter of formal policy?
That is not currently the policy of the state of Maryland.
Okay. Thank you for that, because it's helpful because I find myself continuously beating back this drumbeat of interest groups who come before us saying that it is. And I feel like sometimes the Lone Ranger out here is saying, no, it's not. Not yet. Anyway, it may be, but someday, but it is not yet. And so I appreciate your clarity and your succinctness on that answer. Because that's helpful as we make these decisions. It came up in this proceeding. It will come up in other proceedings. It has come up in many proceedings. We need to be able to address that head on. So your unambiguous answer is very helpful to me. Let's talk about electrification policy a little bit from MEA's perspective. So the Climate Solutions Act now, as you and Chairman Barvey both intended it and wrote it and passed by the legislature and signed by the governor and being implemented by the executive branch now, including us and OPC and others, envisions a move towards electrification. But it doesn't necessarily say what the milestones are. In other words, this has to be done by a date certain, this has to be done by a date certain. I don't think. In other words, there's a lot of evaluation to be done. Is that true or not true?
As we discussed with Commissioner Barvey, the law explicitly states a philosophy of moving in that direction. It doesn't set a mile marker. It says explicitly that we must do these reductions in the next 7 or 8 years. There's no ambiguity on that. Now, the detailed analysis hopefully we'll get in the next 60 to 90 days, I guess it is. So, again, we don't want to presuppose what those pathways are. But most scientists, most experts say decarbonization requires a shift from fossil fuels to following clean energy if we're going to make these reductions. So beyond that, the details have not been worked out yet. But the law is pretty clear, I think, of the direction. And people can sort of ignore that law, but that is the law of Maryland.
Agreed, and we will carry it out with full force and integrity without partiality or prejudice to the best of our ability, for sure. Regardless of our personal thoughts, that's not our job. It was one of the biggest transitions I had to make from the legislative branch to the executive branches. My opinion didn't matter anymore. Policy was set, and my job was to implement it, and that's kind of how I approach my job. So I appreciate that. I asked the question for a reason, though, and the reason is this. We have seen recent evidence that a headlong tumult into electrification can cause devastating problems if not thought out. And I offer as evidence, and it's arguable, I suppose, but the experience in California with wildfires and elsewhere, and the experience in Hawaii, the devastating and terrible Maui wildfires that some people are attributing to either Hawaii Electric or PSE&G. It almost bankrupted PSE&G over the last some years. I guess my concern is we have to go there. I'm fully foursquare behind going there because it's state policy and the legislature and governor said so, and we will. But we shouldn't be blind to the detrimental impacts that it may have, if there are any, or we should ferret them out or not be afraid to uncover that rock and see what's under there because of our zeal to get to a certain policy goal. And so I guess what is an appropriate backstop to say, hey, if you come upon this and you're jumping off the cliff with this instead of doing it in a gradual, balanced approach, you may cause great harm to life and limb and property and the utilities, financial health going forward if you don't think this through. And I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. What is the stopping point to say, hang on, we need an off ramp here because we found this out?
Well, Commissioner, with all due respect, and we've had our times of agreement and times of disagreement, I think those two incidents in California, Hawaii are a distraction. I mean, I look up, we have electricity, we have lights, we have computers plugged in on electricity. It's not like we have to decide whether our society uses electricity or not. And if we're going to talk about backstop of heating water or heating air or cooling water or cooling air, we can look at the whole picture. But I don't think that our society or our globe is going to backtrack on the use of electricity. So I think it sort of takes us away from the issue, because even if transitioning for the use from fossil fuels to cleaner energy or electrification, when it comes to affecting the air and water, we still have electricity we have to deal with. So, have we had the conversation of, do we need a backstop for continuing to use electricity or expanding electricity into those areas of our country or the globe that doesn't have electricity? I don't think that's a conversation taking place right now. So I think, again, I hate to use the word distraction, but I don't think we need a backstop, and I don't think the conversation should be centered around the return on investment. I think it should be somewhat centered on the ratepayers and what is necessary and what's unnecessary. I think creating too many backstops will change the cost and the burden on ratepayers. And if ultimately there is a shift, and the study from MDE and the legislature says we need electrification, decarbonization, it potentially could end up with stranded costs, and that would fall on ratepayers. And if more ratepayers shift to electricity, it'll fall on the backs of even fewer ratepayers and be even more expensive. So I think backstops, if we're going to take up that issue, we should take it up for the lights as well.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I wasn't suggesting, though, that, and I want to be clear, that the question was about whether or not we use electricity or not. We are going to. It's going to be an integral part of all energy policy going forward. There's no doubt about that. And it's essential, and electrification is the stated policy of the state of Maryland. So we will pursue it with full faith and diligence. No doubt about that. However, it's not just a matter of what ratepayers will pay, and I've had discussions with our Office of People's Counsel about this. It's a matter of the public interest. So part of the reason that the Maryland Public Service Commission was created to regulate rates, starting with railroads back in the early 1900s, I suppose, or earlier, it was so that we didn't get distracted by only ratepayers' interest or political interest in that regard, but that we could take up the public interest. In other words, if we don't have a healthy utility that has a monopoly franchise that's healthy to serve safe and reliable electricity to the consumers, now we're putting the public's interest at risk and not just the ratepayers. So there's a balance there, and we try to strike that right balance in our decisions and our considerations and our deliberations. But sometimes you have to make sure you understand the pitfalls too, and not blind yourself to those pitfalls. In other words, if you overload a system that's not engineered and designed immediately by jumping off the cliff instead of a balanced approach to build it out and accommodate it, could you cause wires to droop, wires to fall off, wires to spark? And are there mitigating strategies to deal with that if that's part of the issue? In other words, growth management in our forest, underbrush cleaning. I think there was an effort here 20 some years ago to do just that. I got to go down to the White House and participate in a program about that, cleaning the underbrush and managing our forests more appropriately. And now we've seemed to defocus on that, and that's my opinion. That's my opinion. Where a lot of these wildfires come from when they do get sparked, whether it's lightning, natural causes, electricity, down wires, whatever. That the impact of that is just tremendous, because we haven't managed our forests and the undergrowth and the vegetation underneath it. So.
I'm not sure if there was a question there, Mr.
Well,
Commissioner.
the question becomes: is MEA considering these facts beyond the fundamental question, which I'm really not asking, is do we have electricity going forward or not?
Well, I think I have answered that. We believe in shifting to clean energy. What that looks like specifically in terms of greenhouse gas reduction, we're awaiting the study undergoing by the Department of the Environment, and will be, I assume, submitted to the PSC, the legislature, and the governor in 60 or 90 days. And we think the direction is stated in the law, while maybe not the explicit turns and what brush has to be cleared in what forest. So I think that's the best I can answer at this point.
All right. Well, I appreciate the discussion and the back and forth and colloquy. And Director, it's always good to see you. Appreciate again having you with us. And on a personal note, Paul, it's always good to see you personally. So thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, Director Pinsky, the company in its application has requested a significant amount of money for investments in their natural gas system. And part of their argument has been that, the customers are still requesting gas service, building developers and things like that. And since you previously said that, natural gas is not banned, that the state legislature hasn't, crossed that bridge, so to speak, tell us how we should thread the needle between, maintaining the gas system so that it's safe and reliable, since it's still an available fuel and people are still demanding it, versus the concern about significant investments in infrastructure that may not be used and useful in a short period of time because of changes in state policy.
No, and I think that is, if not one of the fundamental questions, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, public safety is something we fully support. There's leaks or pipe has to be replaced. We don't want to put anybody's health at risk. So I for the record, and again, no ambiguity there. So those immediate tasks, we have to ensure that what happened in Silver Spring and other places doesn't happen again. The question of longer-term asset replacement, how does that get handled? Investments now, as I understand it, and I'm not an economist and I'm not a statistician, the costs and paying for those investments now incur a fair amount of money in the out years. It's not just the principal, but the interest. And that can be paid for 10, 20, 30, 40 years in the future, and those numbers get pretty high. And it's my understanding that does in fact fall on the ratepayers. It's not a very clear dividing line of, do we replace pipe X that might not be of the material we think is optimal, But how does that fit with the mandate and responsibilities and philosophy of the greenhouse gas and reduction? And I think both those have to be looked at in tandem. And I think opposed to just saying we are going to replace anything and everything going into the future, even though we might realize that as more and more people shift to clean energy, some of those pipes might not be needed. So why make an investment in a dying industry? I'm thinking in terms of stock investment now. I mean, is someone going to invest in industry X when you know in 5 or 10 years it's not going to be a viable industry? And you don't make those investments if you're an investor in the stock market. And I just think that the Public Service Commission needs to not just balance replacement of assets without any other considerations. That the second consideration is any implication it has on our state's shift responding to climate change and decarbonization. And I think both those have to be looked at in tandem, obviously, with the burden that may fall on ratepayers. And if, in fact, more ratepayers choose to go to, we'll say, heat pumps, hypothetically, and aren't even using those, or if a builder with a new development says, I'm going to do a creative geothermal for my community of 50 houses, and they don't need pipe, how do you integrate that into your decision making? And I think for far too long, there's only been one consideration. Well, and obviously ratepayers, but the replacement of assets. And I think it can't, I think life has hit us up the side of the head that things are changing. People are dying. It's every day in the newspaper on A1 of some type of crisis, flooding, drought, whatever it might be, and it's pretty unequivocal. I mean, even what word deniers, I think, are pretty few in numbers. So I think the decarbonization has to move as a primary filter in your considerations in agreeing for cost and asset replacement in the future for those that are not immediately needed for the public safety and immediate well-being of the public. So that's sort of the best. I'm not in your position, thank heavens. I've already shifted from being a legislator and advocate to joining the executive branch as an administrator working for the second floor. But making those decisions, I think, is going to take a paradigm shift. And it's got to be done intentionally. It can't just be done haphazardly. And I think, let me just stop there.
Okay, fine. So on a different subject, so obviously a big piece of the move into a cleaner energy future involves encouraging deployment of electric vehicles and electric vehicle infrastructure. And the state's got a pretty ambitious goal, and the public utilities have been sort of enlisted as part of the deployment mechanisms for those things. But in a similar way, we face this situation of a concern that, because they're a monopoly operation, too heavily involvement by them in deployment of charging stations and vehicle deployment will stifle what could be a competitive private industry. So again, trying to figure out how we sort of thread this needle between, having them be participants and helping the state accomplish its electric vehicle goals without having them, sort of Bigfoot their way into this thing and stifle what could be emerging competitive entities.
Short of one utility guaranteeing the cheapest price, I don't know why you'd want to stifle competition to allow other people into the marketplace. Again, if there was a guarantee for not just next year, but 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, they will beat any price, then it might have to be considered. But I think, look, we want to grow EV infrastructure. that's one of our priorities at MEA, and we are providing grants to lots of groups and individuals and multifamily operations to have more chargers, so more people move in that direction. So, and again, the federal government, the Biden administration, in the NEVI, they want to have an infrastructure on all the major highways, north, south, east, west, 95, have level 3 chargers within a mile and a half or a mile of the major interstates, and I applaud that. I happen to have an electric car, and range anxiety is real, and I get pretty good range on mine. Maybe not as good as the commissioner to my right, but it's important, as well as us moving to mass transit. We need more traditional cars off the road and alternative structures for transportation. As you know, it's the number one contributor. But it sort of is astonishing, but not astonishing, of trying to have a control on monopoly on the EV infrastructure. I know the pilot to get that started fell into one utility, and again, I'm not sure where that is in this proposal, but it raises questions for me of having one entity controlling that. There are a lot of promises that can get made in other sectors where it's a great promise. Please take us, and for the first year, 2 or 3, the price is low, but then in year 4 or 5, it goes through the roof, and it drives people crazy. We hear it anecdotally in other sectors, and I'm not talking about utilities here. And so I think we have to have an insurance, and at least in this area for this period of time, it would seem to me, and again, we haven't had a full discussion whether it should be competitive nature, but we want to make it as cheap as possible. We want people to, one, be able to access an EV and the price be reasonable so they're attracted to electric vehicles. I mean, we all know, I think it's acknowledged that it's so far to date, the more of the middle class and upper middle class are purchasing them.
Sure.
Working families can't afford it. Black and brown families can't get to an EV charger if they're in a multifamily situation or an inner city situation. We have to change that, and we're using that as a filter at MEA of how can we go into communities that have been ignored or abandoned to have them be able to access this market. So I think that filter should also be used in terms of contemplating what the EV policy should be.
Yeah, thank you. Any other? Well, thank you very much, and good luck in your tenure. I've literally walked in your shoes. So actually, well, no, let's keep going. So go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think we have to do an attorney switch, but our next witness is going to be David Garrett. And after that will be Dr. Asa Hopkins.
Yeah, I did receive it. Yeah, so yeah. So right.
I got too much stuff.
Do you want me to pass things out? So you don't have to walk around.
No, that's okay. I need the exercise.
So you stand down here.
Change your mind.
I'm killing my head.
Your Honor, can I get 2 minutes to get?
Sure.
Thank you.
Why'd you did that? Why'd you did that?
60 more seconds.
Are we off the record? Are we off the record?
Well, not exactly, so.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. I'm ready to go.
Okay. You're right. Actually, oh, yeah.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm or declare in person the testimony about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Hi, Mr. Garrett. I'm Gary L. Alexander, and you know. Would you kindly state your name for the record, please?
My name is David Garrett.
And would you please state the name of your business and its address and location?
I'm the managing member of Resolve Utility Consulting, and we're located in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
Would you please state the position? I think you just did that, so let's go on. Mr. Garrett, do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony of David J. Garrett on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel dated June 20, 2023?
Yes, I do.
Does your direct testimony consist of about 36 pages of narrative testimony, 3 appendices, and 16 exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, can I have that marked as OPC Exhibit 47?
So, Mark.
Thank you. Do you also have before you a document entitled Surrebuttal Testimony of David J. Garrett on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel, and that's dated August 25, 2023?
Yes.
And does your surrebuttal testimony consist of about 11 pages of narrative testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this pre-filed surrebuttal testimony of Mr. Garrett be marked as OPC Exhibit 48.
So marked.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Garrett, were both of these documents prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or deletions to make to either of your respective pre-filed, prepared written testimonies at this time?
No.
If you were asked the same questions today under oath as were posed in each of your pre-filed prepared testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And for these reasons, do you adopt your pre-filed direct and surrebuttal testimonies respectively as your sworn testimony in this matter?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move that the direct and surrebuttal testimonies of David J. Garrett be admitted as evidence into the record of this proceeding.
Seeing no objections, so admitted.
Your Honor, Mr. Garrett is now available for cross-examination.
Walmart. Sierra Club. Amtrak. Montgomery County Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW. Department of Defense, MEA.
No questions.
Baltimore Gas and Electric.
A few questions. Good morning, Mr. Garrett.
Good
My
morning.
name's Beverly Sikora. I'm an attorney for Baltimore Gas and Electric. Right off the bat, I'm going to apologize if I accidentally call you Mr. Garin, because
Yeah.
having a two depreciation witnesses with close to the same name has been difficult, and I've already messed up BG witnesses White and Wright this morning. So
Oh, yeah.
that's, so BGE's depreciation witness, Mr. Alice, thank goodness he has a different name, he was critical of your service lives being too long in light of the state's decarbonization goals. That's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And on page 4 of your Sir rebuttal testimony, you summarized Mr. Alice's arguments, correct?
Yes.
Page 4. So starting on lines 13, you say that, and some of this is a quote from Mr. Alice, but you say that Mr. Alice claims that projections of reduced gas usage will fairly obviously result in shorter service lives for gas assets. Mr. Alice also claims that a corresponding projection of increased electrification will likewise result in shorter service lives for electric assets, correct?
Yes.
Could I ask what page that was on again?
That was page 4.
Of Saraba.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. And then on that's correct, right?
Yes.
Okay. And on the very next page, you respond to that, and you disagree, and you say, let's see. Starting on page 13, you say, the scenario Mr. Alice is suggesting is not one in which gas demand simply declines, but is one in which a decline in gas demand necessitates the complete early retirement of gas assets. Such a scenario is highly speculative. It does not meet the convincing showing standard required for the company to meet to show its proposed depreciation rates are not excessive. Correct?
That's correct. I believe you said page 13, but starting at line 13 of that page.
Oh, I'm sorry, page 5. You didn't have 13. What did you?
Right. You did read that correctly.
Okay. So, have you, going to Mr. Alice's rebuttal testimony, he actually referenced OPC's petition for near-term priority actions and comprehensive long-term planning for Maryland's gas companies. And he notes that in a data request response, you said that you had not read that or reviewed that document before you prepared your direct testimony. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And clear that you've read Mr. Alice's rebuttal testimony, but I noticed that you didn't mention the OPC petition anywhere in your Sir rebuttal testimony.
Not in my Sir rebuttal.
Okay. Have you had a chance to read that petition or review it at all since?
I believe since then I have reviewed it. It's been some time.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness.
Sure.
So this is actually the petition, and I have a copy of the full petition that I can present to some folks if they want the full petition, but then in the interest of not killing trees, I also.
I think you're dead already.
Huh?
I think you're dead already.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're right. And I overestimated how many people would still be here, so I can, the commission wants the long version, I can give you the long version.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Short version is good.
Okay.
I'll give a couple shorts,
I like trees.
Okay.
couple longs.
Actually, I'll take the full thing, so
Okay.
just so I have it for the record.
Trey, you got the long version.
Yeah.
Okay.
Short for long.
You want the long.
There you go. Here, I'll just keep both, so I'm good.
We get the court reporter the long version.
Yeah.
She gives Mr. Baker a long version.
Did Mr. Garrett get the long version?
Yes, he did.
Good. Thank you.
Long.
Thank you.
Long short.
Well, thank you.
Anybody wrong one. So can you turn to page 5 of the document?
Okay.
And if you go 4 lines up from, actually, no, it's not page 5. I'm sorry, it's actually the very first page. It doesn't have a page number on it. At the bottom, it starts out at the very top. It says petition of the Office of People's Counsel for near-term priority actions and comprehensive long-term planning for Maryland's gas companies. You should come up with an acronym for that one.
I'm there.
Okay. And can you please read about 4 lines up from the bottom, starting with left unaddressed?
It says, left unaddressed, this misalignment will have significant adverse consequences for Maryland's residential customers and utilities, including possible financial responsibility for tens of billions of dollars of utility assets that are stranded because market forces render them unused or cause their early retirement.
So, and I don't know if you, again, hopefully this being the beginning of the petition, basically what they were talking about is stranded gas assets, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So clearly OPC has a concern about stranded gas assets as a result of electrification and decarbonization in the state.
Based on what I've just read here, it, I mean, they're referencing potential stranded assets here.
But in your depreciation analysis, you don't seem to think that's a concern and believe that longer service lives are still warranted.
Your Honor, since Counsel for BGE referenced something in his testimony, can I ask for BGE to reference the page number and the lines where Mr. Garrett
Sure.
said what BGE said he said?
Actually, he doesn't respond to this at all. That's kind of my point, is that he doesn't address this from Mr. Ellis's testimony. But I think it's clear that he does say that his service lives are appropriate despite the...
Well, Your Honor, if it's not in his testimony, I have no problem with it. I thought I heard that with reference to your testimony, and maybe I didn't hear properly the second half of the question, but again, at the end of BGE counsel, what she said now, she mentioned something about Mr. Alice and Mr. Garrett's response to Mr. Alice. So if BGE counsel can at least point to where Mr. Garrett said that, I think that would be appropriate.
Sure. Page 5, it was what I read starting kind of at line 13 of his rebuttal, where the scenario Mr. Alice is suggesting is not one in which gas demand simply declines, but one in which a decline in gas demand necessitates the complete early retirement of gas assets. Such a scenario is highly speculative. So you believe that scenario is highly speculative, even though OPC clearly has expressed great concern about that scenario.
Right. I don't think those positions are necessarily conflicting. And I do want to be clear that my proposed service lives, that none of my position contemplates a scenario in which the company is not recovering all of its investment. So to the extent that sometimes stranded costs are used to identify unrecovered costs, my testimony is not contemplating that scenario.
But if you extend the service life, don't you increase the risk of stranded costs because things have to be retired early?
Oh, I don't think so necessarily. I don't necessarily agree with Mr. Alice's speculative, predictions about these assets all having to be retired early that would necessitate a shorter service life estimate. And so again, under my proposed appreciation rates, none of these costs, at least the idea, I'm not contemplating that any of these costs would be stranded. The utility would still recover all of its investment.
Well, I guess it's not, my point is that it wasn't just Mr. Alice, that OPC expressed concerns about stranded costs, which is what they're saying on the very first page of their petition.
Well, in this one sentence I've read, that they do reference stranded costs, but I don't think these positions are necessarily at odds with each other, at least based on what I've read.
So if I propose a 20-year service life and it gets extended to 25 and it winds up getting retired early at 10, hasn't the extension of the lives by an additional 5 years increased the amount of undepreciable costs?
Well, there's a couple key points. Since my service life adjustments relate to mass property, the idea is that the company is a going concern. It's bringing in new investments, so there's retired investments going out, new investments going in, and it keeps rolling on. The hypothetical that you described, to the extent you're referring to a lifespan property like a single unit, this is usually used for like electric generating plants. Even under that scenario, where you had a depreciable life of 20 years and the assets retired at 10 years, there's many examples around the country where that undepreciated balance is put into a regulatory asset, and the utility does still recover the cost.
But that's making an assumption about what happens with those under-recoverable costs. But you still have a pot of unrecoverable, it's a larger pot of unrecoverable costs that you have to deal with.
No, I'm not. In that scenario we're talking about, they're not unrecoverable costs. They are still recovered, but after the asset is retired, under our hypothetical that we're talking about.
But that would have to be a decision about how to do that.
Yes, under our hypothetical, the commission would need to approve a regulatory asset.
Correct. But again, it would be a larger regulatory asset because the lives had been extended.
Well, the amount of the undepreciated balance that in this scenario will be put into a regulatory asset will be greater, just depending on the service life estimates that were existing versus when the asset was actually retired.
Okay. Move on. Moving on to favorite subject, well, for depreciation people, calculation of the net salvage rates. In your calculation of the net salvage rates under the Maryland present value method, which we should all feel very honored that there's something called the Maryland present value method, you do so on a composite account level basis rather than on a vintage level basis, as Mr. Alice did, correct?
That's correct.
And staff's witness also used the vintage level basis as well, correct?
Yes, Mr. Guerin, testifying for staff, did use the vintage approach in this case.
Are you aware of anybody else who's done the Maryland present value method for calculating net salvage using an account level basis before?
Yes, when I first testified for OPC a few years, well, now it's been several years ago, and learned of this unique, the Maryland, present value method, I had reviewed the testimony of a former OPC witness, Charles King, and he, as I understood his testimony, because I modeled my model after his, that he had used what we're calling the composite or account level approach. So it has been used by at least one other witness and myself also in prior cases.
Was it accepted by the commission?
My understanding is that the case in which he proposed the method, that his method was adopted. which would have been the account level approach in that case.
Okay. Your calculation of the net salvage rates under the Maryland present value method also uses BGE's weighted average rate of return as the discount rate rather than the credit adjusted risk-free rate, the CARFR, C-A-R-F-R, which is what Mr. Ellis used, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And staff's witness, Mr. Guerin, used the CARFR as well?
If I recall, I believe that's correct, subject to check.
Mr. Garrett, have you reviewed any of the testimony in the current rate case for Columbia Gas of Maryland that's currently ongoing?
Yes.
Specifically the depreciation testimony. Clear, you're not going to read everything else. And you're not the witness for OPC in that case, correct?
Not for depreciation.
Oh, okay. Mr. Guerin, who's staff's witness, is OPC's witness in that case.
For the depreciation issues, I believe so, yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that Mr. Guerin, who was OPC's witness in the Columbia case, but staff's witness in our case, he calculates the net salvage rates on a vintage level basis, and he uses the CARFR like he is in our case?
If I recall, in the Columbia case, he did use the vintage level approach. And I can't specifically recall what his position was for the CARFR.
Counsel, just so you know, when you distribute it, I provided to Mr. Garrett the testimonies of Mr. Alice and Mr. Bauhaus and Mr. Case, so he doesn't need what you're gonna. I'm just saying, if you do,
Okay,
he's got
no.
it. That's all. Thank
Nope.
you.
Nope, I am actually, this is the direct testimony of James Guerin in the Columbia case. And again, I have a similar menu type situation. I have the short version or the long version. You get the long version. Who wants the long version of
Actually,
depreciation testimony?
I'll take the long version. So.
Right, you're feeling bad. I'll do short.
No, none of these have been marked. So.
Well, thank you.
Short. Thank you.
You already
Huh?
You already have this, don't you?
What?
This.
Oh, Mr. Guerin and this, yeah, but I didn't bring it in. It's the Columbia case.
I know.
Okay.
I know what it says. Yeah.
Mr. Garrett, can you please turn to page 18,
Okay.
line 12?
Okay.
And on lines 12 and 13, Mr. Guerin says that he adopted the use of the CARFR as the discount factor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Garrett, good morning. My name is Michael Dean. I'm the attorney for staff in this case. One question for BGE. Are you marking any of the?
Yes, Your Honor, I completely forgot to do that in my zeal to get these passed out.
Okay.
So I think part of my problem was I wasn't sure if OPC's position had been entered into the record yet, but I don't believe it has. So we can mark that as BGE Exhibit 47, I think we're up to.
Which is 47? The
So she's proposing to mark the petition as BG&E Exhibit 47.
okay, but not yet entered into the evidence.
No, we're still just marking.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just marking it, so.
And then the testimony for Mr. Guerin with an N in the Columbia case marked as BGE Exhibit 48.
So marked.
Okay? And yes, I would ask that these be moved into the record.
And Your Honor, I'll object to that.
And what-
Because,
They're public filings on the commission website. I mean, you don't introduce as a general rule something that's on the commission's website. Now, I do agree that they should be marked because when we're reviewing all, the commission and the parties in writing briefs, it makes life easier to identify what one is talking about. But I don't see why these are both in the dockets of their respective cases. That it's not. It shouldn't be in the record. They're public file documents.
Your Honor, the same could be said for the testimony in this case. It's all publicly available on your website, but we still go through the process of marking it and admitting it into evidence. And I believe, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I suspect that we've marked and admitted other documents into evidence that are also publicly available somewhere, particularly on the Commission's website.
May I respond, Your Honor?
sure.
The testimony in this case, filed in this case, you need to put it in the evidence because that's what it is. It's evidence in this case, and it's filed in this case. These are not, one is the petition, which is filed in the docket, and anybody can see it. And the other is the direct testimony in another case, which I don't think was specified. It's case number 9701, and it's Columbia Gas. And, Your Honor, further, that case, I believe, has not been resolved yet. So I have no problem with them being marked, and the commission and everybody else can refer to them in their briefs or in their order. I have no objection to that. I just don't think that they're evidence in this case. That's all.
Your Honor, I believe if you look at OPC Exhibits 30 and 31, they're similar. Oh, I'm sorry, 30 and 33. Yes, 33 is an order. 30 is order number 89638 in PC 51 and 9618. That was entered into evidence at the request of
Okay. So,
OPC Council.
I understand. So let's do this. I don't hold things up. We will admit 47, but not 48. Because I don't know what the status is of the testimony in the Columbia case, because that's not in front of us. So we will admit the petition, but we won't admit the testimony from the Columbia Gas case.
So when we file our briefs, we can't cite it?
No, Your Honor, they can cite it. I have no problem
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
with it being cited.
yeah.
That's allowed.
Well, that was weird, but okay.
Okay. Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Your Honor. Going back to the cross-examination. Turning to page 16 of your direct testimony.
Okay.
This is you have figure 3 here. This is an example of an observed life table curve for station equipment, correct?
Yes.
And in the text below, it states that it represents the truncation benchmark base of 1% of the beginning dollars exposed to retirement.
Yes.
Do you use, when you refer to benchmark base, do you use 1% as the truncation point for all of your observed life table curves?
You mean in this case or just in general in every case?
Well, in this case particular.
I believe in this case, unless if I didn't, I believe I would have specifically noted that. My typical practice is to use that 1% benchmark unless there's a good reason not to, and a lot of times that would come in a visual inspection of the observed life table. I mean, in this case, you see the little triangles kind of declining at a pretty steady pace, but sometimes you'll notice this big drop off at just one age interval. It'll just be this huge gap. So if I saw a gap like that, but that wasn't at 1%, it was at 1.2%, or something very close, it might be like, well, visually, it makes more sense to draw the truncation point here. But I believe in this case, I did consider that 1% benchmark for all of the accounts in dispute.
Thank you. And just in general, the truncation line is showing about 68 years, approximately.
Yes.
And for when you have an observed life table curve like this, this doesn't represent in any way the amount of property in the account. Is that correct?
On the observed life table curve?
Yes.
Right, I guess that's right. You're looking at the historical retirement rate over time.
Yes, this is completely a graph of this property of that account.
Yes.
So in other words, the truncation point has no relationship. When you see a truncation line like this, it doesn't represent any calculation of the amount of property in that account. It's always at the 1% of the remaining property.
Yeah, you would take 1% of the beginning dollars, so all the dollars that were at age 0 at that investment, you take 1% of that amount, and any age intervals that are occurring after that, the 1% of those beginning dollars exposed to retirement, the idea is that they're not as statistically relevant, which in this case, to show the truncation line as being, it would have made my position look even better to not show it, because my curve is kind of going out to fit those triangles, but what I'm saying is that we should cut those off and not consider them. And even when we do that, my curve still results in a closer fit, at least compared to the company's curve here.
Yes. In other words, by truncating the very long-lived pieces of property in any account, we're essentially getting rid of these outliers that represent less than 1% of the property.
Yeah, those triangles that occur after the vertical line are associated with much fewer dollars than those earlier and middle age intervals that you don't want to give them the same statistical credit. Not that it's just inherently wrong to. Again, this is just a general benchmark and not one that everybody just across the industry always follows for every account in every case. But yes, that's the idea, is that we don't want to give those triangles at the end the same weight as all those other triangles that were in the middle and upper portions of the curve.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Give me a redirect.
A few, Your Honor. I'll start with putting my glasses on so I can read it. Okay, do you recall counsel for BGE asking you about the OPC petition of the Office of People's Counsel for near-term priority actions and comprehensive long-term planning for Maryland's gas companies. Do you recall being asked about that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you at all involved with anything, preparations, analyses with regard to this petition?
No.
Right. And again, there's a question, I guess, about in terms of stranded cost, why you wouldn't consider the let me strike that for a second and go to this. To your knowledge, has this case involving this petition, has it been concluded to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Has anybody brought to you from wherever it is appointed to you any final order in this case, in that case?
I haven't seen a final order.
And then you got asked about stranded costs. And you didn't, you were asked about stranded costs. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in your analyses, do you recall whether you considered stranded costs in your analysis of the survivor curves or net salvage?
I didn't consider stranded costs in the way that, again, the example we went through of like an electric generating station, which is, say, had a particular life that's being shortened or accelerated, maybe for environmental reasons, which is, the situation is very common. And a lot of times clients I represent will say, keep the plant lives the same. Say a plant was going to retire in 2030 and the utility says, actually we want to retire it in 2025. Well, the clients, a lot of the interveners will say, keep the lives the same for depreciation purposes. You can retire the plant whenever you want. And then that contemplates a scenario now where you have an unrecovered investment, but at least all the cases I've been involved in, the interveners that are saying keep the depreciation lives the same are still then saying, you can put the unrecovered balance in a regulatory asset to help reduce, to mitigate the impact to current ratepayers. But in this case, since we're dealing with mass property, if you're just assuming that the company is going to be a going concern with electric or gas operations, then I don't think that I haven't seen any proposal that's really contemplating this idea of stranded costs and how we deal with the costs that are undepreciated at the time of an asset's retirement. With mass property, yes, property's being retired all the time, but new property's coming in, and so it's part of the continuing property records. There's no end of life date that's set for well, in this case, the company. You can do that for a particular unit, like an electric generating plant, but you'd have to do it for the entire, for a particular account or for either gas or electric operations. But that's a different scenario that I haven't seen and that my testimony doesn't contemplate.
Are these accounts, just to make sure, are these accounts kept by BGE? Are they pursuant to the FERC required accounting? Is that where the accounts relate to? The Federal Energy Regulatory Commission?
Yes.
Okay. So, you mentioned on the page, actually you were asked, if you recall, you were asked about, I guess it's in your surrebuttal testimony. You were asked about page 5, if I can direct you to that and everyone else, to lines 11 to 18, And you were asked, I believe, about lines 13 to 15. But can you just briefly talk about the implications of lines 11 to 13 and 16 to 18, and to be more specific, how that does or doesn't factor into the calculation of your Iowa service life curves?
Well, here, my understanding of Mr. Alice's arguments, and I would just describe them as he's painting a pretty speculative scenario. There's not a lot of specific metrics or analysis, which would be, I mean, I'm not sure how there even would be if you're describing scenarios that are going to be potentially occurring decades in the future. But if I understand what his general conclusions are, is that a potential decline in gas demand is going to somehow result in a shortened service life for gas assets. So it's one thing, maybe there is going to be a decline in gas demand, but I didn't see any kind of nexus or link to show that, well, now we've got to just completely remove these assets from service before, let's say, they're otherwise what their retirement would have been without these scenarios. But then on the electric side, he's saying an increased demand in electric assets is also going to.
To this part, I did not talk anything about electric.
I think he's just completing his answer, so just
Okay.
come to the point.
Well, I was just going to say Mr. Alice is also claiming that an increased demand in electric assets also results in a shorter service life. Again, without much, any kind of real detailed analysis there, just conclusory claims. And I don't think that meets the standard of what we should be using for service life analysis.
Thank you. And you were also asked, if you recall, about the difference between what you recommend for the Maryland present value method. You are using the composite or account level and the vintage level. And I believe that both Mr. Garin and Mr. Alice both use the vintage, right?
Yes.
Right. And of the three, you're the only one who uses the account level.
Yes.
Okay. Now, maybe you can help me. At one point, you talk about the monetary, the dollar difference between using, actually I can't find it. If everybody would go to Mr. Garrett's surrebuttal on page 10. So you recall being asked about the composite versus vintage level, correct?
Yes.
And if you take a look at lines, well, you can take a look at lines 1 through 7 on page 10 of your surrebuttal. And can you talk about the dollars of the difference between the two methods?
Yes. Based on the plant balances as of the depreciation study date, I believe just taking the difference of conducting the net salvage calculation on a vintage level versus the composite or account level would result in a $15.8 million annual impact to the depreciation accrual. Again, based on plant balances of the depreciation study date, but even if that were translated to depreciation expense, I imagine it's a similar, significant, and potentially even higher number.
So all things remaining the same, all other things remaining the same, is that good for ratepayers or bad for ratepayers? The $15.8 million.
Did you say if it's good? Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Sure. When you say 15.8 million difference, is that good for ratepayers or bad for
The
ratepayers?
$15.8 million reduction from the company's proposed annual depreciation accrual. So that would be an adjustment reducing depreciation expense by approximately that amount.
Okay, and Your Honor, just 2 or 3 more. And I just want to make sure, one, you're certain that you used the 1% that Mr. Dean was asking about. You're certain that you used the 1% in every case, in every instance of your graphs? I just want to make sure, that's all.
Yes, I believe so, as a general benchmark to conduct the mathematical curve fitting calculations. I also conduct the calculation using the entire curve just to show that. But then I'll conduct a separate calculation using this 1% benchmark that considers a truncated, slightly shorter original survivor curve.
Okay, and just a clarification, the triangle to the actual data?
Yes,
Okay,
that represents the company's actual, the retirement rate of its actual assets, whereas the Iowa curves are more theoretical in nature.
and in this case, do Mr. Garin, if you know, do Mr. Garin and Mr. Alice both use some form of truncation?
I believe so. Now, with Mr. Alice, sometimes he won't specifically say that in testimony, but he'll present a shortened observed survivor curve that kind of is designed, I think, to cut out some of the noise at the end of the observed survivor curve. But I believe they both do consider some form of that.
And you would consider that appropriate for all 3 of you?
Yes, generally speaking, I think that's a reasonable approach.
Okay, and I just have one last question, Your Honor. And if you recall from both counsel, you were asked about service lives and the length of service lives. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so I have just one last question, just to confirm. All else being equal are, well, I guess 2 questions. That's lawyers. Are longer service lives, what is the impact on ratepayers and the company between shorter service lives and longer service lives?
Well, all else held constant, a longer service life will result in a smaller depreciation expense and rate.
Will the company still get their interest on?
Yes, the undepreciated balance remains in rate base, and again, all of my scenarios contemplate a complete return of and on those investments.
And now one last question. Same thing, when the life is shorter, 1.5 questions. Do ratepayers pay less interest like a mortgage because a shorter mortgage means less interest and longer life means lower payments but more interest over time?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I don't believe anyone asked any questions.
Actually, I think this time we are a little beyond
Okay.
what you
Your
got
Honor,
to ask about. So.
I really appreciate the time, and thank you. I know we're pressed. I appreciate everybody listening.
We're good.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barbe.
Okay, no, I get it. The company wants higher depreciation and OPC wants lower depreciation. I get it. But let's go to the merits of the arguments. Explain to me why you use the composite and not the vintage calculation. Explain the rationale for that.
Well, I think part of it, as I was discussing on cross, is when I first was introduced to this unique method, because no other state uses it. I reviewed prior testimony from OPC and saw that witness, Charlie King, had used this, what we're calling the account, the composite or account level approach. So I started using the method like that, and in subsequent cases, I just continued to use that. I think it's reasonable and straightforward. I don't think I described the other method, the vintage, in my testimony as being wrong or anything like that, but it's just still kind of a unique approach and method that I think people are still trying to figure out the best way to do it. But I'm sticking with the account level approach in this case.
Okay, let me re-ask the question because I didn't ask it the correct way. Why is the composite method superior to the vintage method in this instance? And before you answer that, I have been in many instances where a CFO would say, okay, I get it. We're going to do straight line for our books, and we're going to do accelerated depreciation for our tax forms, and we'll reconcile them. Because obviously accelerated depreciation means a lower tax liability. So that's the rationale. So what I'd like is a similar rationale for why the composite method in this instance is superior to vintage.
Well, I think for one, it's more straightforward. It's easier to follow. There's one remaining life for every account, and that's how the depreciation rates are calculated for every account. Now, that remaining life is determined by conducting a remaining life calculation for each vintage. But once you have the composite remaining life for the account, I think it's reasonable to use that when you're doing this discounting process. So I mean, I think the short answer is that it's a lot easier to follow. It's more straightforward. It's a little more transparent. You can present all of the accounts on one page and show the calculations. The other one is, I would describe as unnecessarily complex and probably tries to make more of an exact science out of this process that involves really a lot of estimation.
So are you saying that the vintage method is more subjective?
Not necessarily. I don't have that. I wouldn't have that particular criticism of it.
Okay. Moving on to discount rates. Explain to me why you use the discount rate that you do, and explain to me why the alternative is inferior.
Well, again, this is kind of new ground with this. Just to be clear, I don't think I describe the alternative or CARFR as being wrong or inappropriate or incorrect or something like that. But I think the weighted average return has some intuitive appeal to it. It is the return that's ultimately applied to rate base for calculating the revenue requirement. And one aspect I like about it over the CARFR, well, a couple things. It doesn't require an entirely separate estimation and analysis that I think in some cases even an entire different witness is brought in to calculate the CARFR, which is an estimation. Now, the weighted average rate of return is an estimation too, but once the commission orders it, it's no longer an estimation. That's the number. And there's this counterbalancing effect that happens where a higher weighted average rate of return is going to increase the revenue requirement, but that would also have a decreasing effect, a counterweight for depreciation expense, which I think again has just some intuitive appeal in my mind that I like.
Okay, no, I didn't mean to imply that one is right and one is wrong. I wanted to know which was superior and why. But let me look. I've been in financial accounting for over 40 years, and I've never heard of this present value methodology, and I do have to get educated toot sweet on this. So let me ask a very simple baseline question. I have a $1 million asset, fixed asset, and using this present value methodology, it's $1 million. Under simple accounting rules, GAAP accounting rules, I write off $1 million over the life of the asset, whether it's 20, 30, 40 years, it's $1 million I'm writing off. I get the distinct impression that under this present value method, the amount that I write off is different based upon the different rates that are used. Is that right? Or is it still just $1 million?
Well, there's going to be some more moving parts there. I mean,
Okay.
because the investment's going to change over time, and you have to consider net salvage, which is what we're talking about. So you have your original investment, then your anticipated cost at the end when you retire this asset. You're going to have to remove it from service.
Right.
The cost to remove it's going to exceed your gross value. So now you've got this cost at the end to remove it that you have to account for over the service life of the asset. And I know there's going to be a difference, like if what you're talking about from a tax standpoint.
No, I don't care about tax for right now. No, so basically what I'm hearing from you is that the ultimate amount of money written off is very heavily influenced by the type of rate you use.
Yes, which is always changing. Will change in the next case almost certainly because of changing parameters. New investments have come in. Now we have different service life indications from the curve of triangles we were just talking about, and new net salvage estimates. So it's always going to be changing, but it does have a big impact on the revenue requirement and customer rates.
Okay, let me ask one final sort of 40,000-foot philosophical question about rates. Typically in business, when calculations are being made on net present value, the rate that you use is the most appropriate market-based rate, because what you're trying to do is evaluate the investment against what an alternative investment would have been if you just stuck it in the market. So my question is this: is a market rate is, for the purposes of this calculation, is a market-based rate appropriate or not appropriate? Or should it just be based on the life character? Should the rate that you use be based on the life characteristics of the asset? Which is the more appropriate interest methodology to use, and why?
Well, on the service life side, I think the depreciation rate should be based on this Iowa curve type analysis of the asset. Now, if you were talking about on the net salvage side, the discount rate, that weighted average rate of return that I'm proposing, of course, should be based on market, cost of debt, cost of equity, and so it would kind of depend on whether you're talking about service life or net salvage.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's good.
Commissioner O'Donnell, any questions?
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Garrett, for being here this morning. Let's see. Did you have a chance to watch the testimony I should say the testimony, the cross with Mr. Alice last week?
I did not see that, unfortunately.
Okay. Did you review any of the testimony or?
I have, and I've seen him testify in many cases.
What I mean specifically on the cross. Or you had a chance to review transcripts or anything?
I have not yet, but I believe I'll still be able to, do my best to answer your questions.
Okay.
I feel like I understand his testimony pretty well.
Yeah. You may have heard we had a lot of time to spend together during that cross lab. But anyway, so on this issue, this point about electrification and decarbonization policies of the state and how they impact service lives, he had his scenario, and a few minutes ago we were talking about your rebuttal on page 5, and basically you discount it as scenario is highly speculative and does not meet the convincing showing standard required. So that was basically your response to his discussion on these state policies on service lives. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Again, you haven't had a chance to review it, but one of the things that stuck out, in his testimony, he was pressed on this point, and if I if my notes are correct. He basically responded. He said, "I've had 17 years of experience," and he's actually been at substations and been at the opportunity to view these assets, and he's talked to people on the ground, utilities, and so that's where he came up with his scenarios, in the testimony that he gave us. So, does that respond to your rebuttal and in your criticism that it's just speculative and convincing, and does not meet the convincing showing standard? You're here as an expert depreciation witness. We accepted him as an expert depreciation witness. So, could you just comment on that?
Well, yes, I think, my experience, utility depreciation witnesses do, I think, place too much value on, well, physical inspections for one thing of the assets. The metaphor that I give is, this type of analysis are done by insurance actuaries like at Allstate and State Farm trying to estimate human lifespans. That would be the equivalent of them like going around and talking with doctors about people, and they're just not doing that. They're looking at all the data that they have on human lifespans and coming up with those calculations. It's not that it's completely irrelevant or valueless. I just think they overstate the value of that. Now, especially when it comes to a scenario like this, even if he'd spent 100 hours talking with members of the company, it doesn't change the fact that the scenarios that they're describing decades in the future are still speculative, particularly with the nexus between a decline in demand and a complete retirement of the asset. It's one thing if demand declines. It's another thing we're just not using gas assets at all. And so I think that's, I think there's more time as we get along further through this, and there's potential policy and political changes along the way for us to revise accordingly as we go along, without having to paint this kind of very significant change right now and have it be a very significant impact to current ratepayers.
Okay, so that's on the gas asset side. On the electric, his theory is that because we will be, using these assets more, okay, there'll be greater demand, that would cause a shorter lifespan. So that was again his expert testimony from on the ground review of these assets and talking to company officials.
Well, again, another thing about the talking with company officials, with all due respect, I mean, there is a potential.
Experts, maybe I should say.
Right. There is a potential for bias there. I mean, they're the applicant in this case. This issue does have a significant impact on cash flow and other financial metrics, and of course the revenue requirement. So the dynamic I see around the country is I get this narrative a lot from utility depreciation witnesses that they've talked with the company, maybe they've gone out and done a site visit, but the results are almost always the same, at least with the accounts at issue, is that they're coming up with a shorter service life estimate than what I would say is otherwise indicated by the historical data. So we're trying to use past information to predict future information. They're not relying enough on that past information, and they have their own predictions about the future that no one knows. They could really predict the future. They wouldn't be testifying, you'd have to be on an island somewhere, so no one can predict it. I mean, no, I'm happy to be here, of course, but he might have done something else. But so it's still just very speculative, regardless of how many conversations he had with the company or site visits that he conducted.
Okay, I appreciate your responses this morning. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Schlesman. And none for me, so thank you very much. And we're going to take how long do you need? 15 minutes? Yeah, 15-minute break for the court report.
Thank God.
Yeah, that's where I am.
the workers' compensation.
Okay, so back on the record.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. OPC calls to the stand its last witness, Dr. Asa S. Hopkins.
Last.
I do so affirm.
Good morning, Dr. Hopkins.
Good morning.
Could you state your name for the record?
My name is Asa Hopkins.
And could you please state the name of your business and its address?
I work at Synapse Energy Economics. I believe it's 485 Massachusetts Avenue, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Suite 3, if you need to know what floor to find us on.
And could you state the position that you hold at Synapse Energy Economics?
I'm a vice president.
Dr. Hopkins, do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Dr. Asa S. Hopkins, filed on June 20th, 2023?
Yes.
And does this document consist of 75 pages of narrative testimony and 6 exhibits?
Yes.
And was a confidential version of this document also filed on June 20th, 2023?
Yes.
Dr. Hopkins, do you also have before you a clean version of the document entitled The Errata to Direct Testimony of Dr. Asa S. Hopkins, containing 2 errata pages filed on July 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And could you explain what this errata corrects?
There were a couple of numbers in my direct testimony that were inconsistent between different parts of the testimony. One of them was right, one of them was wrong. So the errata corrects the incorrect numbers.
And do you also have before you a document entitled The Errata to the Exhibits supporting the direct testimony of Dr. Asa S. Hopkins, filed on August 18th, 2023?
Yes.
And does this document contain a revised table of contents and 2 exhibits?
Yes.
And could you explain what this errata corrects?
There were some administrative hiccups in getting the correct exhibits attached with the correct labels, so this errata gets things sorted out.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to mark the direct testimony of Dr. Asa S. Hopkins, the 2 errata pages filed on July 25th, 2023, and the errata page and exhibits filed on August 18th, 2023 as OPC Exhibit 50A.
No, actually 49.
49?
Yeah.
Okay, 49A.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'd like to mark the confidential direct testimony of Dr. Asa S. Hopkins, the 2 errata pages filed on July 25th, 2023, and the errata page and exhibits filed on August 18th, 2023 as OPC Exhibit 49B.
So marked.
And Dr. Hopkins, do you also have before you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of Dr. Asa S. Hopkins, filed on July 31st, 2023, containing 10 pages of narrative testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this document as OPC Exhibit 50.
So marked.
And finally, Dr. Hopkins, do you have before you a document entitled The Surrebuttal Testimony of Dr. Asa S. Hopkins, filed on August 25th, 2023, containing 41 pages of narrative testimony and 1 exhibit?
Yes.
And were confidential and confidential CEII versions of this document also filed on August 25th, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark the public surrebuttal testimony of Dr. Asa S. Hopkins as OPC Exhibit 51A, the confidential direct testimony of Dr. Asa S. Hopkins as OPC Exhibit 51B, and the confidential CEII version of this document as OPC Exhibit 51C.
So marked.
Dr. Hopkins, were these documents that have been identified and are before you prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or deletions to make to your testimonies at this time?
I do have one correction. In the time since my surrebuttal was filed, my opinion regarding common trench expenditures has changed. I continue to agree with staff. In my rebuttal testimony, I agreed with staff that common trench expenses should be disallowed. Upon further review of staff's rebuttal and of the company's rebuttal, my opinion has changed, and I continue to agree with staff in their revised opinion that the common trench expenses should not be disallowed.
Okay, thank you. And Your Honor, OPC moves that exhibits 49A, 49B, 50, 51A, 51B, and 51C be admitted into evidence.
No objection.
So admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Dr. Hopkins is available for cross-examination.
Walmart. Sierra Club. Amtrak, Montgomery County. Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County. IBEW. Department of Defense. Maryland Energy Administration.
No questions.
Baltimore Gas Electric.
Yes, Chair Hoover. Good morning, Dr. Hopkins. Dan Hurston, representing Baltimore Gas and Electric. Pleasure to meet you.
Same to you.
I'm going to have some questions for you today, but first I wanted to get you to authenticate a few data responses that we served on you and OPC, so I'm going to pass those out. Your Honor, can I approach?
Sure.
That's okay. Yeah. Okay, my colleagues are going to pass them out.
Okay. That's fine.
What? Oh, okay.
And Dr. Hopkins, I'll give you a chance to look at these, but I'll just represent to you, these were a series of a few data requests that BGE served on OPC regarding your testimony and your qualifications. Do you recall responding to these?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so 43, 45, 48, 49, and 410. You are the sponsor on all of these responses, correct?
That's correct.
And you stand by these responses today?
Yes.
Okay. Chair Hoover, I'd like to have these data responses marked. I think we're up to Exhibit 49.
That's correct.
I'd like to have them marked as BG Exhibit 49 and actually entered into the record if I could.
You okay?
No objection.
So, so marked and so admitted.
Thanks. And I don't know that I'm going to have any questions for you on these, Dr. Hopkins, so you can actually set these aside for the moment. I may at some point, but I just wanted to get them authenticated by you. A couple questions about, I want to understand your understanding of BGE's gas asset replacement plans, because you have a lot of testimony about the planning process. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I think you're familiar with BGE's gas asset replacement programs. For example, Operation Pipeline and the main replacement program. I think you actually list some of the projects in your testimonies, correct?
That's correct.
And are you aware that BGE is attempting to remove from its gas system through these programs all of its cast iron and bare steel main, as opposed to just pockets of these materials in certain parts of its territory?
Yeah, that is my understanding.
Okay. And are you aware that BGE has identified all the cast iron main and all the bare steel main as high risk in need of replacement?
Yes.
And are you aware that removal of these materials is really a primary focus of BGE's Distribution Integrity Management Program, or DIMP?
Yes, that's consistent with my review of the DIMP.
Okay. And you're familiar with BGE's DIMP, correct? I think you actually attached the whole DIMP to your server bottle, right?
I did, yes, I am
Okay.
familiar with it. I can't say I could quote it to you, but I am familiar with it.
I'm not sure I could either, so no worries there. And you would agree, Dr. Hopkins, that BGE is obligated under federal regulations promulgated by PHMSA, the Federal Pipeline Agency, to have a DIMP, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And those regulations are contained in 49 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 192, Subpart P, correct? Are you familiar with the CFR?
I could have gotten the citation as far as the 192 part, but the specific details on the citation, I'll trust you on those.
Okay,
but-
you know what I'm talking about. When we say Part 192, you know what we're talking about. Okay, great. And do you know, or so you know then, Dr. Hopkins, that under the federal DIMP regulations, a gas utility such as BGE is actually obligated to identify certain risks on its system and try to mitigate those risks, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that the regulatory obligations of a utility company like BG that has a DIMP is that they actually have to follow the DIMP, correct?
That does make sense, yes.
Okay. A couple side questions. Are you familiar with PHMSA's call to action that they issued back in 2011, calling for cast iron and bare steel and similar materials to be removed from systems?
I'm familiar with it in general terms. Again, I wouldn't be able to quote it to you or give you a specific citation, but I'm familiar with it.
Okay, understood. And you're also aware of Maryland's 2013 STRIDE statute, the expressed intent of which is to accelerate gas infrastructure replacement in the state. Are you familiar with that law?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that BGE has been replacing cast iron and bare steel main pursuant to commission-approved STRIDE plans for the last 10 years?
Yes.
Okay. And your client, OPC, they've been a part of those proceedings before this commission, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And I'm going to presume, tell me if I'm wrong, that OPC, or you know that OPC had an opportunity to review BGE's STRIDE plans in STRIDE proceedings before this commission?
Yes.
And are you familiar that OPC had an opportunity to review any project lists that were submitted to this commission as part of STRIDE proceedings?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know that OPC, in the 10 years that BGE's STRIDE program has been going on, has never objected to a single project that BGE has included on its STRIDE project list? Did you know that?
That's more detail about the past than I know for sure.
Okay, so you have no knowledge of OPC's position on prior project list submissions?
I haven't reviewed all of OPC's filings in those cases. There's I cite one of the questions the discovery questions that you put forward relates to reviewing OPC's filing in that case, but whether OPC has made other filings or other things, it'd be a matter to check the record.
Okay, so actually the two that I gave you, those were from 2021 and 2022, I believe. Does that sound right? You can check the response if you'd like.
Yes, correct. The filing in that 2021-2022 is the one that's referred to here.
And you're not aware of OPC in those filings, those two particular filings, objecting to any projects that BGE put forth, are you?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. Do you know that the STRIDE program has an annual audit as well?
Yes, I'm familiar. I've seen the existence of the audits. Yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed any of those audits?
I've looked through them and to see what they are, but not reviewed them in exquisite detail.
Okay. So when you were looking through them to see what they are, you know then that they have basically a review of the prior year's project, including any cost variances and a detailed list of what was actually replaced.
Yes, I think that's a fair summary of them. They because they did not provide a lot of insight about the planning process. I didn't examine them in as much detail as I might. They seem primarily focused on making sure all the money got tracked appropriately.
Okay, fair enough. Are you aware of OPC ever objecting to any of BG's STRIDE audit results in any of the years of the STRIDE program?
Not that I've seen.
Okay. I want to take you to a particular page in your rebuttal testimony. Page 4. Let me know when you're on page 4.
Yes, I'm on page 4.
Okay, so I'm looking at lines 6 through 11, and I'll just read them to you. You testify in this part of your rebuttal. The role of cost effectiveness analysis is to promote both affordability and safety by deploying ratepayer funds where they can have the greatest impact on safety outcomes. BGE appears to see no merit in deploying funding in the most cost-efficient manner possible, which is contrary to both reasonable rate making and safe and reliable gas service. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not totally sure I'm following all of the recommendations, but I want to pose a hypothetical to you, and I want to see what your response to it is. If BGE was to take your recommended process, which my understanding is at the beginning of a planning year, we're going to look at what we have available to do. We're going to try to find the area to target that is going to bring the most safety, response, reliability, but also the most cost-effective way, and try to bring those two together to deploy resources in what your opinion is the most efficient and responsible way possible. So that's kind of where I'm coming at from my setting up my hypo. So if the company did that process and determined that maybe one particular neighborhood on its gas distribution system made the most sense with that process, is it your recommendation that the company would put all of its resources for that particular year towards that particular project?
That's hard to answer hypotheticals in detail, but I think there are a range of things to look at. But I do think that primarily prioritizing cost effectiveness, as you've described it, if the greatest benefit per dollar spent can be achieved with a focused effort in a particular area for a particular year, then I think the company, yes, should very highly consider focusing its effort to get the most overall benefit for its customers for the money spent in that year. I recognize that doing a lot of work in a given neighborhood may be disruptive. At the same time, I know BGE also prioritizes completing work in a given area before moving on to somewhere else, right? So there's there are considerations to weigh there, but yes, the starting point should be if we were to do this, we would get the most safety, reliability, most progress on our obligations towards PHMSA and all the things you were just citing by prioritizing our efforts in a particular area. Then there are going to be practical concerns. I understand that, but yes, the starting point. Any other alternative produces less safety benefit, less overall benefit to ratepayers per dollar spent. So you want to think carefully about being willing to give up on that in order to achieve some other objective.
Okay, I appreciate that explanation. I want to explore a little bit more a couple words I heard you say, though. I mentioned the word disruptions, and I think you said other considerations, so I want to talk about those for a little bit. Do you think it would be a good idea to focus, again, with the hypo I set up, and you better explain than me, if that meant putting a backhoe on every corner in that neighborhood and digging up every street in that particular neighborhood, is that something we should be considering?
I think I would want to see how much benefit I was getting in exchange for that disruption. If one was concerned of severe safety risk in a given neighborhood, I think the people in that neighborhood would understand.
Even if it meant digging up every street and having every corner under construction.
Again, careful construction planning can try to mitigate that level of disruption. I've seen the folks coming through where in our neighborhood where I live, what the level of disruption looks like as a gas main is replaced down the street.
Okay.
So I'm familiar with what that looks like. I'm also familiar with the fact that you can finish a street and move on to the next, right? And then that first street is done and clear to go. The level of disruption does not last for an entire year on a given street, for example. So the difference of disruption on this street versus the next street versus the next street for a given customer, that disruption may be manageable.
Okay, but you understand BGE doesn't just do one street at a time. I mean, if we go into a project, we're working multiple parts of that area. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand that neighborhood by neighborhood structure of the STRIDE program. We are working intensely in a given neighborhood rather than piecemeal. I mean, that's BGE's, I think, actually relatively unique approach to leak-prone pipe replacement across the country. So that BGE has taken a certain position with respect to how much disruption and how much completeness it's after with respect to what's going on in a given neighborhood.
Okay. What about customer inconvenience? Should that be factored into the cost effectiveness test?
I think when you're doing a cost effectiveness test, you say, well, what net benefit am I after, right? I think the primary net benefits we're after are reductions in risk and increases in safety, but whether other factors go into your prioritization that enable you to figure out what the most cost-effective way to achieve your overall objectives are. But I think the customer inconvenience of having potentially dangerous assets in their neighborhood is important to mitigate as well.
What about avoiding return visits to a particular neighborhood? You do work on one corner because that's the most cost effective under your model, but you don't do maybe the next street over because it maybe isn't the most cost effective. So as a result, you have to come back a couple years later and dig up the next street over. Do you think that should be factored into your model?
My understanding is that there are likely to be sort of economy of scale type benefits of working on a neighborhood basis, right? So there's going to be some trade-off of when you look at what the cost is, that if because you're already mobilized in a given place, the cost to do the next street is lower, then that would be included in the cost assessment when evaluating whether you're at the edge of the neighborhood. Do we do one more street? Do we call it there and do we move on somewhere else? Right? Those kinds of questions are always going to come up, if the disruption is we work here and then we come back in a few years and we work for a little while on the next street over, I think you want to see how much additional safety have I gotten by doing it that way as opposed to some other way, right? That's the point of doing this sort of cost effectiveness analysis. If doing it in a more geographically concentrated way so that you are complete in the way that you're discussing gives me the most safety bang for the buck, then I would want to do it that way.
So
sorry to use the word bang.
That's okay. BGE has a pretty large gas service territory, does it not?
Reasonably large, yes.
800 square miles, I think you saw in, did you read Ms. White's testimony?
Yes.
Okay, it's 800 square miles. What about what I'll characterize, these are my words, geographic equity? The notion that if you're going to be doing gas asset replacement work, you really should be looking at all parts of your service territory rather than one particular part, especially if you have all the same type of outmoded asset on your system. Do you think the geographic equity, again, my words, I don't know if that's a scientific term or not, but geographic equity has any place in your cost effectiveness model?
I would not prioritize that personally. If the benefit is, there's a lot of things that the utility does that have geographic inequities in them. General, not maybe a little bit less the case for BGE than others, but urban versus rural divides in electric service, right? Like costs are shared, even if the service provided costs very different amounts to serve different customers, postage stamp rates and all. There's a lot of things like that where we decide to look at utility service territories and their customers as a whole, and look at the overall total benefit that's going to come from some utility action or another. If the risk is primarily in a given area, and you can target that area and reduce the risk most effectively in those areas, and yes, that means that the next area over might not see you for a while. Well, the next people in the next area over, by definition, in that case, have a safer system that they're working with. That the presumption that any given piece of cast iron is comparable to the next isn't borne out by the quantitative risk assessment that BGE has conducted. And so there are segments of cast iron that are more important to replace than others. And if those are clustered, then the work should be clustered.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking about it in a little bit more stark differences. I mean, I'm thinking if you take the premise that cast iron is a risky asset, which I think you and I talked about, BG takes that position, and there are multiple areas of your service territory that need the replacement, and maybe one's in the city, in an economically disadvantaged neighborhood, and the other's in the suburbs and maybe a more well-to-do. And maybe under your model, the suburban job, I'll call it, would be more cost-effective. You don't think there's any value in the utility saying, you know what, we need to spread this work. We need to not forget about the folks in this other area I mentioned, even though it's not the most cost-effective replacement job. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I understand that. I still think that remember, risk is likelihood and consequence, right? Likelihood times consequence. So a given asset might have take as a total hypothetical. I doubt this is true. I'm sure it's not true in its absolute sense. That every foot of cast iron pipe is equally risky from a physical sense, right? Some of those pipes run, right past the outside wall of a school, and some of those feet run past and through a wooded area. Well, I guess probably not trees planted on the line, but someplace where there's not a lot of activity immediately next to the line. The risk on the first case is going to be substantially higher than the risk on the second case, even if the asset is the same asset. So taking that risk and consequence, damaged and consequence piece together on assessing that risk, if in that more disadvantaged community, the pipes are in better shape, right, and the actual physical likelihood of something happening there is less, whereas the pipes in a less dense area are in substantially worse shape, and then put that up against also including consequence, where the pipes actually run, how close they are to buildings, how close they are to where people are going to be directly at risk, right? When you put all that together, if the one community is experiencing substantially greater risk than the other, I would prioritize addressing those. All of those customers are all going to pay for these systems, and they're all going to pay for the benefit. They're all going to pay for it, but they're going to pay and live with the consequences of anything going wrong on that system as well.
Okay. Back to the risk question. PHMSA, who we were just talking about, PHMSA, they take the position that an asset is risky, correct? Cast iron, that's risky, right?
At a high level, they've identified certain types of physical assets as being higher risk than others because they have greater likelihood of something going wrong. From a risk assessment standpoint, you also need to care about where that asset is. PHMSA has differentiated regulations regarding pipeline safety for assets, a gas transmission line running through the middle of a cornfield. The obligations around how that safety works for that asset are different than they are for that same transmission line when it's running into town, right? Because they understand that the consequence of something going wrong in that transmission line is different when it's running right past the building as opposed to through a cornfield.
Sure, I understand high consequence areas, HCAs, siting issues, reporting issues, making the community aware of what's there. I'm with you on that, but I guess I'm thinking PHMSA doesn't say, well, cast iron needs to be replaced, but only in this particular area versus that area, right?
Correct, but the important thing is is to think about prioritization, and I think that's where the difference lies largely between the company's approach and my
Understand. I understand we have a difference of opinion, or I was just asking about PHMSA, their approach to identifying risky assets. That's all.
Okay.
Let me change gears here. I want to ask you. You have concluded that BGE's 2021 and 2022 gas capital investments were imprudently planned, correct? I think you say that.
Yeah.
Generally, I have a cite to page 29 of your direct, which we can turn to, but would you agree that's a fair characterization of your conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. You understand that a large part of those 2021 and 2022 investments were through projects that were submitted, reviewed, and approved by this commission through the company's STRIDE program, correct?
That's my understanding. I think I think we're going to be careful about approved and reviewed for prudence as being two different things.
I didn't say prudence. I just said reviewed and approved.
I'm just making sure that.
Understood. I'm sure Commissioner O'Donnell will correct me if I misstate the prudency issue. I'm talking about the annual process by which the company submits a project list and it gets approved by the commission so that the company can move forward and actually undertake the work in the following year.
Correct.
Right, okay. So you understand that the STRIDE plan that covered that period of time, which was a STRIDE plan for 2019 through 2023, that was reviewed and approved by the commission, the plan itself?
Correct.
Okay. And again, you may have already said yes to this, but you understand that OPC, your client, was part of that proceeding and reviewed and did not object to any of those plans or projects included in those plans?
That's my understanding.
Okay. I think I heard you say earlier you had read witness White's testimonies in the proceeding. Did you also listen to her testimony the other day?
I was not able to listen to her live testimony.
Okay, fair enough. So you know that BG currently serves approximately 700,000 gas customers?
Sounds about right.
And it's the largest gas utility in the state?
Yes.
Okay. And we already talked about the service territory. It spans 800 square miles. You saw that in the testimony. Are you aware that we operate more than 7,600 miles of distribution main and almost 6,800 miles of gas services?
I wouldn't have been able to quote those numbers to you, but they sound about right.
Subject to check. Did you see in Ms. White's rebuttal testimony that BG has been adding between 0.5% and 1.1% growth in new customers each year for the last 5 years?
I did see that.
Okay, and that with the 700,000 customer population or customer base, that percentage range would be between 3,500 to 7,700 new gas customers each year. Does that sound right? Subject to check.
Sounds about right. Never do math on the stand, right? So.
Understood. I try to never do math at all. So. Okay. Were you also aware, and maybe you heard Ms. White talk about this, but were you aware that BG conducts no advertising soliciting new gas customers?
I was not aware of that.
Okay. Is it fair to say, Dr. Hopkins, that if BG is not soliciting new gas customers, yet we're getting 3,500 to 7,700 gas customers added to the system each year, that those customers are coming to us? Is that fair to say?
Yeah, your customers are making choices of what makes sense for them.
No, that wasn't really my question. I'm saying if we're not advertising for new customers, yet we're adding 3,500 to 7,700 customers a year, is it fair to say that those customers are coming to the utility company requesting gas service?
Whoever is building the buildings and making the choices about what's getting installed in those buildings is choosing to install gas.
Okay, like developers or building operators, that sort of thing. Is that what you're talking about? Okay. Would you agree that as a regulated gas utility, BGE has obligations at both the federal and state level to operate and maintain a safe and reliable gas distribution system?
Yes.
And that obligation would exist today and really right now for the approximately 700,000 customers we currently have, right?
Correct.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about the future of gas and kind of where things are going. were you able to watch the first day of these hearings when BG's Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Dickens, was on the stand? Did you happen to see that?
Unfortunately, I was not able to.
Okay, well, I'll represent to you, and you can make it subject to check the transcript or checking with your counsel, that OPC's counsel at one point asked Mr. Dickens whether BG ever sends out any surveys to its customers about whether they want to remain on the gas system. Do you know if your client, the Maryland Office of People's Counsel, has ever conducted any such survey with its constituents, which are residential utility customers, regarding whether they want to stay on natural gas or not?
I'm not aware of that, no.
You're not aware of it. What about your company, Synapse? Have they ever conducted any surveys in Maryland about whether people want to stay on gas or not?
No, not that I'm aware.
Okay. Are you of the opinion, or is it OPC of the opinion, that gas customers should be forced to forego gas service against their will?
Objection. I think that's mischaracterizing his testimony.
I'm just asking him a question, counsel. I'd like to know whether he or OPC has taken a position whether gas customers should be forcibly removed from the system.
You can answer, so go ahead.
I'm not going to speak on behalf of OPC. You can ask them.
Well, actually, I can't ask them because they're all attorneys and you're their witness. So I'm asking
I understand,
you.
but you can ask his view. So
Okay, certainly.
I am not aware that OPC has taken that position. I would not take that position myself. I think at the level of taking the different kinds of actions that will be required to meet ambitious greenhouse gas mitigation goals, better to work with changing customer incentives and rather than absolutes.
Okay, fair enough, but let's go down that path a minute. So if you try the incentives, you try talking to the customer, and they say, you know what, I don't care. I like my gas. I want to stay on my gas. You're saying personally, you're not of the opinion that the utility should be able to forcibly remove that customer from the gas system, correct?
At this point, no. There are examples of utilities going through changes in their service territory. There's a famous example of a steam utility in Harrisburg that needs to go out of business, right? At helping its customers transition to gas because the steam system simply wasn't going to be available anymore. The way that the utility economics work, maintaining customer choice indefinitely, while some customers choose to use less gas and some customers choose to use the same amount of gas and some customers choose not to be connected to the gas system, in a way that overall meets greenhouse gas goals. We're going to take that point as a fixed point. If there were one customer per square mile across BGE's service territory who said, absolutely, I'm staying on gas, right? Those 800 customers, we said 800 square miles, so 800 customers, would bear the entire cost of service for BGE. They could have that choice, right? At some point, that's not going to be a choice that's going to make a lot of sense for them. I think we're a long ways from that point. I think that the question of whether incremental changes in the pace and location of gas pipeline replacement, in the decisions to invest in particular assets versus other particular assets, and the planning that's involved in that, there are going to be points where it makes a lot of economic sense to offer folks a pretty good deal to not use gas because it will be more cost effective for everyone as part of the overall deal about how we're going to achieve greenhouse gas mitigation goals.
So you mentioned one person per square mile. That's pretty stark. Let's make it a little bit more realistic. What if you had a block and you had a gas main running down it? Let's say you had 50 customers. 25 are interested in electrifying or going to some other source of fuel, but 25 say, I like the gas. I want to stay on the gas. You would agree that the utility still has to maintain a safe and reliable gas system to serve those 25 customers, right?
if those customers are presented with the complete picture, including the opportunity to partake in the savings, perhaps, of not having the gas main run down their street, right? In order to be able to think about that from a holistic standpoint, I would not say that main should be necessarily abandoned completely. The customers, when offered the opportunity to be served with propane for 10 years in exchange for retiring the gas line down the street, there's a range of options that could be presented to customers that should be considered as part of an overall assessment about what a low-cost path towards meeting important greenhouse gas goals are.
Okay, but those again would require the customer to make a series of choices, correct?
Correct.
They'd have to say, yeah, I've heard your offer for propane, and I'm not interested. I like the gas. I've heard your offer to give me a rebate on a heat pump, but I don't want to do that because I still have to pay 10 grand. They'd have to make those decisions, right?
Present the a fair overall assessment of what a reasonable offer is to those customers about what the different costs and benefits of the options are available to them, and what that means to them over time. And I tend to believe people are pretty reasonable and will make choices that are appropriate to them.
Okay.
Which might include some of them continuing to use the gas system.
Propane, that's usually more expensive than natural gas, isn't it?
On a per BTU basis, yes.
Okay. All right. Let me see.
Not on a pipeline the delivery charge basis or monthly fee basis. I'll clarify that.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about New York. You mentioned New York quite a bit in your testimonies. Specifically, you note that you did some work with the Natural Resources Defense Council, I believe, in the state of New York on a study and a proceeding about future of gas planning, and I think you actually attached as one of the exhibits. I'm not actually sure which one because I know there's been some shifting of exhibits, but to your direct testimony, it was called Long-Term Planning to Support the Transition of New York's Gas Utility Industry. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And am I correct that you represented NRDC in those proceedings?
Well, with respect to that particular report, it wasn't a expert witness type situation. Synapse produced a report, NRDC filed that report in that proceeding.
Okay, but you were working for
NRDC.
Okay, fair enough. The state of New York, they have actually passed legislation, correct, that bans the use of natural gas for heating and cooking in some new buildings. Is that right?
I believe that's true.
And I think they're the first in the nation to do that, correct? On a state level.
On a state level, I think that's true.
Okay. And they also have pretty aggressive. I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
Depends on how you want to think about the building codes in the District of Columbia. Like that's the other example there. DC has come pretty close to.
Oh, okay.
It's not a state. It's not a statute. They did have an ordinance passed by the City Council, clearly pushing in that direction.
Okay. Back to New York, though, they also have a pretty aggressive climate legislation. I wasn't familiar with it, but I was looking it up, called the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, or the CLCPA. Are you familiar with that law?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and is that I don't know if the numbers exactly line up with the Climate Solutions Now Act we have here in Maryland, but it's a pretty aggressive greenhouse gas reduction legislation, right?
I'd say it's pretty comparable to the Maryland in terms of the level of emissions reduction.
Okay. And in your testimonies regarding New York, you cite Con Edison's whole building electrification service, I think it's called. It's a non-pipeline alternative program, and I think you're saying it's a model program, and you think BGE should develop or consider developing something akin to that. Is that a fair characterization?
I think there would be a lot to learn from looking at Con Ed's program and considering in what form and shape it would make sense in other places, including here.
So Con Ed, that's the gas utility serving New York City, and is it like Westchester County, right north of the city?
It's not all of New York City. It's part of New York City. National Grid has the other part, but it's a portion of New York City and Westchester County. That's correct.
Okay, and it's a pretty big utility, right? Con Ed gas utility, pretty big.
Yes.
Biggest in the state of New York, maybe.
Whether it's probably bigger than the combined two National Grid Long Island utilities, but I'd want to check that one.
Okay, fair enough. New York City, they also have a ban do they not, on natural gas in most new buildings, like on a city level?
I'm not exactly sure what the form of their the new building regulation takes in New York City. I have known it. I'm not blanking on it at the moment.
Okay, but you're aware that they've passed some form of law or ordinance that, I'll just say it restricts natural gas on new buildings moving forward.
I believe that's true, but again, subject to check.
Okay, fair enough. In the New York Public Service Commission, you've appeared before them, correct?
Yes, although not had a chance to actually show up in a hearing room, filed testimony, and there was no need for cross. But,
Oh, okay. Well, didn't you recently represent NRDC in a Con Ed rate case proceeding?
Yes,
there?
that's what I'm referring to. I didn't have a chance to actually go to Albany and testify, but
Okay.
but the testimony is on the record. Yes.
Okay. And they just issued an order, did they not, July 20th, 2023, in that case?
Actually, I haven't been. It hasn't been on the top of my list to track what's going on with that one.
Okay, so you don't know if the New York PSC has issued an order in that case that you provided testimony in?
No, I don't actually.
Okay.
Moved on.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'm going to represent to you, and you can respond however you feel appropriate. They did issue an order on July 20th, 2023, and I'm not going to try to enter it into the record, even though it is publicly available. And in that order, they actually directed Con Ed to replace 240 miles of leak-prone pipe over the next 3 years. Would that surprise you?
No, that's consistent with where the evidence was when I submitted my testimony. The question of how much and with what priority, I think there were question of 80 miles a year versus 85 miles a year versus 75 miles a year, and how to best do the planning and prioritization for that was a live question that our testimony addressed.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea that the commission would say that leak-prone pipe programs should continue is not surprising to me.
Okay, so you're generally familiar that there was a discussion in that case about Con Ed continuing to replace pipe 75, 80, 85 miles a year, something in that neighborhood.
Correct.
Okay. And were you also aware that there was in the order, and maybe part of the discussion leading up to the order, that there are penalties that Con Ed could be subject to if they don't actually meet those annual replacement goals?
Yes, I'm familiar with that as being an issue in the proceeding.
Okay. And were you aware that the PSC when it made its decision stated that the replacement of the 240 miles will actually help ensure public safety? Would that surprise you?
It doesn't surprise me.
Okay. And again, you said you haven't read the order, but I'm going to tell you there's a quote from the order, and I'll again ask you if it surprises you. The order says, quote, "The removal or replacement of LPP, or leak-prone pipe, remains an appropriate way to enhance safety and reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the gas delivery system, even after enactment of the CLCPA," which is the law we were just talking about, end quote. Does that surprise you that they would include something like that?
No, I'm particularly I'm pleased to make sure that to have you recognize that that removal as well as replacement are components of that, and I'm pleased that the commission in New York saw that as well.
Okay. The 80 miles a year, we'll call it 80, maybe it's 75, maybe it's 90. The 80 miles a year that Con Ed has been ordered to replace every year, you understand that that's 30 to 40 miles more than the amount of gas pipeline that BGE is proposing to replace every year in this MYP. Do you understand that?
Yes, the different service territories, different amounts of pipe, expect the numbers to be different.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit more about some of the stuff that was brought up actually under the last witness, which was this petition that was filed by the Office of People's Counsel. It has a long name, Petition for Near-Term Priority Actions and Comprehensive Long-Term Planning for Maryland's Gas Companies. I think you attached it to your direct testimony as an exhibit.
Yes, it was part of the exhibit numbering mix-up. But
Right.
yes,
I'm
it is
not sure.
attached-
That's why I didn't say what number it is. 'Cause
I believe it is
don't
currently ASH 7, but
Okay,
that's
actually,
that's
I
subject to
wrote
check.
that down, but I wasn't,
Oh.
so, all right. But it is attached to
It is
your
attached, yes.
testimony. Okay, and this commission, as you know, initiated a proceeding to consider that petition, case number 9707, right?
Right.
And they've called for comments to be filed by October 10th, 2023. Are you aware of that?
I knew that there was some comment process. The dates are, yeah.
Okay. Dr. Hopkins, did you or your company Synapse have anything to do with the crafting of that petition?
A report that Synapse and the team that I worked on wrote was attached by OPC to that petition, but neither I nor anyone at Synapse was involved in the drafting of the petition.
Okay, so just the report that was attached to it. Okay, and have you been retained by OPC to assist them in this proceeding 9707?
Various different contracts for OPC, but I believe the answer to that question is no.
No. Okay. Would Synapse be interested in representing OPC if there was
Objection.
an RFP?
Irrelevant.
How is that irrelevant?
Well, it's speculative at best, so.
Well, that's just a question. I'm just asking if you're a vice president at Synapse, correct?
Yeah.
I think we can assume that they'd like business, so.
All right, fair enough. That petition, if you recall, was filed in early February of this year. Do you remember the date?
I don't remember the exact date, but it's fine.
And, all right, well, I think I actually mentioned it. Well, maybe I didn't. All right, anyway. Subject to check, early February.
The exhibit says February 9th, 2023.
Okay, and you know that BG filed its MYP application, in this case, in the middle of February?
Sounds about right.
Okay, do you have any opinion on whether it's coincidence that the petition was filed 1 week before BG filed its MYP application?
I have no opinion on that question.
Okay, no involvement in the timing of that filing. Okay. All right, I'm almost done. I have a couple questions about your background. You worked at the Vermont Public Service Department as a director of energy policy and planning, correct?
Correct.
And what is the Vermont Public Service Department? Is that the Vermont equivalent of the Maryland PSC? Is it some other type of office?
It is a combination of, in the Maryland analog is that it is as though MEA and OPC were the same entity. So it's the state energy office as well as the public advocate in utility regulatory proceedings.
Okay. So okay, the public, okay, got it. When you had that position at what is it, VPSD? I'm not sure what the acronym is.
Whether we were PSD or DPS was a matter of some discussion.
I'll just call it the Vermont agency.
Yes.
When you had that position at the Vermont agency, that didn't involve any actual design or implementation of gas infrastructure replacement projects or programs, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then in Vermont, they only have one regulated natural gas distribution company, correct?
Correct. Vermont Gas Systems.
Vermont Gas Systems.
Yeah, I did work with VGS to develop with them what their integrated resource planning process would entail and look like. As statutorily, my job was called Director of Regulated Utility Planning, and so I had specific obligations to work with the electric and gas utilities on integrated resource planning, VGS had never previously conducted integrated resource planning, so we worked with them I personally directly worked with them to figure out what does integrated resource planning for a gas utility look like. It's analog to electric utility is partial at best. So we worked with them on how to think about gas expansion decisions and things like that, but not a question of specific replacement. Also, that utility has entirely plastic pipes, given when its system was built, and so the question of asset replacement was not a live question for their planning purposes.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that because it looked like they don't have any inventory of we'll call vintage materials, cast iron or bare steel, and they're a really relatively small service territory. It serves the Burlington, Vermont area.
Yeah, I mean, everything in Vermont is small in some respects, except the cow farms, perhaps. But yeah, they serve the sort of the more urbanized portion of northwestern Vermont, although they have extended the transmission line to be able to serve more of the state.
Okay, and I was looking on their website. It says they serve 55,000 customers. Does that sound about right?
Sure.
Okay.
Sounds about right.
You personally have never worked at a gas utility, correct?
Correct.
And you've never worked at any utility company, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you ever been hired to consult for a natural gas utility company? I'll just say, in looking at your resume, I didn't see anything, but you tell me if you have.
I've been involved in various projects at Synapse in which gas utilities were part of the suite of clients for which we were doing the project.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of either directly leading or working on projects in which a gas utility was sort of the single prime client, that I have not engaged in that way.
Okay. Only a couple more questions. Have you ever had the opportunity to develop or implement a DIMP, Distribution Integrity Management Program?
I have not.
Have you ever been directly responsible for ensuring the safety and operability of a gas pipeline system?
No.
Have you ever worked directly on a gas distribution system, like as a construction worker or anybody actually in the ground working on pipes?
No.
Okay. And your degrees are in physics, correct?
The major department of physics. That's correct.
Okay. No engineering degrees or background, right?
Correct. Although there's a reasonable amount of overlap, and I have taken some courses that would at least would be called engineering by some folks looking at what was covered in the courses.
Okay. All right, that's all I have for you. Thank you very much for your time and patience. I appreciate it. It was nice meeting you.
Indeed. Thanks.
Staff.
Staff has no cross.
Redirect.
A couple questions, Your Honor. Mr. Hopkins, do you remember the discussion you had with BGE Council around cost-effective planning regarding pipeline replacement work?
Yes.
And in your view, should the cost-effectiveness assessment, should that consider both short-term and long-term costs and benefits, taking in mind state environmental and climate policies?
Yes, there's more to the cost than the simple upfront cost. How that cost plays into overall system planning implications. If one investment is going to require a whole bunch of upstream investments, for example, those costs are linked, and we want to think about those decisions from a planning context across the lifetime of the assets, across the coming decades, and not just it's not just a comparison of upfront cost versus upfront cost.
And as part of that discussion, the concept of a risk assessment and risk in general came up.
Yes, I recall that.
Should risk assessment, should they factor in both safety and investment related risks, such as stranded costs?
I think with respect to the the prioritization of a pipeline replacement process, I think the first cut really is the direct risks associated with leakage but I think part of the overall picture has to account for understanding what the impacts on other customers will be. And that includes customers in the future, customers in other parts of the service territory who are on the hook to pay for those assets. So I think a comprehensive picture of what the overall costs and benefits of a given action are is important for prioritization.
And counsel for BGE posed a hypothetical about customers interested in connecting to gas service being denied. To be clear, is it your testimony that BGE should immediately cease connecting new gas customers based on the results of this proceeding?
No.
counsel for BGE also asked you about your knowledge of BGE's DIMP. Is there anything that would prevent BGE from changing its DIMP?
No, it would have to work within the parameters of what would be a DIMP that could be approved, but it's a BGE document, and BGE can amend it and go through that process to amend its DIMP to correspond to what it perceives to be a prudent path forward for its system.
And one final question. Counsel for BGE asked you about your background, and on page 2 of your SIR rebuttal, excuse me, you identify 2 proceedings that you were involved in. One was in Quebec and the other was in Ontario. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you explain your involvement in those proceedings?
So the Quebec proceeding has to do with it had to do as a sort of a standalone proceeding separate from a rate case to just establish the capital structure for the gas utilities in Quebec. The province decided that they wanted to take a look across all of the utilities for one aspect of the rate case, as opposed to complete picture with that for each company. That's how they decided to structure it. And the particular issue had to do with the question of how much business risk the gas utilities face, and what that should mean about what their return on equity should be. And I testified regarding the various steps and planning processes that utilities could go through to mitigate various risks that they might face from a business standpoint by thinking closely and carefully about their what their investment approaches should be, and about how they might think about depreciation or other things, new customer connections, or a range of different options they might have. So the Régie de l'Énergie recognized me as an expert on business risk and energy transition issues in order to and considered my testimony in that case. In Ontario, there is a Enbridge gas rate case. Enbridge is the largest gas utility in Canada and perhaps in North America, and they were arguing that that increased business risk associated with energy transition justified a higher capital equity share in their capital structure, and I evaluated the evidence in that that they presented, and argued that that they had a range of potential actions, including improvements in gas planning and infrastructure decision making, that could mitigate many of the claimed concerns that they were facing, that were their arguments for that their risk had increased.
Thank you. And Your Honor, I have no further questions.
So, questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Sussman.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hopkins. I actually wanted to talk to you about your testimony, your SIR rebuttal testimony on page 33.
Get there, and I will join you.
Okay. And just in general terms, you're recommending that the commission disallow inclusion of a series of projects in the MYP, and instead to either require that the company get cost recovery in the next rate case, or that they file a new stride. Is that your testimony generally?
Generally, yes.
Okay. So included in those projects is 60677 and 58034, which I believe it was last week. I asked one of the BGE witnesses whether those represented, in general terms, the stride projects. So that's Operation Pipeline, gas main replacements, and that was this person's testimony. So do you agree that that's those would generally be the STRIDE projects.
Those are the leak-prone pipe replacement programs, and the
Okay.
STRIDE mechanism has been the mechanism that BGE has used to do
Okay.
recovery for those.
And in your testimony, correct me if I'm wrong, but you believe that at least some of the investments in those projects were imprudent. That's your conclusion now.
That the 2021, 2022, prudence was backwards, right? So we're looking backwards for prudence review. So it's those leak-prone pipe programs in 2021 and 2022. Yes.
Okay, but you are not asking us to disallow recovery of the costs during 2021 and 2022. But you're saying that you believe that it was an imprudent investment. They should have done that. You didn't support their planning for that investment, but you're not asking us to disallow recovery of the investment that they made in those 2 years.
I've identified. I think it's it's the thing that I corrected in my errata. I think it's something like $3.38 million of that past investment to disallow, to not include in rate base.
Okay, and
going forward.
that amount is the planning.
That when trying to evaluate how okay, so the individual, because if the issue with the prudency is the planning, not the execution of a given project, it doesn't work to try to go through and say like, oh, this project in this neighborhood, this pipe, this one was imprudent, right? To be able to identify some specific cost. So in order to identify a disallowance amount that seemed commensurate with the imprudence, I identified the budget amounts for the planning team responsible, and identified that as a reasonable amount to subtract from the plant and service for related to that piece.
Okay, but the actual investment and in those projects, you wouldn't ask us to disallow that.
Well, I would ask you to disallow $3.38 million worth of it.
But that goes to the planning. That's not the actual pipes in the ground.
Yeah. So the question is, do you disallow $3.38 million of O&M costs for the planning team, or $3.38 million worth of capital costs for the pipes? And given that I describe this in more careful language in my direct, but it seemed to be a better alignment from my standpoint, that because the stuff that is actually invested is the capital rather than the O&M, to take that amount and remove it from the capital side of the ledger rather than the O&M side of the ledger.
Okay, but what I'm not understanding is, if we are so through the STRIDE project, we said, go ahead and do this, but we didn't make prudency determinations.
Right.
So what you're suggesting, the disallowance you're suggesting actually doesn't go to the nature of whether each of the specific investments were prudent or not. It seems to just have a I guess I'm not really, they don't correlate to me, so I'm not really understanding what you're proposing in terms of a prudency denial.
So it would be mathematically the same to say, I don't forget the exact total of those two projects, so the Operation Pipeline STRIDE stuff over the course of 2 years. Say it's $150 million a year, total of $300 million over those 2 years. What I'm proposing is equivalent to taking all of the individual components there and multiplying them by something like 0.99 to remove $3 million out of that from a rate making standpoint, because it's not about like identifying that this particular project on this street was imprudent, but rather because it's the process as a whole. It's more sort of a take it off the top rather than to slice out some particular piece of it.
I'm sorry, that makes no sense to me. Because it seems to me that prudency looks to whether the particular investments made sense. I mean, what you're saying is you shouldn't be replacing pipes that are not leak prone, but you should, but if a pipe is leaking, you should replace it. Well, that sort of says to me the first one is imprudent and shouldn't, and the replacement shouldn't have happened. And so we should deny the cost for the replacement of that pipe, and the second one we should. That I always thought of that as a prudency determination. I guess I'm not really understanding what your prudency. I mean, you're saying that the numbers end up being the same, but that to me is not a prudency analysis, or at least not sort of one that makes sense to me. I mean, so you're not recommending that there are specific projects that were undertaken that we should deny cost recovery for?
I have not identified specific components of, say, Project 60677 that you would strike out.
Okay.
Instead, my concern is with the structure of and the planning of that project as a whole. And so a better planning process likely would have done some of the same work. In fact, likely most of the same work, right? The differences would be on the margins. I don't have the information to go back and identify, to redo the planning process that BGE went through to identify, this is what it would have been different. In fact, they might have actually spent exactly the same money but got much more benefit for it had their processes been better. And so the question is, what is an appropriate what's an appropriate amount to subtract from Project 60677 in total to reflect the imprudent planning process?
Okay. Well, that sounds incredibly arbitrary and subjective. But I actually have just one additional question to ask. In terms of going forward, so that what we were talking about was 2021 and 2022. In terms of going forward for the 2024 to 2026 period, you're suggesting that BGE either recover any costs incurred in pipe replacement in the next rate case, or that they file a new stride for if they're interested in getting accelerated cost recovery. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So it just seems to me that because they don't have a stride proposal in place now, there's going to be some period. Some have testified 6 months or maybe more, where they won't have a mechanism in place that would allow them for concurrent cost recovery. So at least for the 6 months or whatever period, they would be in a worse position going into 2024 than they would be now. Is that does that make sense to you too?
Yeah, if there's a period in which they're incurring expenses to replace assets to maintain a safe and reliable system, but are not recovering those expenses sort of live in the stride fashion, then they will have that revenue that would otherwise be coming in once that stride structure kicked in. They would not have that revenue.
Okay, because it just seems to me, I'm trying to figure out, we've got a lot of different proposals in place. It seems sort of a little unfair if we're saying to them, come in, you can do this multi-year plan. So they opted to put their future investments into the multi-year plan. So they didn't do another stride. They could have done another stride, but they put it here, and then we say to them, okay, we agree with OPC, no multi-year plan, and then they don't have a stride in place. That just seems a little unfair.
I mean, I'm not going to prejudge what anybody might suggest in such a proceeding. I'm going to hypothesize that in that case, the utility might say, well, can we get recovery once the stride program does kick in? Can we recover back to the start of the year, right, and get recover the amount that they would have recovered in that time period? Whether they would propose that and what you would think about and what parties would say, I don't know. But it's not as though the opportunity to have that conversation is permanently foreclosed.
Mm-hmm. And I understand you can't speak to OPC's position on this because you haven't spoken to your client. But from you as an expert, would that kind of mechanism, would that seem fair? That we would allow them to look back for cost recovery purposes for the period that they couldn't have accelerated cost recovery.
Given the circumstances of this case and the description as you laid it out of choosing to move into the multi-year rate plan world instead of the stride world, and if the commission says, well, no, actually we need you to go back, and it seems like the details would need to be worked out, but I think there's likely a fair way to do that, such that the utility isn't provided they're doing all the things they're supposed to do with respect to the stride plan and all the rest of it, that they're not having to take some loss because the commission sort of decided to change horses.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Richards. No, you go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just going down the line here. No, we're fine.
Sorry.
We'll get there, everybody. So.
I'd be glad if you wanted to.
Go for it.
Maybe I can be pretty quick. Well, first of all, thank you for being here this afternoon. I guess I was approaching this very similarly to Commissioner Suchman. Trying to, as I'm looking at your testimony, I think it provides a lot of really good, insightful information for us to consider as far as the capital planning process. But we're also trying to do this in the context of reviewing past and current capital plans.
Right.
So trying to again, hopefully I'm just repeating the question. It does seem that I'm also looking here at your point about BG hasn't changed its planning process meaningfully since 2014. But they've been doing this in the context of current policy and also stride, the stride mechanism. So as I'm looking at what they've done and what they're doing, wasn't that all done according to the current planning process? And wouldn't it be, as I think Commissioner Suchman stated, unfair to suddenly say, oh, we're changing now how we're going to evaluate how you got to this plan, and because it sounds like you're in fact asking us to disallow something without really specifically saying what was done imprudently, other than you didn't like the planning process that they used. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yeah. So the question is an interesting one, and trust me, if there were good citations for other commissions having wrestled with this issue about how to deal with imprudence around planning questions, I certainly would have tried to put them before you. When you look at a set of investments and you say the processes that were used to select these investments were not good processes, they did not reflect prudent utility management about choosing what to invest in, then there's the question of, well, what is the appropriate disallowance in that context? It does not seem appropriate and sort of scaled to the situation to say, well, the entire program should be disallowed because the planning process that went into it wasn't prudent. That seems a bigger ask than is warranted. So then the question is, what is a a reasonable disallowance that is that reflects what went wrong, right? And so in that context, disallowing a portion that corresponds to the amount of the budget of the planning process, I settled on that as the most reasonable amount, recognizing that that it's not a matter of again, it's being able to point to to say, oh well, they should have known in doing their planning process. That the outcomes would have been different in this way, right? In a way that resulted in an overall prudent set of investments. Identifying like this pipe in this place. The issue is at the input rather than the details of the outputs. So how to make that?
Okay, but you're here really as I guess more of a policy. I don't want to call it advocate, but do you have I think something we should consider? You're suggesting we should consider as we reflect on where policy in Maryland is going, and it may involve transitioning to a new planning process. But what I'm looking at, I mean, for instance, Commissioner Commissioner O'Donnell's picture pops up, but there are some very specific recent issues where, as a commission, we made some decisions on plans. In fact, in one recent, there he is. There was something he was advocating that should be in the plan, and I, thought otherwise, and I ended up on the losing side. So I think it would be. Wouldn't it be, if the commission decided to go with, the position of a prudent plan, or at least where we move forward, and they did it by the plan, why would that be something we would provide any disallowance about because of a planning issue?
So I think that, I guess I'm going to come back to it.
Okay. And if this is getting too circular,
Yeah,
because I really actually would like to get more into transitioning to a planning regime,
right,
and how we would do that effectively. But go ahead.
So
I asked the question.
I do want to address at least one part of that, which is that I think that it's more than policy that should. The utility has an obligation to do prudent planning in the totality of its context, not just in what the legislature might have said context. So in the context of changes in markets, in the context of changes in federal policy, in the context of changes in customer interest in different technologies, et cetera. So they have an obligation to look at the prudent course of action at any given moment, not just at the time that a given plan is filed or at the time that a given law is passed. The laws are clearly important signals into that process, but there is more to it than just pure policy. So I wanted to make sure that part was clear. At the same time, I don't want us to miss the whole risk discussion that the BGE Council and I had a little bit ago about the merits of the pure process of evaluating the risk associated with and prioritization amongst assets. So there's like a macro level: how much should we be doing? Should we choose these neighborhoods over those neighborhoods because of the long-term usefulness of the assets in given areas? Does it make more sense to replace these than those because these are going to retire anyway? Or there's those sort of future of gas issues, and there's also these risk issues that are real sort of day-to-day. This pipe has high consequence. This pipe has low consequence, right? And doing that sort of prioritization. So it's the combination of those things together. That at least when I conduct the review of that program as a whole, that's where I say, all right, like this is a reasonable disallowance.
Okay, and let me see if I can just wrap this up with just one last question. And I like the way the chair has posed some of the questions about the threading the needle. As we look at, again, part of our responsibility, supervise and oversee. One, we have to make sure we're doing so in a manner that allows the utility to run a safe and reliable system, both gas and electric. We have been given other responsibilities to maybe be forward-looking and consider, state policy, climate change, and that. Okay, that specifically even tells us we should consider the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reports. So, what is the prudent then for us as we maybe transition to future planning? Okay, and again, fulfilling that responsibility to state policy, and again, being, I think, fair to the company that, for past investments or investments that are occurring right now, things we might look at in this proposal to make sure, I think as Commissioner Suchman pointed out, that we don't misuse your testimony and, pre-declaring that this is not prudent. Maybe you'd prefer a different planning process, but again, ensuring that the company can maintain that safe and reliable service as we try to move forward into maybe better planning regimes. Anyway, man, I'm going to shut up now.
There's a lot there. I guess I would commend the white paper we wrote for New York that was mentioned before about long-term gas system planning. There's a bunch of different pieces in there. I guess a few sort of general principles. One is that the pace at which the actual consumption of different kinds of fuels will change is relatively slow compared to the pace at which people's installation of new hardware might change, for example. If hypothetically just no one in Maryland installed a new gas furnace starting tomorrow, people would still have gas furnaces that were operating just fine that they installed last week that would still be operating in 20 years, right? So there's a long time to plan for infrastructure changes. It's a good thing that there's time to be able to do things like adjust depreciation rates and talk to the electric utility about being able to handle the higher peaks and elaborate their systems and all the things that the electric and gas sides will both need to do in order to be able to make, say it was an electrification focused transition to make that happen. At the same time, there are, if you know broadly where you're headed, whether it's to retire assets entirely or to use them only for sort of winter peaking use, essentially the gas system becomes a non-wires alternative for the electric system, right? Whatever of those features are, the way that those gas assets are used is quite different in 10 or 20 years. It's not necessarily different in 2 years or 4, but it's quite different in 10 and 20 relative to today. Either total volumes are down, and whether peak volumes are also down is a question of different parts of the system. Some industrial processes will be actually carefully looking, segmenting the system, and thinking through what the implications of those are for different kinds of assets. I put some general language in here about that you all should have high expectations about the level of planning that goes into making those kinds of decisions. That simply saying, well, this is the way we've done it since 2014, isn't a good enough answer with respect to going forward.
Okay, I think you've answered my question well, and I think your testimony is very clear and thought-provoking, and I appreciate you being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Barve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be looking at your direct testimony on pages 32 and 33, and for my colleagues, that's the PDF page 34 and 35, so I'll wait for you to get there.
Is that rebuttal?
No, a direct testimony. Okay. So I'm looking at lines 7 through 12 to begin with, and I'm going to read from it. you say in your answer, when faced with an individual leak, BGE considers whether to repair or replace the leaking asset, period. Okay, fine. But for leak-prone materials that are not actively leaking, BGE has simply made the decision to replace these assets over time through projects 60677 and 58034. Okay. So I think we can all agree that a pipe that's leaking ought to be replaced. Can we all agree to that?
Or repaired, depending on what the most appropriate thing to do with that spot is. But
Okay.
We should stop the leak.
Okay. And BGE is taking the position of replacing, I'm just going to assume here that they are replacing super old cast iron or bare steel lines because they feel that that's the next thing that's going to go. And I take it from your testimony that you don't think that that's the best way to proceed with something that's very old. But you know what? I shouldn't presume to know what your thought is. Describe to me, let me give you a classic example of this. I was on Bell Avenue in Rockville, and they were tearing up the street. I don't know, this was actually a water main thing, but of course, I started snooping, and I asked the guy what he was replacing, and it was a section of pipe that was very old, but they decided to just replace the whole thing up and down Bell Avenue because they were there, it was convenient, it was probably going to have to be replaced in the future anyway, and they felt it made more sense to tear up the entire length of road and replace the whole pipe, because rather than coming back in 5-6 years and redigging it up. So was that a reasonable or an unreasonable type decision for them to make, do you think?
I guess I would say that I would hope that they crunch the numbers on that a little bit.
Well, I'm sure they did.
On whether it makes more sense to do it piecemeal or come back. I think that's, in some sense, that's exactly the kind of cost-effectiveness analysis that I'm advocating for. That if it's cost-effective, to make certain investments, then that relative to others, then make the cost-effective ones. So, in the example of I would agree that all of the leak-prone cast iron needs to be out of service. The 2040 timeframe is one that so at some reasonable pace, right? And the question is, amongst the efforts to take that out of service, what's retired, what's replaced, and when is it replaced? And so identifying prioritization about what the most cost-effective way to go through that replacement process is. In terms of figuring out, two pieces of cast iron are equally old, equally physically at risk of causing a problem. The likelihood in the risk formulation, the likelihood is the same, but the consequence is very different between the two. So, if on the risk of the high consequence segment is higher than the risk of the lower consequence segment, so I would prioritize from a cost effectiveness standpoint. If it costs the same amount of money, there's sort of three parameters: likelihood, consequence, and cost. If you assume any one of those assume any two of them are fixed, then prioritize the actions that you can do to maximize the third. But it is a non-trivial process to say, so that the extended, this section needs to be replaced because it's actively leaking or because it's, physically really challenging. The likelihood there is pretty high. You need to work at it. Next segment over, maybe the likelihood's not as high, but because you're there, the cost is lower, right? And so it might still score well on a cost-effectiveness analysis. And so taking your water main analogy, doing the whole thing can make sense, even if the next segment wasn't as high risk.
I haven't had a chance to read your entire testimony, so forgive me for that. But I mean, so are you basically alleging that BGE is saying they're not just fixing the pipes on Bell Avenue because they're there, but they're skipping over to Anderson Avenue and saying, let's dig that up also because it's just a block over? And I mean, where do you draw that line? Where do you choose to draw that line?
So you know, there are working with what we know, which is that different segments of their cast iron network have different levels of risk. That the risk is concentrated in some segments more than in others. The approach that BGE is using to do the prioritization, one, doesn't appear to take the cost directly into account in a particular way, and so you're sort of missing the third part of getting the most for your money by not considering the money part of it. And two, they're considering a number of what I would consider non-risk factors in terms of the.
Well, like what?
Well, we had a conversation a little bit ago about disruption and geographic equity, for example. Those are perhaps things to consider, but they are not immediately related to risk reduction. And so there's a question of what how to take those into account or not in deciding which projects to pursue. They're also not considering anything about any long-term future for one set of assets or another as to whether which ones make sense from a priority standpoint to replace. But as opposed to potentially, say there's a relatively low-risk piece of cast iron that's still around in the 2030s, if that, maybe the right answer by then is that segment is retired rather than replaced, right? Given whatever the policy environment is, et cetera. So getting the most safety benefit for the money we spend now, rather than just assuming that, well, we'll just spend, if it's now or 2030, who cares? It's like, well, no, actually, I want to get the most for the money I'm spending now, because maybe the state of the system will be different in the 2030s than it is today.
On the next page, you say that BGE, this is line 5, you say, third, BGE's failure to consider alternatives to pipeline replacement could mean that ratepayers are paying more for improvements in safety reliability. So I take it that alternative to pipeline replacement is putting a patch on it? Or what? Well, you know what? You tell me what you mean by that.
The classic NPA, non-pipeline alternative formulation, or at least one that gets talked about, is electrification-based approach. This is what Con Ed is doing for their non-pipeline alternatives in New York, where there's a segment of pipe that they know that it's on the schedule to be replaced in 2029 or 2033. They know like when they're going to get to it because they have a prioritization process and they can look forward and do that. So they know that in 10 years this set of pipe is set to be replaced. But if the 6 households on that stub of the system were to electrify or otherwise move off of the gas system between now and 2033, they would retire it rather than replace it.
Well, I mean, is Con Edison paying for the complete cost of the electrification for those customers?
The way that New York has set up their non-pipeline alternative program, Con Ed would offer incentives to the customers on those segments
so they're not paying the full amount. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm a pretty hardcore environmentalist, but if you have a street where you have 20 people who are living there, and the pipeline needs to be replaced or it needs to be fixed in some substantial way, the cost associated with moving those 20 people to all electric is going to be substantial and probably way more than replacing the pipe.
So witness White for BG&E and I went back and forth on this a little bit in our testimony on the cost effectiveness of electrification versus replacement. My read of my direct and her rebuttal is that the range of costs per customer for replacing the pipe and the range of costs per customer for electrifying the buildings overlap. Depending on,
Oh, sure. The Venn diagram will overlap in some place, but not in all places.
Not in all places, but in a place where replacing the pipe might cost $30,000 per household to replace, but every you could electrify or otherwise disconnect from the gas system all of the households on that for $25,000 per household, right? The lower cost option in that case is to and I would argue lower risk from a stranded cost standpoint, from a future costs of GOG compliance, there's a bunch of other things to put on the NPA side of the ledger. But say you had that case where it was clearly cheaper for everyone to electrify than to replace the pipe, you'd want to identify that, you'd want to think about it, you'd want to see, make a, you'd have, this is what that Con Ed program is. The specific spots that they've identified tend to have relatively small numbers of customers, as in their sort of initial identification, 1, 3, 5 customers.
This is Con Ed or
the
BG?
Con Ed.
The Con Ed example. Okay.
So those are places where they've done the sort of initial high-level screening that they think that the replacement is going to be distinctly more expensive than being able to attract those customers to electrify.
Well, let me.
It's not so much. I mean, the particulars of the program would be something that BGE should work through and file with you all and have a discussion about it. The fact that it's not even sort of part of the equation, that BGE has had various initial feelings of conversations like this with some customers in circumstances like this, but actually hasn't kept any of the records about what those conversations were. It just indicates a lack of priority on thinking through that side of how this would play.
Well, I mean, look, let me just say that if there were ever any person in this room who wants to pump the brakes on gas and hit the accelerator on electricity, I'm that guy. But, having spent 40 years in financial accounting, I'm also very aware of the tremendous cost associated. In my mind, the standard English phrase, or the phrase retrofit translates into the standard English phrase of super expensive, just as stakeholder group equals 20-year delay. I mean, that's the way I was in the legislature for 32 years also, and so that's part of the way I look at these things. And I'm going to conclude here, except to say to my colleagues and in the public, I want to figure out a smart way to pump the brakes a bit on natural gas and to accelerate our electrification. But I do not want to create a Cost Accountants Full Employment Act either. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Mr. Chairman, I have no questions. Thank you.
So, going back to the discussion you had with Commissioner Sushman about the disallowance, I mean, if our goal is to change and improve this planning process that the company went through in making these determinations, on a going forward basis, is it more effective for us to use the tool of disallowance, which is sort of a blunt instrument, or instead prescribe in the order, here's how we think the planning process should be done, and at the risk of sort of micromanaging the company?
I appreciate there is some trade-off there. I don't think it's a one or the other situation. Simply not saying anything about the future and just putting the disallowance would be you would be missing an opportunity, right? To send a better and more comprehensive signal to the utility about what you expect of them. At the same time, the disallowance is a good way to emphasize the seriousness of your concern, and to go, I guess, sort of more than words on the processes and say, we're going to be working through these various processes, but you have an obligation, and you have had an obligation all along, to be doing better, full stop, today, as of yesterday, right? Having a process in which we will have a better planning process by 5 years from now is certainly better than not having one at all. Having a process that gives you something better guidance in a year or 6 months is better than 5 years. But encouraging and focusing attention on the need to improve those processes, like now, becomes that much more clearly through with the disallowance.
But given the discussion you had with her about the sort of difficulty in determining, what the amount should be, because it's planning and not hardware, I mean, do we run the risk of it looking to appear to be a penalty, and in that case, sort of arbitrary and capricious in how we make that determination?
Clearly, I would trust you not to do anything that was arbitrary or capricious. That is why I settled on grounding it in the planning budget as the relevant set of dollars to be working with, is precisely because it's directly tied to the area of my concern.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thank you very much. And, so, 1:15. So I guess we're going to take a lunch break till 2:15. And just so I'm straight, this was your last witness, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So we'll come back to 2:15 and start with staff.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can we just have a sense of the order of witnesses for this afternoon?
Yes, Drew McAuliffe will be staff's first witness that we're calling. And I think Samari Dierier is the second. And I have a schedule. I just got to get it in a different binder.
No, wait a minute.
Then Roger Austin would be next, and DeAndre Wilson. Then Jamie Smith.
Wait,
Yes.
we,
So
Somebody email it?
should I start again?
actually, I think we can get it to you. So don't worry.
I think you should have it, but
Yeah,
I
I think
it's
we
changed.
quote do have it. So, but because the list you're running down is kind of the list I got. So, but okay, I think that works. So,
Okay. It has
all right. So with that, we'll see you at 2:15. On the record, Ms. Moriarty.
Thank you, Your Honor. Staff calls staff witness Drew M. McAuliffe. Good afternoon, Mr. McAuliffe.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
Drew McAuliffe,
Mr. McAuliffe, by whom are you employed and in what division?
the Maryland Public Service Commission and Electricity Division as the director of that division.
Do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony and Exhibits of Drew M. McAuliffe on behalf of the staff of the Maryland Public Service Commission dated June 20th, 2023, consisting of 71 pages and 4 exhibits?
I do.
Chair Hoover, I would like to have Mr. McAuliffe's direct testimony marked for identification as Staff Exhibit Number 1, please.
So marked.
Mr. McAuliffe, do you have before you a document entitled Sir Rebuttal Testimony of Drew M. McAuliffe on behalf of the staff of the Maryland Public Service Commission dated August 25th, 2023, consisting of 28 pages?
I do.
Chair Hoover, I would like to have Mr. McAuliffe's Sir Rebuttal testimony marked for identification as Staff Exhibit Number 2, please.
So marked.
Mr. McAuliffe, were Staff Exhibits 1 and 2 prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, they were prepared by me.
Do you have any changes or corrections to either of those documents?
I do not.
Mr. McAuliffe, if I were to ask you today the same questions that were asked in connection with your direct written testimony and your Sir Rebuttal written testimony, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
Taken together, do these constitute your pre-filed testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, staff would like to move Staff Exhibits 1 and 2 into the administrative record of this proceeding, please.
No objection.
Admitted.
Thank you, Chair Hoover. The staff witness McAuliffe is now available for cross-examination.
Walmart. No questions. Oh, actually, I forgot. Did you do that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess we forgot that. So.
I do.
Thank you. So Walmart, we said no. Sierra Club. Amtrak. Not here. Montgomery County, Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW. No questions. Department of Defense. Not here. Maryland Energy Administration.
No questions.
Office of People's Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, just a few. If you give me a second, please. Hi, Mr. McAuliffe. As you know, my name is Gary L. Alexander. I represent the Office of People's Counsel. And, Your Honor and the bench, I'd like to just say one thing in advance. Even though OPC's cost of capital witness Dr. Woolridge already testified before the commission, and Mr. McAuliffe's proposed ROE is 9.45%, and Dr. Woolridge's is, I think, 9.1%. Generally, even though they tackle these problems of the different methods of calculating, they're basically going in the same direction. So my cross will be very short because I don't believe that it's proper to have friendly cross, and in these circumstances, these differences are, as far as I'm concerned, de minimis. So I'm going to try to stay away from that.
We appreciate that. Well, thank you.
Mr. McAuliffe, I want to direct your attention to your direct testimony pages, the bottom of 21 to 22,
Okay.
and the bottom of 23, lines 19 to 21. And in the 21 to 22, it starts off that says, Witness Vajos has also proposed to include a cost of debt true-up in BGE's last multi-year rate plan. And on 23, it says, Witness Vajos is proposing to use 3 different projected cost of debt levels for each year of BGE's multi-year rate plan, which is 3 years, correct?
Correct.
And what I'm about to ask you, I don't think is in any testimony, but it relates to these your two disagreements with Mr. Vajos. Commissioner Suchman asked, I think our witnesses, what would happen if if the commission put in somewhere in the middle of the 3 years some mechanism that this could be, or some of it could be reviewed. I don't know if you've been watching, do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Okay. And my question is if the commission were to put that into place, and I'm not saying OPC wants it in place, or you, or staff, but if the commission were going to follow Dr. Suchman's question, Commissioner Suchman's question, but you're now promoted to doctor.
always wanted a doctor.
Yeah. Believe me, I understand.
Yeah.
How would that, if at all, impact these two of Mr. Vajos's assertions that you disagree with about the 3 different cost of debt levels and the debt true-up that Mr. Vajos recommends for catching up to interest rates, I believe, and that you disagree with as well, correct?
Well, there was a lot there. Could you kind of rephrase the question? I believe I know what you're asking, but I'm not positive.
Just for the record, staff objects to this line of questioning. I know that's answering a commissioner's question, but it calls for speculation, and staff didn't actually testify to the impacts of the debt true-up in these 3 scenarios, so staff.
I'm going to second the objection.
Whoa.
All right, so why don't you take a second stab at this and maybe narrow the focus a little bit?
Okay.
And maybe that'll evade the 2 concerns. So.
Okay. On page 21, lines 15 to 17, you mentioned that witness Vajos proposed to include a cost of debt true-up in this multi-year rate plan, and you say that he believes this true-up is necessary because interest rates have risen significantly in recent years. And then from 21 to 22, you disagree with Mr. Vajos's conclusion.
Well,
recommendation.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I disagreed with his recommendation for the true-up, and just to note, on page 21, lines 15 to 17, I also discussed how he included it in their last MYP as well. This cost of he, being witness Vajos, included the cost of debt true-up in the last case as well as this case.
Did the commission accept that?
They did not.
Okay. So, my question to you is a hypothetical. If the commission were to put in place something in the middle of the 3 years that would review in some way the initial, their order approving of whatever they approve, would that have any impact on either Mr. Vajos's recommendation or your disagreement with that recommendation? It's a hypothetical.
Well, I'm not a fan of hypotheticals. That would really be up to the commission what that review entails. I believe the discussion, I think it was yesterday or the day before, about the review was more to do with capital expenditures, if I remember correctly. So if it sticks to that, I believe the discussion was around electrification and if spending would need to change and projects would need to change. So I believe that's a wholly separate concern. So no, it wouldn't change any of my recommendations.
Okay. Thank you. And I'm just assuming that your answer would be the same as to, well, let me not assume, is your answer the same if I gave you that hypothetical of Mr. Vajos proposing 3 different projected cost of debt levels for each year of BG's MYP? You don't support that proposal. And again, I'll just say somewhere in the middle of the 3 years, the commission did some sort of review of the initial ones. Would your answer just be the same as you gave the last one because you don't like hypotheticals?
Yes, it would.
Okay, I'm going to leave that then. And if you go to page 34 and 35 of your testimony, you accept the you're accepting the what's called the actual capital structure that has been proposed by BGE, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And would you agree that in terms of a capital structure, that in terms of ratepayers, common equity is more expensive than debt?
Typically, yes.
And would you say that 52% is either a bit on the high side or heading towards the high side of a capital structure as far as our commission reviews it?
As far as the commission's concerned, typically the commission has historically imputed capital structures, meaning providing a different one than the company proposed. Usually when you get around, in my opinion, around 53, above 53% equity.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify something, when we talk about actual capital structure, BGE is a subsidiary of Constellation, which is a subsidiary ultimately of Exelon.
I believe it's just Exelon these days.
Okay.
Since the spinoff.
Thank you. I've been doing a lot of FERC work, so I'm out of that. Would you agree that at least in part, Exelon assigns the amount of equity to each of its utility subsidiaries?
I don't know if assigns is the proper word. Exelon can provide equity to their subsidiaries, which obviously could influence their capital structures.
And maybe again, BGE issues its own bonds, right? Its own
Yep,
debt.
its own debt, yes.
Do they issue their own shares too?
They do not.
Okay. So that would come ultimately from, I think there's retained earnings too in it, but a lot of it would come from Exelon.
Yeah, I don't know the exact numbers, but as you said, retained earnings as well would contribute to that
Right.
equity figure.
And so Exelon, so based on, at least in part, on Exelon, and we mentioned the retained earnings, that this could have been 51 or 50% if Exelon had so chosen.
That's hard to say. I'm not as familiar with the inner workings of how Exelon is providing equity to its subsidiaries. So to say they could just, on a whim, change it, I don't know that I could agree to that necessarily. I'd have to review that a bit more.
Okay, I'll make it general rather than that. When regulated utilities are owned by a holding company, and those utilities don't issue their own stock, the equity is basically comprised of equity that the holding company assigns or gives to the utility and retained earnings.
Yes, I believe that's a fair statement.
And so and Exelon also ultimately owns Delmarva Power and Light,
Yes.
and they own Pepco,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And they own ACE, ACE in New Jersey.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is testifying. I'm not sure how this is relevant.
So where are we going with this?
Just to say, well, can I ask him another question, and that'll do it, rather than me, there was objection of me testifying, so I don't want to do that.
So why don't we get to a question as opposed to a
Yes.
laundry list of who's in Exelon? I think we're all aware of that. So
Okay, so do you know if these subsidiary utilities all have a 52% equity in their capital structure?
No, I don't know the capital structure of all those utility companies. We do have a Pepco MYP in front of us as well. I believe their equity level was 50.5%, if memory serves. But
Thank you.
that's the only one I know at this point.
Okay, and 50.5, is that a benefit to ratepayers?
Well, if the equity level of the capital structure is lower, generally it would lead to a lower rate of return, which would mean lower rates for.
Okay, thank you. I think I've only got two more, three. For eliminating lows and highs of the utility proxy groups, forgetting the non-regulated ones. On page 13, and I think you do it of your surrebuttal, it's in your direct, but this is where I have, and it's page 13 of your surrebuttal.
Okay.
And you use the threshold of 7 and 14%. And I know that, Mr. McKenzie, if you complete the sentence, say it's inconsistent with past practice, you say that's incorrect, but I'm not going to go into your past practice, but I would like to know, because Dr. Woolridge has, I believe, said something different about the range. Where did the 14% come from?
Well, it wasn't exactly. It's not an exact science. There wasn't any, formula to derive that figure. It was just based on what we think is a reasonable return for utility, and based on the figures of the analysis that we've performed over the years, that I've performed over the years.
Okay, so are there presently a number of regulated utilities owned by holding companies, well, in proxy groups, in cases like this, which have 14% returns?
Do you mean awarded returns, or what, just say a DCF model would produce?
Well, when you say a DCF model would produce, so the 14% is what a DCF model would produce?
It's possible. I guess I was referring to my proxy group. Do you mean, are there any utilities that I'm aware of that have been awarded 14%, or that any ROE model is producing a 14%?
Okay, so what I meant was the first one, and
Okay. I'm not aware of all the awarded ROEs across the country. I doubt there's a 14%, but I can't be certain to say
okay, how about the settled ROEs?
that. Yeah, same answer.
Okay, now you say that the DCF produces, one of your DCF models, I don't know which one, produces, the result is a 14%.
No, no, I didn't say that exactly. I just kind of used that as an example, but I do actually believe I think I did have one that was over 14%, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so I actually did have one, but I was just using that as an example.
Okay, and are you aware of the models that the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission uses for the transmission side of BGE and other regulated utilities, what their range is?
Vaguely, I've looked at it in the past. I believe their lower end was essentially, I forget which bond they were using, and they just added, 200, 300 basis points above that, something like that. So generally, but no, I'm not off the top of my head.
Okay, so you mentioned low one, but I was actually
Sure.
focusing on the higher one.
Mhm.
So you don't know if FERC goes up to 14%?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And Your Honor, if you beg my indulgence for a second, I'm just making sure that I've covered everything. Yes, Your Honor, that's fine. That's the conclusion of my cross, and I thank you, Mr. McAuliffe, and I thank the bench for their patience.
Alderman Gas and Electric.
Good to see you, Mr. McAuliffe. I actually have no questions for you, though.
Nope.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
So, questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Richard.
Good afternoon, Mr. McAuliffe.
Afternoon.
I guess the only thing I'd like to ask is just about just overall trends. I was just reviewing, excuse me, in the direction of the ROEs for both gas and electric. In case, and let me know if these are correct, but in case, in 2019, we did a BGE historic test year case. It was at 9610, and in that case, you recommended 9.3. Is that correct?
I trust your word. I don't quite remember,
okay.
but
Well, and then of course in 2021 for 9645, your recommendation went up to 9.4.
yes,
okay?
for electric and 9.6 for gas.
Right,
Yep.
and then this time you go up another, like up to 9.5 and then 9.6. So it's just last time it was 9.6 for gas, and this time it's 9.65.
9.45.
I apologize for gas. So is it both electric and gas 9.45? Okay,
Correct.
Yes, misunderstood that. Okay, one of the concerns I think we heard from the BGE witness is, while overall trends are going up, what we actually allowed last time was a 9.5 for electric and 9.65. So while overall trends seems to be pushing in an upward direction, if we go with your recommendations, in both cases, we would see a decline. Do you find, in your expert opinion, just in all the research you do, that that would have any kind of detrimental effect on the company? Again, if they are going against the trends?
Sure. I don't believe so. I mean, if you remember witness Vahos's cross, their earned return is actually usually lower. Not always. BG's has been higher in the past 10 years, particularly for electric. But their earned return is lower. A few basis points I highly doubt would have a detrimental impact on BG or Exelon itself. I would also like to note that in my SIR rebuttal, I did clarify that my recommendation in the previous case would have been lower if not for the Commission's reliance on gradualism. Staff obviously has to consider Commission precedent.
Okay.
So I believe, in my SIR rebuttal, I'm trying to remember the numbers. I think it would have been 925 and 935 in case 9645. Apologize, it's a lot of numbers. But as you said, I recommended 9.4 and 9.6 because of gradualism. So, and in this case, really gradualism isn't a factor based on where my analysis came out. So, I feel like, witness McKenzie was kind of just cherry picking. Well, your recommendation is slightly lower, at least for gas. But, if you review my full testimony from the last case, I do state it would have been lower. But to get back to your original question, it's hard to say, but I really don't think that would be a detrimental impact on the company. They've still been able to attract capital. We haven't heard any concerns about that. So,
okay, that was all. Great, thank you.
Commissioner Barbe.
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Schlesman.
No questions.
So, the company's witness, Mr. McKenzie, stated that we needed to be cognizant and take recognition of the fact that interest rates are dramatically different now than they were when the rate of return was set in the first MRP. And so the question I asked him and asked OPC's witness, and I'm going to ask you, is, how do we factor that in, given the fact that interest rates may be dramatically different 3 years from now than they are today?
Sure. Yeah, and I think as the other witnesses stated, that's a pretty difficult question. So for ROE, obviously you have to base it on current investor expectations. That's really all you can do. It obviously becomes exceedingly difficult when you're starting to deal with projections. Most folks feel that, particularly with the Federal Reserve, that they're close, if not very close, to being done increasing interest rates. I think the general consensus may be one more at most, 25 basis point increase. So that that would lean to rates possibly going down, in the over the course of this 3 years. But it's just so hard to say. I think for the commission, for every ROE analyst, you have to use current investor expectations. That's really all you have. I do try to provide the commission with kind of all sides of the argument on where folks think things may be going, but I think it's kind of a slippery slope when you start to try to predict what's going to happen 3 years from now. So I would say it's best to stick with the current investor expectations.
So, one other question. Given the potential changing nature of Baltimore Gas and Electric, if the gas business is de-emphasized, goes away, or things like that, does that create a level of uncertainty for them and in investors' mind that a significant piece of the business might be changed dramatically?
Well, I would say one thing investors, like the least is uncertainty. You'll hear that quite a bit. So obviously it'd be best if there was an answer as to what was occurring. Obviously BG is in a unique circumstance of owning both the gas and electric in their service territory, so they're in kind of a unique circumstance to obviously increase electric rate base with electrification, obviously reduce gas if there was a law passed to restrict it. So I would say uncertainty would be concerning to investors. Having an answer would obviously give them the most comfort either way, just so they know what to expect.
Well, what about in the context of, this proposed rate plan would last for 3 years? And so, if the legislature passes a law next year saying no more gas, how's that sort of factor into since we're setting rates for 3 years? So.
Well, I guess that goes back to your first question. You really have to base it on current investor expectations. If there was a major law passed, just say a year or two from now, it's hard to say what the impact would be on the company. But I would say again, it's just best to stick with the current information we have and adjust accordingly.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry. Commissioner O'Donnell, go right ahead. So.
How could you forget this?
That's true. My apologies. Go right ahead. So.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you, Mr. McCullough, we've seen quite a few of these, both you and I, rate cases, and we're coming through the alternative rate making process, learning curve together. And so in both the historic and even these new ones, my experience, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to be, and I'm going to oversimplify here intentionally for the purposes of illuminating a point, but the company makes a submittal, right? Says, here's what we need, here's what we want to do, here's our plan. Staff evaluates it. All the parties evaluate it. They say, well, we think this is what you need. This is what you should get based on what you submitted. And then typically there's an interim step. It's not settlement because you never reach, or rarely do you ever reach 100% of agreement, because if you did, well, there wouldn't be much case of continuing these long drawn out proceedings because you'd be at a settlement point. But you're not. But there are significant changes. That is to say, the company typically, in my memory, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, will adjust their submittal to account for some of the initial evaluations, both pre-filed analysis and post-filed analysis, but pre-proceeding, pre-evidentiary hearing analysis of maybe the parties and certainly the staff. And staff provides this wonderful comparison chart, the position of the parties, and it's very helpful to me, because it lays out in very concise detail, even for a non-economist like me to understand. Okay, here's the figures from each party. Here's what each party wants and says we need to do. But in this case, the only adjustment that the company has made after submittal that I can see, other than one little tinkering around on something, I think it might have been $1 million, and I don't say that lightly, a little, because $1 million is a lot of money to this kid. But, not much change other than the removal of the $30 million programmatic change that we made to their submittal for electrification, to take their electrification plan out. So what's different about this case? I'm trying to put my finger on why, because usually when they come back in with new figures that are different from their submittal and responsive to a certain degree to initial evaluations of the parties and the staff, there's a collective sigh of relief. Everybody goes, that feels better. It's not, the whole enchilada. It's not going to whack our ratepayers better or harder, as hard as it could have. What say you with regard to this case? What makes it different in that regard? Why do I feel like that, or am I remembering it all wrong?
That's a good question, Commissioner O'Donnell. I don't know that I'm probably the best person to ask. Typically, our accountants and our engineers are the ones to make adjustments and remove capital expenditures, things like that. So I don't know that there's necessarily a big difference between this case and any previous cases. But again, I think I'd have to defer to possibly our accounting or engineering witnesses to give you a better answer.
All right. Well, it's been perplexing me, and I apologize. I had some medical-related issues and some technical issues that probably kept me from asking the right person, and we may end up having to recall Mr. Case for that purpose to get an answer to this question. But it almost seems like the utility companies, specifically as part of a corporate strategy for Exelon, have said, we're going to put all our marbles in the regulatory utility game. We're going to de-emphasize our generating assets. In fact, we're going to break them off eventually and probably get rid of them. Who knows? We're going to focus on a return from our regulated utilities. And it almost feels like a change that says, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. That's our corporate strategy. Take it or leave it. And that feels like a different posture than, I guess, what I'm used to. Any comment?
Sure. Well, Commissioner Richard, I believe, brought up the other day Exelon's investor presentation. Their typical quarterly presentations. I have seen some of those, over the years, and I would say Exelon does, promote increased rate base expenditures and therefore, increased profits for their subsidiaries. So that is something they're definitely looking at to increase rate base for their distribution utilities.
All right. Well, maybe the rest of the cavalcade of staff witnesses will have something to say about that. Maybe specifically in the accounting investigation division, but this case just feels very different to me in that regard. Very, very different. And it came in high and it stayed high and it didn't adjust other than $30 million for an adjustment we forced. And beyond that, there's no adjustment here, no pre-evidentiary hearing adjustments that makes me wonder what the heck is this? But thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe there'll be other opportunities, or just the presage, we may have to recall Mr. Case at some point.
Alrighty, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair Hoover, I just offer, if the commission's interest, we actually have the CFO here with us today, company witness Vahos, who could take the stand now as we're transitioning witnesses and answer Commissioner O'Donnell's questions. I'll just offer that if anyone's interested.
Did you hear the offer, Commissioner O'Donnell? Or?
I did, Mr. Chairman, and that would be fine. I'll defer to the administrative wisdom of the chair.
Does Ms. Moriarty have any problem if we sort of interrupt your flow to deal with this one specific question?
No.
Okay.
No objection.
What, Your Honor, I may object, but I'm not sure
Well,
what I'm objecting to.
Yeah, I think that, so this is actually a question from one of the commissioners, and he actually, was unavailable during part of the company's presentation, so.
I just don't know what the question is. That's all.
Yeah.
And then we won't object.
Your Honor, just if I add, we had offered into evidence, or we had offered BGE data or bench data request 1, and we had said that either Mr. Frayne or Mr. Vahos could do it. So
I understand, yeah,
That's
so.
exactly what I think
And
I
that's,
was trying to answer for
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
Alexander.
yes, I think, don't worry about it, fine, so. Don't do that, Gary. So, go ahead and, so with that, yeah, why don't we,
All right, well, the company will recall company witness Vahos.
Okay, Your Honor, what's the question?
this is a question that the last discussion that Commissioner O'Donnell had with Mr. McAuliffe is the question we're now going to be pointing to Mr. Vahos.
All right, I still don't know the question, but that's okay.
That's fine.
We will
You'll
not
find
object.
out soon enough.
But
so.
if you give me 60 seconds so that Mr. Sammartino can...
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
switch with
Sure,
me?
yeah. Yeah, yeah.
So the question to simplify, are we ready? Mr. Chairman?
Give me 30 seconds, so. Just moving some people around, so. Yeah, right, yeah. I think all of us, if you want to give one, sure.
I have a pile of paper.
That's right, yeah. so-
And it'll-
Yeah, no, that's fine. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, same time, yes. There you go. So you got the.
Not yet. Thank you.
Wait a minute, there you go. Yeah, it's same document, so.
I still use it. I think it's coming around.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
No,
Here, we got an extra.
We had extras.
Oh, you did? Okay, all right.
We're good, so I think
All right.
we're all
We got-
fine.
Everybody's ready.
It is the same. It is the same.
I think it's
Mine is under the pile.
Oh, yeah.
And so.
Yeah.
I don't know if we need to do any formalities, but Mr. Vahos, you're the same Mr. Vahos who previously appeared, correct?
Right, and you're still under oath from before. So, Commissioner O'Donnell, go right ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for everybody for indulging me on this. But it's something that's bothering me, and the response to the bench data request was simply a validation of what I felt, which was no changes, right?
Correct.
Other than $30 million for removing the electrification plan and some tinkering around on a little bit something else, but not much.
That is correct, Your Honor.
So, and you heard my description. It's different from most any other case in my memory
Yes, it is. It
in
is.
that regard. And I'm wondering, the question is why?
Yeah, and I think what is fundamentally different between an MYP proceeding and a historical rate case proceeding in the state of Maryland is typically Maryland utilities would file what's called a partially projected test period. In the case of BGE, we would file with 8 months of actual information and 4 months of forecast. And then as the proceeding went through time, those 4 months got changed to actual. So every single number in the company's litigation position changed because we replaced budget with actual information. And that's been true for every case before these MYPs. The MYP doesn't have that function because the entire case is a budget, and we aren't proposing to change the budget that we filed in our original application.
So I appreciate that, and I accept that as part of the reason, part of the explanation. But there's something else going on here, because even in the first round of MYP for Baltimore Gas and Electric, beyond the adjustments for other things, I think there were significant changes made from the submittal.
Not by the company, Your Honor.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, Mr. Bajos. Hang on here, hold your horses, because I think there were changes that were made that specifically dealt with, and to my memory, maybe job tax cut and Jobs Act revenues for credits and adjustment there, and how they were going to be utilized. Many other things changed, and everybody went, this feels a lot better. Now I don't get any, this feels a lot better, because there is none.
Yeah,
It is what it is, and you're saying, this is it. This is what you get.
Yeah, in the first case, Your Honor, on our initial application, we did propose to use sorry for the technical language, but the excess tax liabilities that we could release. So some of those are protected property. You can't touch them under IRS rules, but some of them you could. So in our initial application back in the first MYP, we did propose to use those, both electric and gas available credits, to smooth out the impact of our rate request. I don't recall necessarily us modifying our number, but there was a lot of discussion in that case as that case went through time about how much to use, when to use it, what year do you want to use it. And there was a lot of movement by the parties in terms of how their numbers reflected those different views of what to do with those tax credits. But the underlying budgets themselves, so the O&M and capital programs that we recommended from the beginning of the application, did not change throughout the entire case.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. I'm sorry, with all due respect.
Nope.
I'm not convinced. And it just feels so different to me. I think there were other changes besides the tax credits and how they were going to be utilized to kind of levelize the year-over-year impacts. But this feels very different. It's like, okay, we'll give you the 30 million because we have to, because you ordered it. But other than that, we're not changing anything. This is what you're getting. And that, to me, that's the reason it's important to me. Let me explain this. It seems like it sets up a scenario where settlements are less likely, where coming to terms and agreements on specific line items between the parties. You look at those attachments that I referenced that staff prepares on the differences between the parties, the major parties on revenue requirements, et cetera, and they're stark. They're very stark. It always seemed like they moved closer together to me for any number of reasons, whether it was projected partial test year in a historic sense, or whether it was we don't have that process in the MYP, but there are other things going on. now it seems like there's not much room to settle to even get to a possible settlement somewhere down the road because you're dug in. You're dug in from the get-go. Period. End. Full stop.
Yeah, I don't want to characterize MYPs as being a form or alternative rate making mechanism that makes settlements harder to achieve than historical rate making. I don't think that's a fair characterization. I do think in this particular case, there are some real fundamental disagreements amongst the parties, particularly about the future of the state of Maryland, that made trying to get to a settlement in this instant proceeding a real challenge. I think you get past this period of transition when the state makes its policy decisions and chooses a path and has a plan, and we will have, I think, the same kind of opportunities in this MYP format that we did in historical rate making for reaching, or at least attempting to reach, either a partial settlement on issues or complete settlements on issues and cases.
Why am I wrong in feeling that the company has dug in its heels already, right out of the gate, and not moving? Why did I get that feeling?
Yeah, I don't think we've dug in our heels, Your Honor. I don't want to give you that impression. I think Mr. Case did a very good job of explaining, look, we understand the commission's probably going to make a different decision than what we're proposing. We think reasonable people using the same facts can come to different decisions, and that's absolutely appropriate, and that's the role of you as regulators to do that. But we really do feel that the plans we put forth in this case are both prudent and in the customer's best interest. But again, we will accept the fact that a commission may choose to do something different. And I'll use an example that Denise...
Mr. Vajos, can I stop you?
Of course.
How could you say anything else other than we feel this is in the customer's best interest? If you said anything else, you'd probably be summarily walked out of the room.
Well, I should hope so. But I don't mean that in a cavalier way. I think, we take very seriously our obligation to provide safe and reliable service to our customers. The entire leadership team is committed to that, and we put our best plan forward in this case. And we still think it's a good plan. Again, people can choose to do something different, and I can understand that. But I think we have an obligation to both our customers and honestly to this body to give you the best plan that we think we need to do for our customers.
I don't hear you mentioning your investors. And we all know that's a big concern. That's why you're in business. And we're in it for the customers. Oh, come on.
We are in it for the customers, Your Honor. Look, investors are the financing vehicle for our ability to meet investors' needs. And as we think about Maryland transitioning, there's no way in the world that's not going to take significant investments by not just this industry, but a lot of different industries in the state of Maryland. So yeah, we're going to need investors to actually see Exelon and, more importantly, BGE as a healthy company with a strong balance sheet that they can feel comfortable in making investments in. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the regulatory compact.
Nothing wrong with it. You've heard me say it. You've heard me say it today. I've said it. If you were listening, I said it's part of our public interest evaluation to make sure we have a healthy utility to provide safe and reliable service. I understand that. I understand my job. We understand our job.
Yep. Yes, sir.
We know what that is. But we don't need to be, well, it just feels like you're blowing right by some very obvious red flashing lights, and I'm asking you why. And maybe there's not an answer that you can give me. I understand that, and that's why I get paid to do what I do, is to ask those tough questions, not patsy questions. But I got to tell you, something doesn't feel right here. I don't know. Maybe the creek's rising in Mudville.
Yeah, definitely don't want that. I sincerely am attempting to try to answer your question, Your Honor. Again, I think we are here in this process. We have filed what we believe is a prudent plan. and we feel it's our obligation to do so. And I'll give you an example, if I may, because I think this is a great point, and it came up with Denise Galambos' testimony last week, our chief customer officer. You may remember the Intellis meters. So in this filing, we are proposing to go ahead and do a proactive replacement program for Intellis meters. We understand that they're more expensive. We think that's a legitimate factor that needs to be raised and considered. We did consider it, and we still think, for the benefit and safety of our customers, because it's such a revolutionary product that didn't exist, that it's a right decision to deploy them in a proactive basis. But again, if this commission says we don't think that's the right decision at this time, we absolutely respect that decision and will honor that decision. But we're coming at it from, we're trying to do the right thing for our customers. We're using our professional judgment and our operating expertise, and we're trying to give you all the best plan that we think is going to help Maryland move forward. And we see that as an important role for us if we're going to have these MYPs work.
Well, I would agree with that. I would just say this, that this distinctly feels like here's what we're asking for. We don't care what you say we need. We're not negotiating, we're not dealing. Here's what it is. And you either deal with it or not, but we're digging our heels in, we're plowing forward, and you can either change your analysis, staff and other parties, other stakeholders, or not, but we don't care because we're plowing forward. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, and I definitely don't want it to feel that way, Your Honor. I will be the first one to be happy to settle any kind of litigation if I can on reasonable terms. Again, that just wasn't really an opportunity, unfortunately, in this case. Our positions were too divergent.
People watching who are interested, go look at those attachments to staff's direct testimony that compare the various positions of the parties, because to me they're eye-popping. And to see no movement, which when there normally is in my recollection, is just jaw-dropping.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the indulgence.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rajo.
Thank you.
Oh, just give us a second here and you can.
Sure.
Actually,
I do.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Peter Wilson again for staff. And we've called to the witness stand our witness Samarvit Durare. Ms. Durare, could you state your position with the Public Service Commission?
I'm a manager of grid reliability and modernization at the engineering division.
Okay. And in that capacity, did you produce direct testimony and exhibits filed in the docket of this case on June 20th, 2023, in both public and confidential versions?
I did.
Your Honor, I would ask that staff's, I would ask that the direct testimony and exhibits be marked as Staff Exhibit A for public, and that would be 3A for
3A,
public,
right.
and 3B for confidential.
So, Mark.
And I would move the commission to strike from that direct testimony, both public and confidential, page 43, line 11 through page 45, line 16, because that short passage is on electrification and a response to Mr. Case's testimony on electrification.
Okay.
In addition to your direct testimony, did you also produce surrebuttal testimony filed in the docket on August 25th in public and confidential versions?
Yes, I did.
And if we could have that marked as Staff Exhibit 4A for the public, and Staff Exhibit 4B for the confidential version.
So, Mark.
Do you have any corrections or changes for your testimony today?
No, I do not.
And to your knowledge and belief, is your testimony true and correct?
Yes, it is.
And does it remain your testimony in this case today?
Yes.
Your Honor, with that, I would move Mr. Ari's testimony, Staff Exhibit 3A, Staff Exhibit 3B, Staff Exhibit 4A, and Staff Exhibit 4B into evidence and offer the witness for cross-examination.
So admitted. Walmart.
No questions, Your Honor.
Sierra Club. Amtrak. Montgomery County Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBW. Department of Defense, MEA.
No questions.
Office of People's Council.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We have just a few questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Ari.
Good afternoon.
Durari is the correct pronunciation?
It
Okay,
is.
thank you. I'm Mark Shebist. I'm one of the lawyers representing Office of People's Council in this matter. Good to meet you. I want to ask you just a few questions about the conduit and the staff's position on that. On page 13, line 8 of your rebuttal testimony, thank you, sir, rebuttal testimony, you note that the company has always made payments to Baltimore City to use the conduit system before the execution of the current agreement, correct?
Correct. Can you refer me to the page and line?
I'm sorry. It's page 13, line 8, and the statement is just that while it's true that the company has always made payments to Baltimore City to use the conduit system, then you go on to describe the new agreement.
Okay.
Okay. And in your direct testimony, you describe the historical structure of payments, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. Do you agree that after this agreement ends and the term is through 2026 if it's not renewed and through 2029 if it is renewed, do you agree that after the agreement ends, BGE will still have a need to occupy the conduit?
Yes.
Okay. And do you agree that BGE will then need to pay the city for that occupancy after the current agreement ends? Unless
depending on the terms.
Well, unless the city were to grant the company the right to occupy it for free, the company would need to make some payment to the city, correct?
Objection. This calls for speculation. I don't think this witness is in a position to testify about negotiations between BGE and the city, and it also seems obvious.
Well, I take your latter point. I mean, that some arrangement would have to be made between the city and the company on it.
Okay, I'll move on and just ask one more question in this line, which is, do you agree that if such payments were to be made, whatever those might be, those would be in addition to whatever payments are required under this agreement?
Are you asking past 2029 or?
Correct. Let me. I think I didn't phrase it as well as I could have. You agree that this agreement, if the commission allows the payments that the company is going to propose to make to be moved into rates, will have costs for ratepayers. They'll be part of the rates.
Correct.
Okay. And do you agree that because the company is proposing to capitalize these payments and depreciate them over around 50 years, those costs, there will continue to be a revenue requirement for around 50 years?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree that whatever payments the city will have to make after 2029 will also have to be recovered from customers?
I think you meant the company. Yeah, so you said the city.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Could I ask you to turn, please, to page 25 of your direct testimony? I'd like you to look at line 14, please.
I'm there.
Okay. And you note that it's hard to tell if this is indeed a good deal for ratepayers because BGE has not yet demonstrated that this agreement is in the ratepayers' interest, and they have the burden of proof. And by this, you mean the agreement that the company has executed with the city, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And because it's hard to tell, you've recommended sort of a twofold approach. One, you've recommended that, yes, the company be allowed to build the costs into rates now, but you want a prudency review when we get to reconciliation, and you want the performance of a cost-benefit analysis. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And the prudency will relate to the prudency of the investments that the company makes under the agreement?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a relationship in your mind between the prudency review on one hand and the cost-benefit analysis on the other? In other words, will the cost-benefit analysis results determine in staff's mind what is prudent?
Your Honor, before she responds, this sounds like friendly cross.
Sounds like what?
Friendly cross?
Actually, I don't think so. So go ahead.
No, I
Yeah,
would disagree with
go
that.
ahead, so.
I mean,
Could you please repeat
sure,
the
I'm trying to
question? I'm
understand the relationship. You've made two recommendations.
Yeah.
Well, three. One, that the costs be recovered through rates during the current MYP. Two, that there be a cost-benefit analysis that the company perform for consideration during reconciliation, correct?
Correct.
And third, that all the costs recovered from customers now be subject to a prudency review, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm trying to understand the relationship on the one hand between your recommendation for a cost-benefit analysis and the prudency review. Will the cost-benefit analysis, in your mind, inform the prudency review?
Yes, it does.
Okay. But again, for right now, you're not recommending disapproval. You're recommending that the company be allowed to recover the costs through rates.
Subject to prudency review. Correct.
Right. Can you explain why you're willing to give the benefit of the doubt? Why, despite the fact that there hasn't been a cost-benefit analysis beforehand, you believe that the company should be able to recover these costs now?
Yes. As you mentioned earlier, the company has always been in some type of agreement with the city of Baltimore. And typically in the way MRPs are set up here, we do the prudency review at the time of reconciliation. So that's the reason why I did not recommended disallowance at this point. They would still be subject to, the project is going to be subject to a prudency review in 2026 and 2027. So I didn't prejudge the prudency of it right now.
Okay. Does staff have reason right now to believe that this agreement will pass a cost-benefit analysis of the kind that you've recommended?
I do not know.
Okay. And in reviewing the record based on the costs and the benefits that they've been, suggested by the company, did staff do its own analysis of the total costs of this agreement?
No.
Okay.
The company did not provide a benefit to cost analysis. They did provide capitalization versus expending the expenditure, but not benefit to cost analysis in terms of reliability benefits that would be accrued associated with the project. They didn't provide that information.
Okay.
Yep.
And just focusing on the costs themselves, we discussed a moment ago how because these costs will be capitalized, depreciated over 50 years, they're going to be recovered over 5 decades approximately. and there will be a revenue requirement associated with that time period. And my specific question is whether staff did any analysis of what the total costs and revenue requirement for that period will be.
I didn't do that analysis.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions. Do you have Mr. Vajos's rebuttal testimony with you?
Not in front of me.
Okay. I'm just going to read you from page 13 of his rebuttal. The question is, Staff Witness Durari also recommends quantifying all costs incurred to benefit ratepayers and non-ratepayers that also occupy the conduit system. What is your reaction to this request? And Mr. Vajos' answer is a full paragraph. I'm just going to read the beginning of it. I do not believe such an analysis would be useful, even if it could be produced. In terms of preparing the requested analysis, as I noted earlier, Baltimore City owns, operates, and maintains the system, and all tenants, including BGE, compensate the city for their occupancy. BGE does not have the information to prepare the requested analysis, given we do not know what all other tenants are paying for their occupancy, nor do we have sufficient information about the costs of serving all tenants. And I'll represent to you, subject to check that that is the content of Mr. Vajos' testimony. If, in fact, a cost-benefit analysis could not be performed, does that change staff's recommendation regarding cost recovery now?
Not right now, but at the time of the prudency review, we might challenge the prudency of the investment.
Okay. Do you have doubts, given Mr. Vajos' testimony, that a cost-benefit analysis could be performed?
Could you restate the question?
Sure. I mean, the gist of what I just read from Mr. Vajos is he's, the question was, Staff Witness Durari also recommends quantifying all costs incurred to benefit ratepayers and non-ratepayers that also occupy the conduit system. Mr. Vajos says, doesn't think that analysis would be useful, and he notes even if it could be produced. So he's casting doubt on whether that kind of analysis is possible. And I'm asking whether you agree that it might not be possible to do that kind of analysis.
I do not know the capabilities of the company, but I believe it's required. The company needs to demonstrate the benefit of the new framework, because that's what's required in the minimum filing requirements. Anything beyond $1 million, the company has to provide benefits of the project. So I would expect the company to be able to provide that information either now or at the time of reconciliation.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Durari. I have no further questions.
BG&E.
Yes, Your Honor, I have a few questions. If you could just indulge me for a moment while I open another file up.
Wait a minute, I don't think I heard you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm trying to bring up a file.
Oh, okay, all right.
Going someplace I wasn't expecting, so I
Okay.
am trying to not kill as many trees by not printing everything out.
That's fine.
Good morning, Miss. Okay, I've been calling you Miss Durari for far too long.
That's correct.
Oh, okay, Durari.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, had everything up right. Thank you. Nice to see you again. It's been a long time. We used to do a lot of work groups, and then we went away, so good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
Yes. So I'm going to talk to you about a couple of topics today. First one is going to be, and I think the full name is the Fiber Communications and Connectivity Project, but I'm just going to call it the Fiber Project to save time and words. So just double checking, your recommendation is that the commission should disallow any expenditures for this project beyond those necessary for just, I think, what we're calling the 2 demonstration projects, correct?
That is correct.
And that's somewhere in the neighborhood of $13 million-ish.
Correct.
And then, though, in your rebuttal testimony, I picked up that you also supported the idea of the company doing nothing, of just kind of going with the status quo, I believe.
Other than the pilot project. So my recommendation is to allow the company to do the projects, but not
Oh, okay. So
anything beyond that.
Okay, so you still want us to do the project?
Correct.
Okay. Glad I clarified that. So in your rebuttal, you give some reasons why you think, or why, after hearing our rebuttal testimony, why you stick with your position. And the first one is that you say that we haven't demonstrated that there's any existing and prevalent problems or risks to using third-party service providers for telecommunication services, correct?
Correct.
Right. Real fundamental question. Do you think a utility who uses a telecom provider, third-party provider, has the same, I guess, reliability needs for its service it gets as it say it would as, you know, me, Bev Sikora, sitting at home watching YouTube? Or do you think a utility would have a greater reliability need from a telecom provider?
Could have a greater need.
Okay. And were you listening at all to Mr. Case's testimony on Monday, late in the evening?
Part of it, but it got disconnected at some point. So.
Oh, okay, because your telecom provider probably didn't have great reliability, so.
No, I think it's from the hearing room.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Gotcha, yep, that's right, we did have to go back. I don't know if you heard, there was a part there where Mr. Case testified that not too recently, or not too long ago, BGE lost actually connection to the SCADA system, to one of our gas pipeline SCADA systems.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, that was because of a third-party provider, you know, problem getting service or having the service go down.
That was not part of the record, so I was not privy to that information.
Did you hear Mr. Case talk about that?
I did not because it got disconnected.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And I apologize. I meant to bring the transcripts, but they haven't been done yet. So I'll just offer that that is what he offered. But, you know, even assuming if a telecom provider, you know, that we're using for our SCADA system at a interstate gas pipeline interconnection, you know, where we're looking at the pressures, the, you know, flow rates, all that, if that goes down and we don't get that information, isn't that a real problem to us that we don't have the knowledge of what our system is doing?
Could be a problem.
Think so? Okay. So then, another reason you gave was that you're saying that before we can do this project, we need to do and submit and actually get approved a DER monitoring and control plan under a COMAR provision that I won't spell out. But it has to do with utility monitoring and control of small generation projects.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
And you're saying we have to have that approved before we can do this project. And I guess my question is, why can't we install the fiber, not use it for the DER purposes, and then when it comes time to actually use it for those purposes, come in and get commissioner approval at that time? Why do we need to have the plan approved before we actually install the fiber?
Because the regulation requires that a utility filed monitoring and telecom and monitoring plan has to be permitted.
Even
prior.
the type of asset that you're using, that it gets down to that level of detail?
That's what the regulation says.
Okay, I'll take a look at that a little more closely. I didn't read it that way, but, okay. So then, moving on a little bit, you do know that BGE was awarded a IIJA grant.
Yes.
And that's infrastructure.
Investment and
Yeah.
Jobs Act.
Correct. And you're still, despite that though, you're still saying that we should only get approval to expend the amount, 13 million for the 2 demonstration projects, correct?
Correct.
Correct. And even though BGE has said, and I think you included the data request response in your rebuttal, that for us to get the full grant that we've awarded, we have to spend more than roughly $31 million, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you aren't willing to say, hey, BGE, at least, you know, let's give them an extra $18 million to get the full grant amount?
It's up to the commission to decide.
Okay. Because you are aware that in the, you have heard of the CSNA, the Climate Solutions, and there's actually a provision in there that says that the General Assembly strongly encourages utilities to seek federal funding through the IIJA?
I'm not aware of that specific language.
Okay. Are you aware that the commission has issued orders? I can't remember, I think it's PC 50 something. Also encouraging utilities to seek funding where applicable?
I'm not quite sure about the specific PC you're referring to, but,
you,
it's
you do know
possible.
that they have, and we, there's a whole proceeding, it's monitoring, we report monthly.
Right, right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. But still, despite all that, you're saying stick with the $13 million and, hey, just give up the rest of the.
Objection, counsel's becoming argumentative. She's already answered this question.
I'm building a cake.
Well, why don't you cut to the chase?
That's actually what I was trying to do with the last question.
I understand. So.
Okay, we can move on. I think I've made my point. Moving on. So now we're going to talk about the major outage event costs from 2022. And so in this case, you're not recommending that any of the costs be disallowed, right?
Yes.
But you do want BG to submit a benchmarking study at some point in the future and about storm costs. And at that point, I guess you'll evaluate that and you'll make a determination if our 2022 major outage event MOE costs were prudent.
Correct. May challenge the prudency of it.
You may, right. And that you would do that when BGE comes back next year to look at the 2023 reconciliation.
That's my recommendation, yes.
Okay. And you disagree because witness Frayne asserted that really 2022 costs need to be done in this case because we're reconciling 2022 in this case. You disagree, correct?
I do, yes.
And you cited to Commission's order 89482, which was the order basically allowing the MYTP construct. You cite language that says that the last reconciliation will cover any investments and costs in the MRP period not previously reviewed for prudency and reconciled in the case.
Yes, I reiterated what Mr. Frayne said in his rebuttal like this.
So I just want to pull the thread on that just a little bit. So say you're doing your 2023 reconciliation and, you look at 2023 costs and that makes you look at 2022 costs, some other completely unrelated to MOEs. You see a cost and you go, oh, wow, the 2023 costs aren't prudent. And I'm looking back now and the 2022 costs aren't prudent either. Do you think at that point you can come back and say, oh, well, I recommend that these 2022 costs aren't prudent either because, they weren't reviewed and the prudency wasn't reviewed in this case?
Could you restate
I'll
the question?
object to this as being speculation. Does counsel want her to go back and look at that?
I'm trying to.
So, why don't you restate the question again before we. So go ahead.
It's a hypothetical. We've had a few of those in this case already, haven't we?
Yes, but I wasn't here to object to that.
I'm trying to figure out, we have a difference of opinion about how far, there's this theory of retroactive rate making, that once rates are settled for a time period, it's done. You can't go back and redo them. You're arguing that no, because you kind of put a placeholder on these costs, you can come back and look at them again, and I'm just trying to figure out how far you'd be willing to take that.
I was just referring to this specific case because I didn't get personally the information I needed to definitively conclude that the spend was prudent.
Okay. So really, you're just buying yourself more time.
No, I asked for a bunch of data requests. The company did not provide some of the information I was requesting, so.
Did the company say they had the information?
No, they did not.
So it wasn't that, the company didn't say that they couldn't give it to you, they just didn't, or they wouldn't give it to you, they just didn't have it.
Right, but I asked, I guess the specific question was, the company has the burden of proof,
Right.
So could the company provide this, and the company did not provide that, so.
But did the company say that, did you ask if this was a normal thing that gets done? were there cost benchmarking studies done for storm costs?
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
Did you ask the company if benchmarking of storm costs was a common practice or was a practice in the utility industry?
I did not.
Okay. Did you ask them, when they didn't provide it, did they provide a reason why?
I stated the reason. So I said, in order, for the prudency review, does the company have a benchmarking study? I would assume the company would have some kind of benchmarking study, at least for the Exelon affiliated utilities. So that was my expectation.
Did the company give any reasons why a benchmarking study, why they didn't have one, and why one might not have been appropriate to do?
If I remember the answer, it says that the company does not perform such benchmarking.
But they didn't say any reasons why performing one might not be appropriate.
From the data request, I don't recall the other piece of the response, but that's what I recall, that they do not perform such analysis.
Okay. Let me just, give me a moment, Your Honor. See what's in here. I want to follow up a bit on the questions that OPC counsel asked you about the conduit. Were you able to hear any of the live rejoinder that I did with Mr. Vajos on Tuesday after, or I think that was already evening?
Part of it, the whole conduit, some part of it was confidential, so it had to be muted. So
Okay.
didn't listen to the whole thing.
I don't believe this part was.
Okay.
Was it during the part where I asked Mr. Vajos to comment on the study or the analysis that OPC witness Stevens did, looking at, it was basically a net present value analysis?
I do not recall that.
Okay. Would a net present value analysis showing that the net present value of the cost of the deal that we had versus some other hypothetical deal, was actually cheaper? Do you think that would be a relevant thing to look at?
I cannot speculate. I don't know. I haven't heard the whole thing, so I cannot make
Okay.
judgment.
One moment. Okay, no further questions.
Redirect.
No redirecting, Your Honor.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Barbe?
No.
Commissioner Richard?
And if you don't know the answer to this, then that's fine. But I was just interested, reflecting on the previous commission order for the MYP order for BGE. It was a decision at that point that none of the work, the commission found most of the work plans to be reasonable for purposes of setting the revenue requirement, and then there was a desire to slow the spending, But we also specifically said that there was not going to be a pre-prudency review for any of the work plans. As you review your recommendations for the company's work plan, in your specific areas, would an approach like that, and again, assuming either it's a 3-year or reduced period of time, does that approach would that satisfy some of your particular recommendations and concerns for your recommendations?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question. Can you repeat
This,
it?
this was for the, have you reviewed the previous order?
I did.
Okay, and you know the approach the commission took as far as setting the I'm sorry, I can't speak, the revenue requirement. Okay, but at a reduced, a slowed spending. Do you recall that part of the order?
Not quite. I remember the prioritization of the spending, the different projects.
Right, and there was some guidance given in the commission decision section.
Okay.
But okay, let me just ask: did that approach, if we were to return to that approach from the last order, would that satisfy your concerns for the issues for the projects, the work projects you reviewed? And it again, if you're not ready to answer that question, that's okay. Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner, or actually, let me, Commissioner O'Donnell, you have any questions? Or?
Mr. Chairman, I have no questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Sussman.
I just actually have a question about the middle mile fiber proposal. And so BGE put a grant application in and was awarded the grant. Is it your understanding that if we don't approve the request for their part of the grant or their match for the grant, that they would not be able to go forward with the program?
That's my understanding.
Okay, so then they would lose whatever benefits they got from the federal government for the 50% that the government would pay.
That's a likely outcome.
Okay, and do you see any value? I mean, separate and apart from so your concern is that they didn't do a cost benefit analysis. Is that the concern that you have about our approving their portion of the project?
Correct. So
Okay.
the company's proposing a wholesale fiber upgrade. It's a fairly significant investment, and there was no benefit to cost analysis
Okay,
attached
so
to it. So
separate and apart from the cost benefit analysis, in your own sort of evaluation, I mean, to the extent you can do an evaluation, do you see any benefit to the middle mile fiber project? So, or you would need a cost benefit analysis in order to make that determination. Is that what you're saying?
no, I think it's a good project. I think it serves underserved and unserved communities.
Okay.
But that project was part of the larger project that was submitted. So I was looking at it from that lens of
Right, but I'm just interested in the middle mile fiber project and the possibility that the company would lose funding from the federal government. So I'm just sort of asking if you could just very, very briefly talk about what you see as the benefit of a project like that. If they somehow received approval to go forward, what do you see the benefits of a project like that in terms of the underserved community?
Right. In general, I think it's it addresses some equity issues. So that's what it's not an electric distribution project. It's I think a broadband. I think planning to I think improve communication and
In an underserved community.
Community. So I would think it's a good project.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No questions for me. Thanks a lot. Austin's the next one. Right. So, but how do you want to handle getting it?
Austin, Wilson, Smith. So who's got Austin and?
Yeah. So. Right.
Okay. All right. Now, actually,
Do you want to take a break at 10 minutes?
Well, no, Brian.
do you need a break or? Okay. All right. So I guess we'll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You definitely do.
You ever have an opinion? I can't remember.
You know, fine, we'll just, we don't need to have anybody up here.
I can't remember. Yeah, I don't know specifically. So. Okay.
No, I decided we have.
Yeah, I just got us.
Yeah.
I do.
Your Honor, staff calls Roger Austin, who was just sworn. And Mr. Austin, could you state your position with the PSC?
I'm an engineer in the engineering division.
And in that capacity, did you produce direct testimony and exhibits filed in the docket of this case on June 20th, 2023, in public and confidential versions?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if we could have those marked as Staff Exhibit 5A for the public and Staff Exhibit 5B for the confidential versions.
So marked.
And Mr. Austin, did you also produce surrebuttal testimony filed in the docket on August 25th? And I believe that was only a public version, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if we could have that marked Staff Exhibit 6.
So marked.
And do you have any corrections or changes to your testimony?
No.
To your knowledge and belief, is your testimony true and correct?
Yes.
And does it remain your testimony in this case today?
Yes.
With that, Your Honor, I would move into evidence Staff Exhibit 5A, Staff Exhibit 5B, and Staff Exhibit 6, and offer the witness for cross-examination.
So admitted. Walmart. Sierra Club. Amtrak Montgomery County Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW. Department of Defense, MEA.
No questions.
OPC.
No cross, Your Honor.
Baltimore Gas and Electric.
No questions, Your Honor.
Any
No
questions
redirect.
From the bench? So I think we do have questions from the bench, so.
All right, so Mr. Austin, you don't get to go so quickly. You're thinking, oh, yes, I can actually get to my golf game. No, no, I'm actually thinking that. Mr. Baker is handing to you an exhibit that was prepared by BGE in response to a bench data request that I made a couple of days ago. So I'll give you a minute to just review that, these two pieces of information, and then I just have a couple of questions. If I can, I'll ask the questions from your testimony and refer to the charts that are contained in this document. So you just let me know when you're ready.
While he's doing that, could I ask if this has been marked?
It's not been marked, but my understanding is that we don't need to, according to counsel, and not me. So I'm clearly not qualified.
Oh, actually, yeah, maybe you might be right about that.
Oh.
I think the.
Oh, well, that makes it
commission-
easier.
Yeah, to
Okay.
mark it as a commission exhibit or, yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, because we have,
What do I know?
one is the issue that we talked about earlier with Commissioner O'Donnell, so we can mark this as Commission Exhibit 2.
Perfect.
Okay.
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 Okay, good. So Mr. Austin, I'm going to ask you actually questions about the oil circuit breaker replacements. So that's one. And then the second set of questions I have relates to the 4 kV customer circuit replacement. So let's start with the KV circuit section first, and I'll refer you to your direct testimony beginning on page 47. So, first, how familiar are you with 4 kV circuits in the BGE service territory?
It's just another circuit, just another set of circuits at a 4 kV level.
So I guess my question is, according to this response, 93% of KV customers are located within Baltimore City. I believe when I asked this question, the question related to the where the customers sit in terms of socioeconomic factors, and was told that KV customers tend to be in the poorer neighborhoods within Baltimore. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
Okay, so replacement of the circuits with 13 kV circuits would benefit sort of lower income customers within the Baltimore area. Is that your understanding as well?
I'm not sure how they would benefit.
Well, you'd be changing out 4 kV to 13 kV. I believe
Yeah, but they would still be getting their power.
Well, I understand that, but I guess, for example, would they be subject to less outages? Would there be enhanced reliability if you went to a 4 kV system, from a 4 kV to a 13 kV?
The company has not provided any information to suggest that. I can't make that determination.
Okay. Now you're suggesting that that we take the company proposal of 51.7 million for the multi-year period, and we take 7.9 million off of that. Is that your testimony?
That's correct.
Okay, and is it your testimony that we would do that because they're proposing more than what they had presented in 2022?
Yeah, 1 year ago they proposed 43.8 million, and a year later they're hitting us up for.
Okay, and is your reduction request because you think that the additional investment's not prudent or not necessary?
The investment, we support the investment. It's but there are no material reliability benefits. The company has not been able to show us any material reliability benefits for this $7.9 million they're asking for.
Okay, so you just
that's
don't think.
my reason.
Okay, so you don't think that the company has supported its request.
Right.
Okay. All right, so let's go to the oil circuit breakers. And I'm looking at their chart, and it looks like there are a reduced number of oil circuit breakers in the system, but an increase in the failure rate for those. So I'm assuming as they continue to replace them, the failure rate will go up just because they're older and okay. So you don't object to funding the replacement of the breakers. You object to the PIM.
Yes.
Okay. And would you have a problem? So I'm just looking at this chart, and it looks like, as the years go on, the benefit to the system of replacing them increases if you're having a higher failure rate. Would you support a accelerated replacement of them. So, in other words, if we took the PIM away, but kept the company's proposal of increases in every year, 25, 30, and 35, based on their chart, would that make sense to you? That this, at least in terms of, forget about the PIM, but in terms of cost recovery, would that be something that is justified based on what we're seeing on this chart?
I could support that.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Good afternoon. Let's see, a number of the programs that you reviewed for this case, these are ongoing from the previous case. Is that correct? I mean, the 4KV conversion.
Quite a few of them, yes.
Yeah, exactly. And so I just wanted to get your thoughts on how the previous order handled these programs as far as setting the revenue requirement, but giving some discretion, to the company. Do you have any? Again, I know probably a question you weren't expecting, but I am interested to know, again, if staff had any, thoughts on that, if you feel that it worked as far as allowing staff the opportunity to, properly review and also to provide counsel to the commission on prudency.
Yeah, well, the previous.
Again,
I'm not
trying to play gotcha on this.
I was not a part of the previous MYP, but
Okay.
I do know that staff had a problem, and I think I mentioned it in my direct testimony.
Direct testimony. Okay.
On page 44 of my direct testimony. Staff had a problem with the company was approved a budget of 205.8 million for projects, what we call the discretionary projects, the system performance distribution projects, and through year 2, BGE was projected to spend 234.5 million, so they're way over budget. Is that correct? Today, year 1 and 2 actual expenditures, along with year 3 projected expenditures, they're about 30 million over budget. So I think staff had a problem with that.
Okay, so you don't really have a specific commentary about the approach that the commission took and for case 9645. Nothing to say. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair Hoover.
Commissioner Barbe.
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Your Honor, staff calls to the witness stand DeAndre Wilson.
Okay. Actually, before we move to him, why don't we take a 10-minute break, since we're at 4 o'clock. So we'll be back at 4:10, more or less.
I promised folks.
No, that's fine. Well, I told him, I said, let's see where we're at. I might go to 5:30, but not beyond that. So.
And tomorrow
No, I'm staying apart, and trust me, it's state policy. So.
Did they only identify Jamie Smith as ready for today? We may actually get to the whole
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we'll see. So, I mean, we seem to be kind of rolling along.
So it looks like we're going to
I'm just going to have the same questions.
Yeah.
Sounds
No, you're good. So.
A lot of these programs are exactly the same.
Yeah. So. Okay, back on the record, and Mr. Wolfson.
Yes, staff calls DeAndre Wilson. If you want to swear him.
I do.
Mr. Wilson, can you state your position with the PSC?
My name is DeAndre Wilson. I'm an electrical distribution engineer 3 for the Maryland Public Service Commission.
And in that capacity, did you produce direct testimony and exhibits filed in the docket on June 2023 in public and confidential versions?
I did, yes.
Chair, if we could mark his direct testimony as Staff Exhibit 7A and confidential direct testimony as Staff Exhibit 7B.
So marked.
Did you also produce surrebuttal testimony filed in the docket on August 25 in a public version?
Yes.
And Chair, if we could have that marked as surrebuttal testimony, Staff Exhibit A, 8.
8, right. So marked.
Do you have any corrections or changes to your testimony today?
I do not.
To your knowledge and belief, is your testimony true and correct?
Yes.
Does it remain your testimony in this case today?
Yes.
With that, we would move the admission of Staff Exhibits 7A, 7B, and 8, and offer Witness Wilson for cross-examination.
So hearing no objections, so admitted. Walmart.
No questions.
Sierra Club. Amtrak, Montgomery County, Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW. Department of Defense, MEA,
No questions.
Office of People's Counsel,
No questions, Your Honor.
Baltimore Gas and Electric.
No questions, Your Honor.
Any from Commission staff? Commissioner O'Donnell, have any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Well, nice seeing you, Mr. Wilson, and thanks for coming. Actually,
just-
never mind. Okay. so-
I'm not going to go through the whole question again, but you heard what I've asked the previous witnesses about the previous multi-year rate plan case, BG rate year case. Do you have any thoughts about the way we handled revenue requirement for capital projects, work projects in the previous MYP?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon.
Do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony Exhibits of Jamie A. Smith, dated June 2023?
Yes.
And was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to this document?
Other than what I had in my errata now. So I've updated my errata.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Your Honor. What's our next exhibit number?
9.
9. Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as Staff Exhibit number 9 and the errata as Staff Exhibit number 9A.
So wait a minute, let me get, so the direct testimony you want marked as 9 and the errata as 9A?
Well, all right, I'll
So, 'cause
mark
we've
the
been-
direct as 9A and the errata as 9B.
That works, so, okay.
Do you also have a document entitled the Sir Rebuttal Testimony and Exhibits of Jamie A. Smith dated August 25, 2023?
I do.
And was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as Staff Exhibit number 10A, and the confidential version of it, which applies only to some of the exhibits, as Staff Exhibit 10B.
So marked.
Mr. Smith, do these documents constitute your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Your Chair, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Actually, do you want to move it into evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to move Staff Exhibits 9A, 9B, 10A, and 10B into evidence.
Without objection, so admitted. Walmart. Sierra Club. Amtrak Montgomery County Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW. Department of Defense, MEA.
No cross, Your Honor.
OPC.
No cross, Your Honor.
Baltimore Gas Electric.
No cross.
Any questions from anyone on the panel? Commissioner, actually, let me get the tone and then you. Commissioner
afternoon,
O'Donnell, any questions?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Smith. I haven't gotten very far with this question, but I thought I'd try you as well. Do you have any thoughts on, I think it was Order 89-6784, Case 9645. Any thoughts on how the commission handled BGE work plan in that MYP?
I think what you're referring to is in that order, the commission requested BG to revise their work plan to be in line with reducing their capital investment, and they came back with additional work plan. I think that worked out
Okay.
reasonably well, I think.
And in your testimony, you talk about gradualism and the different things we're trying to achieve, from rate case to rate case. Did that help with one of in that particular aspect of your recommendation? The way we handled it in the previous.
I think it basically would take one of our recommendations to reduce some of the spend to achieve the stability, more stability of rates.
Okay, and just again, I'm not going to try to trick you here at all, but so if you don't know the answer, we did provide. This is on, it goes pages 96 through I believe almost to. Let me look at it here. Yeah, I think 102 of the order. So it wasn't just an open-ended, here's your budget and go spend however you'd like to. From a staff standpoint, did we provide sufficient guidance while providing the utility some leeway, some discretion in how it spent its money?
I believe so. So I believe that the BG followed up with a revised work plan to be in line with the commission's order to achieve that. So.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I changed my mind.
Okay,
I do have a
all right.
question.
Stay put. So, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, I did want to follow up with you and see if you had any thoughts from the accounting investigations with regard to the colloquy I had with the company and others regarding the dearth of changes from the submittal of this multi-year rate case to now. Any thoughts, any observations, anything to add?
I don't remember everything from the last rate case, but I know that in this case, I think that BG witness Frayne introduced a document that showed the change between BG's original direct testimony position and what's included in the comparison chart that we prepared. And there's only a minor, there's only 3 adjustments on that. So that document only shows the 3 adjustments between what BG introduced in their direct testimony and what was ultimately in the comparison chart. And the large item in that is the removal of the electrification of roughly $29 million. But as part of their initial filing, they did make some adjustments that no party objected to, such as removal of SERP cost, removal of certain executive incentive compensation pay, certain advertising costs. So I think, I believe, I haven't looked at it to compare line by line, but I think that what BG did in this case is similar to what they did in the last case.
It didn't seem like the press release numbers changed from the submittal to the beginning of the proceedings. It just didn't seem like it as compared to other cases. And I appreciate your kind of acknowledging the electrification plan removal and 2 other tinkerings they did. And I guess if there were significant changes for all this other stuff, SERP and other things, then that wasn't apparent to me. I didn't see all that.
That wasn't included in the comparison chart, if that's what you were particularly looking at, because all the parties agreed to those. So it would have been included in the direct testimony of BG witness Frayne.
All right. Well, thank you. I'm still trying to put my finger on this. I can't quite get there. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I appreciate your appreciation of the comparison chart to be prepared also. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Mr. Clementson to the stand.
Dan? I don't know. He might come up, he might not. Never mind.
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Clementson. Could you state your position here at the commission?
I'm the Deputy Chief Engineer for the Engineering Division with the Commission.
And what part of engineering do you specialize in?
I'm the Program Manager for the Pipeline Safety Program.
Thank you. Do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony Exhibits of John J. Clementson dated June 20, 2023?
Yes, I do.
And was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as Staff Exhibit number 11.
So marked.
Thank you. Do you have a second document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony Exhibits of John J. Clementson dated August 28, 2023?
Yes, I do.
And was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor,
Yes,
I'd like,
excuse me. Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as Staff Exhibit number 12.
So marked.
Do you have any corrections or changes to these 2 documents?
No, I don't.
And do these 2 documents constitute your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to move Staff Exhibits number 11 and 12 into the evidentiary record.
So moved.
And the staff witness is available for cross-examination.
Walmart. Sierra Club. Amtrak Montgomery County Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBW. guess he left. Okay, never mind. Department of Defense, MEA,
No cross, Your Honor.
Office of People's Counsel,
No cross, Your Honor.
Alderman Gaston-Lechter.
No cross, Your Honor.
Any questions from, Commissioner Sushman?
Okay, you'd think that this pile would suggest that I'm really organized and I can find anything that I need. That's clearly not the case. So you'll have to bear with me because I am not at all a PHMSA expert, but are you?
I wouldn't say an expert, but probably knowledgeable
But
enough
okay,
to be dangerous.
so maybe you can walk me through this. So there has been a fair amount of testimony about what the obligations are for BGE to respond to the PHMSA. It's not a directive, but it's whatever it is that has to. What is it?
It's call to action.
Call to action regarding the pipes, and the company's position is if they don't have the records for being able to demonstrate that the pipes can withstand a certain pressure. Is that the point? In lawyer talk, that they don't have a choice but to replace. I wonder if you can kind of walk us through that and why. I think PHMSA gave parties 5 different ways in which they can make a demonstration to PHMSA about the. I'm assuming this is a safety matter. So the safety of the pipes, and why it is that replacement is the way to go.
Well, I'm assuming referring to the transmission rule, which requires you to have verifiable records.
Right.
And they have to do a search basically to determine if the records that they have available can document, the pipe is able to handle or withstand the MAOP that was developed for it. And if they don't have those records, as you said, there's 5 options. I can't remember all of them off the top of my head.
I certainly can't.
They can repressure test. They can replace. Excuse me. There's a couple more, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
Right.
They can do an analysis, I believe, where they have to, take the pipe, the age of the pipe, maybe take some samples and do some testing on it to determine if the various characteristics from those results of those tests can demonstrate that they can handle that. Pressure test is a little difficult on the transmission lines because basically that requires you to shut them down. And basically you have to test them. Well, that's the main conduit for getting gas into their system. So if you start turning those off to do these pressure tests, you're going to have some issues in regards to that, because you may lose part of your system, which could require you to go back and have to do relights. And these transmission systems or transmission lines serve thousands of people, and can get quite costly. And from what I have seen from the industry and talking with my peers, that most people typically, install new. That seems to be the lesser of the evils.
Okay, so that's what you're seeing as the industry response, particularly if you're dealing with older. I'm assuming it's you don't have records for certain pipes because they're so old that there wouldn't be records for them. Is that the challenge?
Yeah, that's the challenge. You may have some records, but they may not have all the information you need to verify the requirements.
But sort of based on what you're seeing in the industry, the response seems to be to simply replace.
Yeah, that's, like I said, it's the lesser of the evils.
Okay, thank you.
That's it. Commissioner Richard.
Just briefly, I'm still trying to understand how this reconciliation process works in the MYP. Can you just quickly walk me through it? I mean, how is it? how are you going about it? How's the company communicating to staff, and then and to OPC, and then how does the back and forth go?
Basically, they supply us with spreadsheets, basically, that will indicate the various projects, the estimates of the original proposals, and then they give us the actual spends. And then if there's a variance that were established, they provide that information. And if we need additional information, it's through the DR process.
Okay, so
To
then
see if
you-
it's reasonable as far as the explanations. It's not like, well, this one costs X, Y, and Z because we had to go buy 14, Link Cadillacs. That would obviously be a no-win situation. Or we use gold-plated shovels. That would be a no-win situation. But we didn't see any of that. The explanations were reasonable.
Okay.
And realistic.
And so you feel like you're getting the information that you need, and I guess I should have asked OPC this as well, but parties are getting the information they need to I guess execute this reconciliation process.
From my perspective, yes.
Okay. And then, and just trying to understand, I'm looking, I think this is your SIR rebuttal. So by the time you got to this point, is everyone generally in agreement? And I'm kind of asking, there was no redirect, and so I'm left assuming then the company's okay with your recommendations, or where are we?
I would have to assume from no questions that they are, and I haven't heard anything prior today without anybody having any issues with that.
Okay, so these are uncontested. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Chair Hoover.
Commissioner Barbe.
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So, in sort of a follow-up to Commissioner Richards' questions, when you get the list, what if projects have been, deferred or they haven't done the project? What is there explanation for that, or?
Yes, they will provide an explanation similar like when they do with Stride. If something doesn't get done because there's a permitting issue or supply issue, they'll provide that data. But typically, you still have charges against those projects because you have to pay people for design and things of that nature. So you still will see some money. It's just it won't be the full amount.
I see. Okay, thank you.
I do.
Good morning. Good afternoon, Mr. Aniam.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Aniam, did you cause to have filed in this docket a direct testimony and SIR rebuttal testimony?
I did.
And these were pre-filed in this case, correct?
Yes.
And do you have any changes or corrections you would like to make to either document at this time?
I don't.
Do you adopt these documents as your sworn testimony in this case?
I do.
Your Honor, I would ask that the direct testimony of Kobe D. Aninam be marked as Staff Exhibit 13.
So marked.
And that his SIR rebuttal testimony be marked as Staff Exhibit 14.
So marked.
And I would move these documents into evidence.
Without objection, so admitted.
And the witness is available for cross-examination.
Walmart. Sierra Club. Amtrak Montgomery County Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW, DOD, MEA.
No cross.
OPC.
No cross, Your Honor.
BG&E.
No cross.
Any questions? Oh, Commissioner Sussman.
Well, I mean, you're up here, and you got dressed, so I thought I'd just ask you. Welcome, Mr. Aninam.
You know,
Yeah, I'll never say it the way you say it. Sorry. Yes, English is barely my. Okay, so actually wanted to ask you about the Stride 2 projects, is there any part of Stride 2 that you're proposing that we disallow, that's not prudent?
if you're referring to project 60677,
Yes.
no.
Okay. And how about the project 5? I'm sorry. I'm 50. The second Stride project.
Second Stride project?
Well, so for Stride 2.
regionally managed?
Well, so we're part of what we're doing is also prudency.
Right.
And so I'm asking for the projects in Stride 2. Is there any part of Stride 2 that you would recommend that we would find as imprudent?
In the current semi-annual filing that the company filed with the commission, they did admit that they're not going to be able to complete the full scope of work that they proposed for 2023. So if that's what you're asking, then the answer is the company's not going to be able to complete the scope of work that they proposed to do for 2023.
Okay, so that in what we're approving, what is it that we're not, I mean,
What we are approving is for 2024 to 2026.
okay, so the Stride 2 is not going to be part of.
No. 2023 is the last year for the Stride 2.
Okay.
So the company still has, from this point till the end of the year, to complete the full scope of work for Stride 2.
Okay, so that's going to be where the prudency is going to be done.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Barve,
No questions.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
No question.
So on page 27 and 28 of your testimony,
Direct or
yeah, direct testimony.
27?
Yeah, page 27 and then over to 28.
Okay.
So essentially the discussion of the gas regulator relocation program.
Yep.
So table 11, those are the facilities, entities where BG&E is going to be moving a gas regulator from inside to outside in response to the Flower Branch Act.
Correct.
So these are multifamily dwellings.
I'm assuming so because that's what the Flower
Right, yeah,
Branch
that's
Act
what
is
the law
about.
was.
Yeah.
And now, these aren't additive. These are 750 in 1 year, 900.
715 2024, 915 2025, and 1,315 2026.
And so at the end of 2026, is that going to be all of them?
By the end of 2026, we expect cumulative, the total for 2024, 2025 plus 2026 to be done at that point.
Okay. So they'll have complied with the requirement under the law. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I don't know how much is going to be left to do going forward, but I'm assuming if they have any more that needs to be done, then they'll file something else.
I see. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Spiegelman and,
We have a panel, so we're going to need another chair, unless that's how we work that.
oh no, because
Oh,
actually
well, we
need
did that
a chair,
before,
we
so,
can take
yeah.
this one.
Thank
I
you.
can stay by myself. That's fine. Here. Oh, you sure? You don't want the comfy chair? You don't have to. That's fine.
Staff calls to the witness stand, staff witnesses Latanja Bunch and Mikhail Spiegelman.
Yes.
Good morning. Can you each state your position with the Public Service Commission?
Latangea Bunch. I'm an engineer with the engineering division.
Miguel Spiegelman, Public Service Engineer.
And in your capacities as engineers with the Public Service Commission, did you jointly produce direct testimony and exhibits filed in the docket on June 20th, 2023 in both public and confidential versions?
Yes.
Yes.
With that, Your Honor, I would ask that we mark the direct testimony as Staff Exhibit 15A in the public version and the confidential version as Staff Exhibit 15B.
So marked.
And did you also jointly produce rebuttal testimony filed in the docket on August 25th in public and confidential versions?
Yes.
Yes.
And again, Chair, if we could mark the rebuttal testimony in the public version as 16A and the confidential version as 16B.
So marked.
Do either of you have any corrections or changes to your testimony?
No.
No.
To your knowledge and belief, is your testimony true and correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And does it remain your testimony in this case today?
Yes.
Yes.
With that, Your Honor, I would move admission of Staff Exhibit 15A, 15B, 16A, and 16B, and offer the witnesses for cross-examination.
All right. Testimony is admitted. And Walmart.
No cross.
Sierra Club. Amtrak, Montgomery County, Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW, DOD, MEA,
No cross, Your Honor.
OPC,
No cross, Your Honor.
BG&E.
One quick question, hopefully.
Sure.
Good afternoon, both of you. Beverly Ann Sikora on behalf of BGE. Were either of you able to listen to the testimony, the live testimony of BG witness Galambos last week?
Yes.
And, oh, thank you. Did you hear when Ms. Galambos, I at this point can't remember which commissioner asked, but Ms. Galambos saying that if the commission wanted to not approve the full deployment of the Intellis meters, but instead do it on a, kind of a more reactive basis, BGE would be accepting of that?
I don't recall her saying that.
Do you recall what she said? That's what I thought she said.
I did listen to her testimony, but I don't recall that being said.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
No, if BGE were to, or if the commission were to have the Intellis meters be done on a less proactive but more reactive basis, would either of you disagree with that decision, or would you be in favor of something like that?
I think that I would have to have more information
Okay.
before I definitively say yes or no.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure.
Staff raised issues concerning certain risks concerning the Invictus meters that were listed as confidential, so we don't want to talk about them specifically. But those were given as one of the reasons why you disallowed the Invictus proposal. Is that not right?
Yes, that's correct.
Right, and those qualms concerning those risks would remain regardless until those risks are mitigated. Is that not right?
Yes, that's correct.
So you would continue to disallow them.
Correct.
Thank you.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Sushman?
No questions.
Commissioner Barvey?
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard?
Just on the meters, and so that I had heard the same offer from BGE. So again, being careful because of the because it is confidential. If at some point these meters can, would they have to go by? How do I say this? Would they have to be reviewed by staff before they could be put into the system?
I think
They already been approved by PSC, but as I know,
They have been approved?
yes.
Oh,
in
okay,
20
despite-
in 2022, if I remember correctly. But my understanding that BGE is performing field tests.
Oh, okay, so they were reviewed by the commission, okayed, and, but now, you're recommending that because of the risk, that they not be, used at all. I guess I'm just a little confused, what the status of this meter is.
Well, according to our recommendation, we are recommending to replace the existing meters with 500G modules.
Okay. So the safety features that the BG witness discussed at this point don't outweigh the risks that you've identified. Okay. Okay. All right, no other questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Barbe?
No.
Oh, Commissioner O'Donnell, so.
No questions, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
All right. So just to follow up on Commissioner Richards' questions, I guess I'm a little mystified too. These meters have been examined by the commission and approved by the commission, but your recommendation is that they not be used by BG&E because of these concerns you have related to safety.
Yes.
So I guess the disconnect I have is, how could they have been approved by us, but not, allowed to be put into service? So.
Well, our recommendations based on approval based on NZ test B109. It's American National Standard Institute.
Okay.
So Washington Gas provided those tests to us, and the main criteria for approval is that meter have to be precise and accurate, as it's required per Commer. Basically, if meter is precise within 2%, plus or minus 2%, that's the main criteria for approval.
So do you have any idea when these questions will be resolved and these things could go into service? I'm not holding you to a specific date, but just a ballpark estimate, so.
Well, this is new technology, so it's hard to predict what's going to happen in the future and considering all the risks.
All right, okay, thanks a lot.
Staff's next witness is Mr. Valcarengi.
Well, so actually, before we go to Mr. Valcarengi, is this going to be a witness that's going to have a lot of questions? And I guess this is mainly for the company.
We're checking your.
Yeah, no, I understand, and take your time.
It'll depend on his rejoinder, if he has any. I don't have any planned, but
Oh, I see. Okay. All right.
I do.
Good afternoon. Could you state your position here at the commission?
Assistant Director of Accounting for the staff.
Thank you. Do you have before you a document entitled The Restated Direct Testimony of David L. Valcarengi, dated August 23, 2023?
I do.
And was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as Staff Exhibit, I believe, 17.
That's correct.
You also have a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of David L. Valcarengi, dated July 31, 2023.
I do.
And was this document prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as Staff Exhibit number 18.
So marked.
Do you also have a document entitled The Surrebuttal Testimony of David L. Valcarengi, dated August 25, 2023?
I do.
And did you also prepare this document?
I did.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as Staff Exhibit number 19.
So marked.
Do you have any corrections or changes to these three documents?
No.
And do these three documents constitute your testimony in this proceeding?
They do.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to move the Staff Exhibits 17, 18, and 19 into the administrative record.
Without objection, so admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is available for cross-examination.
Walmart. Sierra Club. Amtrak, Montgomery County, Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW, DOD, MEA,
No cross, Your Honor.
OPC,
No cross, Your Honor.
Baltimore Gas and Electric.
No rejoinder, no cross.
Any questions from Commissioner Sussman?
Good afternoon, Mr. Val Karengi.
Karinji.
Karengi.
Yeah.
Okay. So I actually have a couple of questions relating to a table that you have in your direct testimony regarding customer charges or customer costs.
Do you have a page site?
Yes, it's page 13, so it sort of starts on page 12. And the statement on page 12 that sort of goes to page 13, the data in the chart appears to show that BG's gas costs are unusually high in comparison to its peers. Can you just kind of walk me through? I'm having a little trouble understanding this, only because, and it's important for me to understand it because I think the statement is an important one for everybody to understand. So if you can just go through the tables and sort of explain to me, what it means, and I mean, I'm assuming at the bottom of each of these tables, companies is just sort of an average of companies that you looked at.
Well, first off, this isn't a document that I prepared. I asked a data request of BG&E, and this is information that they gave to me based on essentially a benchmarking study that they prepared based on other companies.
Okay.
At
Okay.
the-
So you don't. Do you have specific knowledge of what the companies were that they looked at?
No, I attempted to get the names of the companies, but
Okay.
due to confidentiality, they refused to provide.
Okay.
the-
All right. So we'll just generic companies. So that's fine. So can you? So if we look at, let's just say total cost per customer. So that's going to be sort of everything, all in. And so the first line, BGE.
Right, where it says total cost per customer, you'll see cost 2017 to 2021.
Right.
It'll show you the total cost per customer for BG&E of $651.
Okay. And then increasing each year.
Yes.
Okay.
So the third quartile percentage it shows in that chart for 2017 of $638.
Mhm.
PG&E is above that point. And it is above that point each and every period throughout 2017 to 2021.
Oh, okay, explain, go into it. So the third quartile, so that's going to be the,
Well, there are gradations of how far you are away from the mean.
okay.
And
Oh, I
it's-
see what you're saying.
What it's showing is BG&E's cost are higher than these particular companies.
Okay. Okay, and so what does that say to you?
That for reasons that I'm unable to explain, their costs are higher. What they explained to me in Discovery was Stride. Stride is causing their cost to be higher.
Mhm.
That explains what I would say to be the capital cost, doesn't explain the O&M cost.
Okay, no, I see that too. Okay, so do you have recommendations other than disallowance of how to bring these costs down? And it could be disallowance, but
Well, I didn't recommend, just because costs are high doesn't mean that the costs are imprudent.
okay.
But for me, it's an evolving issue. I want you to what I want to make clear is I think on a moving forward basis, I think it's something that they should be directed to do, to provide information that shows how their costs stack up against similarly situated companies. Because simply comparing their cost to the past doesn't give you a roadmap of how they look compared to other companies.
Okay, I see what
Why
you're
their
saying.
costs are the way they are.
Right. So I mean, looking at this, the sort of two takeaways that I take away, and tell me if I'm wrong. The first is that the costs seem to be going higher, up every year.
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay, and that even with those costs going up every year, their costs are higher than the average for generic utilities, without knowing what those utilities are.
Yeah, I don't have. Let me see if I have it. Because then there was a data request. Now, there was a data request that they provided in Discovery, and it mapped out where they were in relation to each company in the survey.
Okay.
Um,
So it's a visual of
yeah.
okay.
But you still can't, without knowing who they are, where they are, it doesn't give you a lot of meat and potatoes.
No, I understand that you can't. It's a data point. You need additional data points, but it is an interesting piece of information to be aware of.
Yes.
Okay, that's very helpful. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Barbe,
No questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner O'Donnell,
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Good evening. I wasn't expecting you today. Suddenly we went from 0 to 60. But I did make notes here just quickly, and so these won't be very specific questions, but I underlined in a number of cases, phrases that made it sound like you were having difficulty getting the information you were requesting, or the amount of information. And, it says, why not just kind of pull up here is, I think you were talking about, these were basically costs, and you would say things like, but I have no information in my possession to validate claims. I saw that a number of times, and that concerned me. over the general concerns in MYPs, that are you seeing enough transparency in getting the information you need to do your staff investigation analysis to make your recommendations?
We get a voluminous amount of information. The unclear point was in regard to the conversation I was having with Commissioner Sussman. That, because we don't know who the companies were in that benchmarking exercise, it's tough to pinpoint cost. But the thing I want to make clear is just because costs are high doesn't mean they're wrong. It just means you're high in relation to somebody else.
Right, and I think that was made quite clear in your testimony. I just wanted to find out if you had any specific remedies. You said that you wanted the ability in future cases to I guess, get more information, or do you have specific information, or what is your recommendation to us that, so that we can potentially consider ordering the company to give you what you need to do these cost analysis?
Well, as I said, we get volumes of information. One of the things I think would be helpful is some sort of benchmarking analysis, because it'll tell us where the utility ranks in comparison to peers. I think it's a powerful way to look at cost. But again, I don't want to tell you that just because costs are high, costs are automatically wrong. There are specific reasons why costs can be high.
Okay. I thought your testimony was very interesting. It held my attention, and that's why I felt a little anxiety. So you're saying that maybe I shouldn't be anxious that you were not getting information that you needed from the company. The company was possibly withholding information, or they weren't giving you any context for the benchmarking.
No, I don't want to paint the picture that BG&E was refusing to provide data that was available to them. The reason that they didn't provide the sources and names, it was the confidentiality. The host companies didn't want to reveal their names, because if you reveal their name, maybe they don't want to participate in the study on a moving forward basis.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you clearing that up for me, because again, I was maybe drawing some incorrect, inferences from your testimony. But so you're.
I apologize. It wasn't. I wasn't trying to paint.
Okay. Anyway, you've cleared that up for me. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Hoover.
So, Commissioner Richard asked you questions about the information you get as part of the reconciliation process. But I guess my question is, are there other aspects of the reconciliation process as currently constructed when it comes to MRPs that you think should be revised, adjusted, changed in order to make sure that we get, because obviously, what you do is, in essence, the prudency review of the forecasts that are done. So, I mean, do you have the tools in hand, and is the process set up in order for you to do what you would normally do in a traditional rate case?
Well, looking at the reconciliation embedded within the base case, it's a lot of work. What types of data? Well, one of the things I would tell you, and it's not really, it's in the record, but it's not really part of this case. And that is, I would say there's no cost controls with respect to, if you said you can go out and spend $100 million on project A and it comes out, 120 million, there's no cost controls. We will sit down and evaluate that. And it's difficult for us to make a project disallowance. What I'm trying to say is there's no cost controls with respect to the specific budget components within the budget that's reflected in rates. And the reason I think it's a problem, let me see if I can point to Mr. Frain's, and I think I alluded to this in my direct. I said, there's a significant variance once you get to 2023. And I think I noted preliminary numbers. If you look at his JCF4G updated, it shows for 23 there's a revenue requirement of $81 million. As I look at that number, that's a number when you set the rates in this case, this is another number that's going to go in January 2025. Certainly parties will sit down and evaluate the ingredients to this, but this isn't part of this record here. But it brings the issue full circle of there's no cost controls. If you said you can spend $100 million and it ends up being $200 million, it's difficult. We're going to go through our exercise and evaluate that, but it's difficult to make a project disallowance. Short of some sort of extraordinary spending, storms or whatever.
Okay. Any other?
Just a follow-up. So I guess the question that follows for me is, what do we add constraints to how money is spent? I mean, do you allow the $100 million, but then you add and you need to do the following?
It's an issue I've been grappling with how to. I didn't put it in my direct because I think there's another lessons learned report after year 3 or 2023 in March, April. Sometime beyond that, there will be another lessons learned report about what an MYP model should look like, how we should go forward, and so forth.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Alcantara. Nice seeing you. And I think well, let me ask you this. I mean, I don't want to go beyond 5:30. So, can we do somebody in 15 minutes or not? And if we can't, we're going to be here tomorrow, so.
Your Honor, I think we're going to be here tomorrow anyway because we.
Right, yeah, we have to for the 2 union witnesses. So for sure we're going to be here tomorrow, so.
And for Mr. Hoppock as well.
So call him in today, or?
No, he can't. It's too late for him to be here.
Wait a minute,
He
you can
can't,
either go to the podium or come to the mic and so we can get you on the record, so. Or-
Oh, and I misunderstood the question. Apparently it was, should we call an end to the day, not should we call him, Mr. Hoppock, in today?
No. What I'm saying is, should we stop now, or do you want to take like one more? And if you want to take one more, I'd only want to do it if we could be done by 5:30. So if you don't think that'll happen, then we'll just,
I think it would be risky. I think.
okay, that's fine.
we-
All right, so we will be back here tomorrow at 9, but my understanding is the first 2 witnesses will be Mr. Jacobs from IBEW and Mr. Lanning, is that correct?
That's my understanding as
Okay.
well.
Okay, so there's 2 union witnesses will go first, then we'll finish up with staff, and then we'll be done. Thank you.